World premiere.
We are the first. The first to see the gods. The first to tame their beasts. The first to guard the soul from evil. We conquered this land and built an empire. But there are whispers on the wind. A brotherhood born in the shadows. They are the first to call themselves the Assassins.
Welcome, from Ubisoft, Creative Director Jean Gadon.
Thank you. Ancient Egypt is the birthplace of modern civilization. And it is also the birthplace of the Assassin's Brotherhood. Assassin's Creed Origins is taking you to the perfect setting for an epic gaming adventure. Egypt. 3,000 years of history and mystery at the tip of your fingers. Assassin's Creed Origins is also the story of one man, Bayek. Bayek is the last Magi, the protector of his community, an Egyptian sheriff, if you like. And his struggle against the dark forces that corrupt ancient Egypt will lead to the foundation of the Assassin's Brotherhood. But recreating ancient Egypt, going back so far in time, pushed us to rethink and expand our gameplay mechanics. We added many RPG elements to a huge systemic world, more detailed and alive than ever before. So today, we are very proud to show you what the game looks like on Xbox One X running in 4K. And now, just for you, Bayek is coming back to Siwa, his hometown, to kill the fake oracle, Medunamun.
World premiere.
Siwa, my home, the sacred oasis.
I thought he was dead.
Our Magi, the last protector, our prayers are answered. Siwa has not been the same since he left.
Be my eyes, Senu. temple resembles a fortress. What has happened?
Get out of my way.
There you are, Medunamon. The next masked one on my list. Now it is my turn to tip the balance of Anubis.
People understand. We have broken their will. They understand our vision.
Better be careful here.
I should go drop these priests in the desert. Let the stand take them.
Ah, a fine bow.
If the people see these dead priests, they will surely revolt.
It is too dangerous. I will pass for now. Guide me, Senu. Medunamon. You will die, Medunamon.
Die, you bastard! Going to kill you for that! See what is mine!
Finally.
The dark is older than the light. At last a day dawned, and we rose with this first light. But that light was a betrayal, only fleeting. In its wake, the night returned to claim us. After lifetimes, the light grows again, faint and vulnerable. We will live in the new light rather than just survive in the dark. This rebirth will end our wandering.
World premiere.
Follow me home, pretend you found somebody to mend you. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom. I feel numb. I feel numb in this kingdom.
Rachel?
Please welcome, from Monolith Productions, Vice President of Creative, Michael DePlatter.
Remember me? You tried to humiliate me. You left your mark on me, but it didn't work. You burned my mind. I'll kill you. Until this moment, you have not known suffering. I've had enough of your mouth, Bruce. So now I'm gonna kill you, for all these orcs to see.
Always said you were an optimist. Know what that is, mate? It's about sizing up a situation that's bloody impossible and saying, yeah, all right, I'll have a go. I'm exactly the same way.
I like him.
Bruce killed the boss! Come on, lads!
In Shadow of Mordor, we introduced a way to create unique personal stories for every player. And in Shadow of War, we're expanding the Nemesis system. Two new features we're really excited about are forging an army of followers and Nemesis fortresses. Here, we'll use the Ring of Power and recruit this Olog, Bruce the Chopper, to expand our army. Then, we're going to assault a fortress controlled by one of Sauron's overlords.
Oh, that was nasty. Oi, reckon you're going to skewer me? That little sword's good for a tickle, maybe, but you're gonna need more than that to take me down. Nice one, Ranger.
same thing, really. End result's me ripping spines out, which I like to do anyway, so either way's a win.
A fine addition to our army.
Name's Bruce. From here on out, I will be your shadow. No one gets to you without my say-so.
Don't worry about my enemies. They will all follow eventually.
You want to plant your flag in Mordor, you'll need to do it deep. There's a fortress nearby. They say it's ruled by a two-headed troll big as a mountain and deadly smart, which, well, I guess he'd have to be given the two heads. You take him down, you'll send a message to Sauron and get yourself some nice new digs as part of the bargain.
We're not going to do this alone. Gather your troops.
Will do. Oh, just make sure you let me pop his heads off, won't ya?
So we already have a few loyal followers in our army, and recruiting Bruce means we're ready to assault the fortress and overthrow the Overlord. We're enormously expanding the open world of Mordor to new regions like Saragost and Cirith Ungol. Mordor's a massive, living, breathing world filled with orc society, tribes, and wildlife, as well as stories and secrets.
You cleaved me in two. Any other orc would have died, but I survived. More than that, I thrived. My brothers put me back together, stronger than ever. But they didn't make me into what I am. You did. You created the machine. No!
We've just been ambushed by the machine. He's tracked us across Mordor seeking vengeance. He's one of the 7 new orc tribes we've added.
The machine will grind you to paste! I hate big things! Cool, finally! You dishonor the Styrians!
Instead of killing the machine, we'll dominate him, so we can take advantage of his abilities during the fortress assault.
You take out the Overlord.
But before we charge headfirst into battle, we should plan our attack and select our followers.
My black speech is a little rusty. Actually, I don't know a single word, which is a pain in the ass. But to hazard a guess, he said you're all gonna die horribly. My kind of black.
Well, I will handle the Overlord. You focus on the defenders.
Define focus.
There are unlimited ways to forge your story and conquer Mordor in Shadow of War, and we can't wait to show you more this week at E3. Thank you very much.
Exclusive world premiere.
or reaffirms my belief in the beauty, artistry, and heart within the art of gaming. We believe that games, like books, movies, and music, should be celebrated and enjoyed by countless generations. We're passionate about preserving and celebrating the games you own, the classics of the past, and the genres you love to play. That's why 2 years ago, we launched the Xbox Backward Compatibility Program to bring Xbox 360 games to your Xbox One. And we've seen tremendous growth in the program. Today, our library of games stands at 385 titles, and over half of Xbox One gamers have played a backward compatible game. But I've heard your feedback and you want more. Today, I'm pleased to announce an exciting expansion to the program. Our team of engineers are working hard to bring us some of your favorite original Xbox game to today's Xbox One library, including a fan favorite that I'm asked about often by the community, Crimson Skies. And it looks great. And like the Xbox 360 games, OG games will look better and play better across the Xbox One family. We'll have more to share about this program when it launches later this year. I'm proud of the library of games available today on Xbox One. All of them will benefit from the performance and power when you play them on Xbox One X. But we won't stop there. I'm excited to announce that if you own Gears of War 4, Forza Horizon 3, Killer Instinct, Halo Wars 2, or Minecraft, we'll be providing 4K updates to these titles for free. And we already have over 30 titles from our third-party partners that are planning to provide free updates as part of our Xbox One X Enhanced program. Titles like Final Fantasy 15, Resident Evil 7, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands, and Rocket League, just to name a few. This means you probably already have a large library of titles that you own today that will automatically get better on Xbox One X. Today, we showcase some of the world's greatest creators with a lineup of different types of games for every type of gamer. We showed you the largest and most diverse lineup of new games that have ever appeared on our stage. From every corner of the globe, from developers large and small, 42 games, including 22 with console exclusivity on Xbox One. And you're also going to be able to play all of the biggest cross-platform blockbusters on Xbox One. And every game will play great across the Xbox One family, and on Xbox One X runs every single game you've seen even better. So if you haven't joined the Xbox One family, now's the time. This week, you'll find Xbox One S available in the US for $249. And on November 7th, we'll begin worldwide rollout of Xbox One X, the world's most powerful console, at $499. Be the first to experience unrivaled power and performance on the Xbox One. We close today's show by looking to the future with a really great partner. They've been with us from the earliest days of Project Scorpio, and they're building an incredible game that takes advantage of the power and performance of the Xbox One family and the new Xbox One X. Please welcome Patrick Sutherland, Executive Vice President, EA Worldwide Studios.
New IP is the lifeblood of our industry. It's also risky. At EA, we have teams dreaming up a lot of projects, and only the greatest will make it their way to you. And that's okay. It's all a part of the creative process. And it's worth it, because when you find something special, there's no better feeling as a developer than introducing players to a brand new world. And as a player, there's no better feeling than losing yourself in a completely new experience. Our developers at BioWare have been creating something truly special. A huge open world that is lush, savage, mysterious, and ever-changing. Filled with interesting characters and new types of gameplay you'll enjoy with your friends for years to come. This is what's possible when we take an extraordinary vision and combine it with the latest technologies and hardware. Amazing concepts become possible. Great ideas become reality. So here we are, and we are so excited to share this with all of you. On behalf of the team at BioWare, let's see what this game looks like running on an Xbox One X. Here's John Warner from BioWare to show you Anthem.
Hi, I'm John Warner, Game Director for Anthem. Here is the world premiere of Anthem's gameplay.
Hey!
Freelancer.
Frag slang.
Listen, there's trouble. Big trouble.
What did you do?
Mistake. I hired some people. They weren't freelancers. I know. They said they could handle it, and the price was right. I thought maybe...
Unbelievable.
You're right. It was stupid. I'm sorry. But they're still out there. Somewhere. If you could just bring them back. Anything you need.
In the world of Anthem, you and your friends are freelancers, the heroes who leave the safety of the walls of Fort Tarsus to explore the unknown and protect humanity. Let's join two players as they head out on an expedition.
Hey, Paul. You ready to go?
We're just grabbing some supplies. Just about ready.
What are you going to use today?
I decided to go with the Colossus.
I'm going to use my Ranger. Try out some new upgrades.
Every player will own an array of exosuits we call Javelins. These suits give players superhuman capabilities and are heavily customizable so they look and play how you want.
Bam. Looking good. Nice. You've got a mortar equipped.
Yeah, I got it on the weekend. You lead the way, I'll follow.
This is a vast open world you explore with your friends. Each Javelin exosuit has its own unique playstyle. The Ranger is balanced and all-purpose, while the Colossus is a tanking powerhouse.
All right. Let's see what's up here.
The world of Anthem is hostile, and threats can come from any direction. This dynamic world where the unexpected is around every corner.
Yeah, he Seems like a problem for another day.
We're getting some fire from up ahead.
I'll go low. You flank.
Hang in there. Almost there. Have you been in there yet?
I haven't. We should do that later with Kim.
Yeah, you could use the XP. Hello, treasure. I think we got some action back.
Anyone, we're under attack. Anyone in the area, we're under attack.
I think that's part of Praxis' mission.
You can equip your Javelin exosuit with gear that brings devastating power to combat.
Oh, there are a lot of scars down there. Oh, the scars have a heavy.
Have time to use that mortar. Give me some covering fire. There's a bunch more coming in.
Okay, I'll get this round. Oh, come on. Be something good. Oh, yes! Jerry's wrap.
Oh, nice.
Large-scale world events like Shaper Storms are dynamic and pull you off the beaten path with the promise of new stories to discover.
Oh, Shipper Storm incoming. Okay, actually, let's get some more people. Hold on a sec.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Right behind you. Whoa. This storm is getting crazy. So what are we supposed to do? Fly into it?
All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
Our story is out there.
E3 2017 is the biggest video game event of the year.
Hello, everyone!
The show is sold out, but don't worry, because we've got your ticket inside.
I've never seen anything like this at E3.
IGN has it all with exclusive first access. Get a front row seat for every press conference.
We're so excited.
Jump the lines and go inside the best booths.
This might be the biggest booth I've ever seen at E3.
Totally fangirling right now.
Get breaking news straight from the show floor.
I'm excited about our new IP.
Hear from the innovators behind the game.
Playing with Xbox's own Aaron Greenberg.
Crackdown 3 is coming. It's going to be great.
It's got a gleam in his eye.
We break down everything about the Xbox One's powerful next upgrade.
Wow.
Be the first to see all the hottest titles.
Get your head down and keep moving!
IGN Live takes you inside Super Mario Odyssey and the future of Nintendo Switch, and unleashes all the games you want to see.
Battle Station!
Insomniac's long-awaited Spider-Man.
Now that's fun!
EA's Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Sony's bold new take on God of War.
I will have my revenge!
IGN has over 40 hours of live coverage.
Am I right or am I right?
And you don't want to miss a second of the action. Strap in. IGN Live at E3 starts right now.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 3 of IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield, and we're coming to you from Los Angeles for another full day of coverage. In just a bit, we've got a look at the prequel, Life is Strange Before the Storm, as well as an exclusive in-depth look at Far Cry 5 with gameplay you won't find anywhere else. For today's big events, we'll have complete coverage of both the Ubisoft press conference at 1 p.m. Pacific and Sony's PlayStation conference at 6. You'll be able to catch it all everywhere IGN is available, and also on Twitter at e3.twitter.com. Tweet us at IGN with your questions about PlayStation and use the hashtag E3 2017. We'll answer your questions live on the air, so be creative. And we kicked off yesterday's E3 coverage with the Microsoft press conference, which had the official reveal of the Xbox One X and a look at over 40 games. We've condensed the whole thing into a nice 3 minutes for you. Enjoy.
We are proud to welcome Xbox One X. November 7th, Xbox One X launches worldwide.
All of your Xbox One accessories and games will work with Xbox One X.
We can't wait to bring PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds exclusively to Xbox One later this year.
We're one step closer to payday.
Welcome to the agency!
I'll go low. You flank. Yes! Jerry's wrap. All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
The time-traveling episodic adventure Life is Strange was a sleeper hit and took home so many awards, one mantle would not hold them all. Now we've got a prequel, Life is Strange Before the Storm, on the way. Here to tell us more is co-director Chris Floyd and writer Zach Garris. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks so much.
We're joined by Lucy O'Brien.
Hi, guys. Look, it's such a pleasure to have you here. First of all, Deck 9 Games. This is not Don't Nod. You guys are a brand new studio.
Right.
Tell us about how this project came to be for you.
Well, Deck 9 Games has spent the last 3 years preparing to make narrative adventure games. We brought in a team of people from film, television, and video games, and really built up a team of storytellers to make games like Life is Strange. And we developed a tool set we call StoryForge that really unchains those creative people and lets them make great stories.
So when the opportunity came to work with Square Enix on Life is Strange, we were incredibly thrilled, absolutely. Just very excited to get a chance to work in this IP.
So you set yourselves up to make a game like this, and it just sort of worked out that you were the right team for that.
I mean, we were fans of Life is Strange,
Sure, yeah.
Of course. We wanted to play the next game. We didn't imagine we'd be making the next game. When the opportunity came our way, we couldn't have been more thrilled.
That's a really cool story.
So it's important to note that this is not Life is Strange 2.
That's right, yeah. So Don't Nod announced a little over a month ago that they're working on the sequel to Life is Strange. Square cares so much about this franchise and the community. While Don't Nod has been moving forward with the sequel, they wanted to answer the fans' request to see more about Arcadia Bay, to explore the characters in the world from the first game. And that's how they ultimately led them to us.
And of course, this is a prequel, so this takes place before the events of Life is Strange. It follows the story of Chloe at age 16, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And subsequently her friendship with Rachel, who we sadly never got to meet in Life is Strange. Why was this the right story to tell?
We feel like everybody has had a time in their life when they meet one person who changes their world. And looking at the different characters, there's so many rich characters in Arcadia Bay from the first season. Chloe and the relationship we know, we've heard about with this mythic character, Rachel Amber, but we never actually get to experience as players. That seemed like a wonderful opportunity for us to tell a unique story, a story that's different from the first game. And it takes place, like you pointed out, several years before the events of the game, so it was important to us to tell a story whose ending the fans won't know.
And, Chloe does not have time travel powers like Max did in Life is Strange. I mean, that was such a big hook of the first game that you could rewind time. What's the gameplay hook this time around? I mean, what's Chloe's thing?
Well, first of all, that was a big choice we had to make early on in this project, and we considered what kinds of powers, how would the supernatural manifest in our story. And time travel just didn't make sense. That really is an embodiment of Max's character. She's timid, she's cautious. Chloe is not that. Max is gonna go back and question the decisions she makes, but Chloe is a wrecking ball. She's gonna bash through whatever gets in her way. She has attitude, she is brash, so it didn't fit. We also didn't want Arcadia Bay to feel like it was a town of superheroes. We didn't want those kinds of powers to be too prevalent. We also knew that Chloe didn't talk about any kind of power. So there isn't a power in this game. Chloe doesn't have a power. We're really focusing on what we think is actually the heart of Life is Strange, which are relatable relationships between characters you care about and how they deal with real-world problems.
Can you tell us about, Don't Nod, when Don't Nod brought this project to you, was the story already written? And you just took it from there to build the game, or how much input did you have on it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Don't Nod, they've created such an amazing world with Life is Strange. We really hold them in the highest regard and see them as the founders of the franchise. When it comes to the story, the gameplay, the full production of Before the Storm, this has been entirely Deck 9, working in partnership with the same team at Square Enix that worked on the first Life is Strange.
And tell us about Ashley Birch's involvement, because obviously she is not coming back. Well, actually, that's not obvious. A lot of people don't know that. Ashley Birch is not coming back to voice Chloe this time around. However, she is involved, from what I understand, in a writing capacity.
That's right, yeah. Ashley's just an amazing writer. She received the first script from us for the first episode, fell in love with it, and joined our team as a story consultant. So from everything from any given dialogue line you might see to the high-level break of the entire story of Before the Storm, Ashley's been involved collaborating with the writing team, giving notes, sharing her very unique and very personal perspective on what Chloe is about.
So she really knows Chloe from basically inhabiting her in the first game.
Yeah.
So she's kind of there to say to you guys, hey, listen, Chloe wouldn't say that. That sounds really wrong. Or she would say, okay, this is something that Chloe would say.
Sure, yeah.
Right. That's fantastic.
So the first series is episodic, 5 episodes. Before the Storm is also episodic?
That's right. It's going to be 3 episodes, maybe a total of about 6 to 9 hours of play. So we split up our story that way, and our first episode is going to be released on August 31st.
Yeah, it's coming pretty soon. Tell us how you feel about episodic gaming. What are the advantages there? Are there any particular challenges that you face as developers?
Yeah, from a development standpoint, it's different from working several years on a single project before fans ever get to see it or put a controller in their hands. So I think it's exciting to work on segments of content and release it and share it and see the fan response. The community supporting Life is Strange is so passionate and it's so large. We're really excited to see the response to the first episode.
Considering we know where Chloe and Rachel end up, what kind of choice and consequence system are we looking at this time around? Is it more sort of intimate, or is it going to feel as end-of-the-world apocalyptic as Life is Strange did?
That's a really good question. Obviously, choice and consequence is so important to Life is Strange, and that's absolutely the case in Before the Storm. But you're onto something. I mean, this is going to be an intimate, relatable story that we're really focusing on this relationship between the two of them, to see and let the player engage in how does that relationship blossom over the first few days after they meet each other.
I think we are seeing some of the first gameplay footage here on the screen. From a gameplay perspective, is it going to feel very familiar to people who played the first Life is Strange? Does it play the same way?
Yeah, we think the foundations of the gameplay and the storytelling of Life is Strange, that's something we held really sacred, and we wanted to make sure this felt to everyone, to all the fans, just like Life is Strange, just visiting new places and meeting new characters along the way.
Sacred's the right word to use. I mean, we are very much fans first. We loved the first game, getting to work in Before the Storm. We wanted to both pay homage and explore areas that will be familiar to fans from the first game and introduce entirely new spaces like the one we're looking at right now. This is a place called The Mill. It's on the outskirts of Arcadia Bay. It's where Chloe at 16 is at an illegal concert.
That is very her.
Yeah.
What kind of character is Chloe in this game? Because obviously she's very foolhardy. As you said, she's something of a wrecking ball. I can't even imagine what she is going to be like as a younger teen.
Yeah. So she, like Chris said, is a wrecking ball. She's very courageous. I think it's important to point out, though, that she is not the Chloe we know from the first game. There's a journey that she's going to go on that our game participates in the intervening time.
You're going to see her turn into that blue-haired, beanie-wearing Chloe that everybody knows.
Yeah, but at the start of our game, what she's dealing with, it's 2 years after her father's died. Max has left. She's all alone. Emotionally and I think psychologically, she's in a very different place from the Chloe we know from the first game.
We were talking about choice and consequences earlier. There's a moment here about to come up that's going to be one of our key decisions, where the story can really branch. She's gotten herself in a little bit of trouble here with some overgrown bullies, basically, who want to make a deal out of her bumping into them earlier. So she's going to have to choose how she wants to deal with this situation. Should she fight or should she run? And that's going to have consequences not just in this scene, but later.
Tell us a little bit about the new storytelling program that, oh, see, here we go. That's exactly what you're
So
talking about.
here's a key choice this year.
Tell us a little bit about the new storytelling program that you guys have worked on to make this possible, in terms of the narrative branching that you have in this prequel.
Yeah. Well, it starts with a tool we call Playwright, and that's basically like writing a screenplay, except that our writers can put in the gameplay, put in the branches, the consequences, the checks of what did you do last time to make a non-linear story. Then we take that and we port it over into a tool called Storyteller. And that creates essentially like a giant timeline. And we bring in the characters we need, we apply animations to them, and then we go in and we do the facial performance. We literally have sliders. We can turn up the sadness and turn down the surprise or blend them in whatever way we want to create the emotional performances that we need to get across this story.
This is a technical tool set that our team's been developing for over 3 years.
That's amazing.
There's really nothing else like it inside the industry.
Yeah.
So here, after this key choice, did Chloe choose to fight?
I believe in this
she
footage
chose
here?
to run.
She ran.
She ran there, okay.
And she flipped the bird, which is very Chloe.
Of course.
But I imagine those key choices, there isn't a wrong answer.
That's right, yeah. So, and we see that as a component of Life is Strange. The game, the first season, really embraced it, and we did too. You're going to choose how you want to embrace this adventure and how you want to navigate the challenges that you're going to face. There isn't a right or a wrong. Different choices you have will have different consequences. You're going to develop potentially a very different relationship with Rachel Amber than someone else.
So where are we here in this scene?
So we've jumped ahead a little bit. This is a place called the Overlook. After the night at the mill, the girls meet up at school the next day. They decide to ditch school. So they've now come out here to this park. Rachel's kind of on a mission, but they're going to have fun.
Yeah.
And all this footage is from episode 1 that's out in August?
That's right. All of this is from episode 1.
I see.
And, we're talking about her relationship with Rachel, and you said that people might have different kinds of relationships, just as Chloe did with Max in the original Life is Strange. I mean, one of the biggest, you guys know what I'm going to ask, I can see on your faces. One of the biggest draw cards of Life is Strange is the shipping and the romance. Is that going to be something that is prevalent in this prequel?
Let's actually hold that thought. We got to take a quick break. We'll answer it soon after, right after this commercial break. We'll have more Life is Strange Before the Storm right after this. IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turns Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Our Ubisoft Pre-Show kicks off soon, but right now we are continuing our look at Life is Strange Before the Storm with Zach and Chris, and we were just about to ship some characters, I think.
Yeah, well, I'll just reiterate that a lot of the reason fans were very drawn to the original Life is Strange, among a plethora of reasons, is that there was a romance aspect, a lot of characters were shipped together.
Sure.
Is that going to return in this prequel?
Yeah, so I think like you say, I think the first game was so successful at building realistic characters who are complex, who are rich, and who could develop relationships with each other that felt meaningful, that felt real. And we've embraced that very much with Before the Storm. It's important to us not to be prescriptive with the player about how they choose to relate to the characters in the world, but rather to create a vibrant collection of characters that they'll have strong feelings about one way or another, and then the freedom to explore expressing those feelings and navigating what those relationships might be.
Well, especially considering Chloe's relationship with Rachel was actually fairly ambiguous in Life is Strange. There were moments where I was like, I'm not quite sure how close they were. They seemed to be, at one point I thought they had a romantic relationship, at another point I was like, no, they were just really close friends. So obviously there are a lot of options for you guys to explore.
That ambiguity gave us a lot of opportunities, like you're saying, to create the story we wanted to tell something that maybe players aren't expecting, and also leave, as Zach was saying, some of that open to see how they want to develop that relationship with Rachel.
You mentioned earlier that Max, lead character from the first game, she's out of the picture here, at least at the beginning. Does she participate at all in the prequel?
Yeah, Max's absence is an important element to Chloe's life at this time. But she does have a presence. Where Max had a diary in the first game where she would talk about everything that happened moment to moment while you were playing. Chloe actually writes letters to Max that she never sends.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Max does appear in your prequel, as I understand it, as like a bonus chapter. Is that right?
Oh, right.
Right, so so there is an additional episode, part of the deluxe edition of the game.
Right.
That the farewell episode that's being created when we're finished making Before the Storm itself, 3 episodes, complete story. We're going to add on to that for the fans who really want to play Max one more time, a special farewell episode. We'll talk more about that in the future.
Fantastic. And tell us a little bit more about, what we're looking at here. Arcadia Bay, we are returning to Arcadia Bay. Are we going to see any familiar faces? Obviously, this is set a lot earlier, but Arcadia Bay really felt like a lived-in, it had a sort of Twin Peaks-esque vibe to it. There were some characters that really stood out for me that I'd like to see again. Are we going to have some returning faces?
Absolutely, yeah. Being a part of Chloe's world means you're going to see Blackwell, you're going to see Joyce, you're going to see David, you're going to see a lot of other characters that you'll know from the first game. And then entering into Rachel's world, we're also going to see a variety of new characters that we've created just for Before the Storm.
Right, so are we getting are we going to be able to play as Rachel at any point, or is it just very much Chloe's?
It's really from Chloe's perspective. It's telling her story. We're looking here at a scene, a familiar location, the junkyard. It eventually becomes Chloe and Rachel's hangout. But here we're going to have a dramatic moment we'd really like to share with the players.
Okay, let's turn it up.
I'm not moody. I just need some space. Is that all right with you? Okay. Actually, no. I thought we were having a great day together. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? I'm not acting like anything. I just want to be left alone right now. No, I don't understand. You can't just turn on me for no reason. I'm sorry, turn on you? I guess I forgot. It's always about how you feel, isn't it? Sad Chloe's fucking sad again. Maybe you should try giving a shit about other people for once. Are you serious right now? Fuck! Okay, I still have no idea what's going on with Rachel, but apparently she gets smashy when she's angry. I can work with that. Score. Here, if you really want to smash something, this should do the trick. I asked you to leave me alone. Are you kidding me? I know you're the school princess and all, with the DA daddy and the perfect grades and all the perfect little Victoria chases kissing your perfect ass, but seriously, fuck you. Great. I'm leaving. See you around, Chloe. You can't leave! Watch me. Rachel, wait! Don't go. Why not? Because I don't want to ruin this the way I ruin everything else in my life. And what is this exactly? A real friendship. I thought Chloe Price doesn't need friends. I thought so too before today. I guess it's easier to be alone if you decide it's a choice. I'm sorry for whatever I did or didn't do. Today was the best day I've had since my dad died. And I screwed it up somehow. Like I screw everything up, because I'm a fucking screw up. Chloe, please. I don't want to be alone anymore. I'm sorry, Chloe. I can't say why, and I know it isn't fair, but I can't be your friend right now. Can't or don't want to. Does it matter? I'm really sorry. Goodbye, Chloe. Fuck this place.
Cool. So we saw Chloe make some decisions there. Can you talk a little bit about the different permutations, how it would play out if she had made the other choices?
Sure, yeah. So Chloe has a chance here to tell Rachel what she thinks is going on between them and during the course of that day. Rachel's opinion might not even map onto Chloe's based on previous choices that Chloe's made. So depending on how Chloe expresses or the player expresses their interest, Rachel might respond in a variety of different ways.
Sure.
How do you keep the dialogue? I mean, obviously this is somewhat aimed at a young adult audience or a teenage audience, as well as you know, those of us who are a bit older who enjoyed Life is Strange. How do you keep the dialogue grounded so it doesn't swing too far into kind of cliche, stereotypical teen territory?
Part of that just has to do with, I think, having the right kind of team in place, that a plurality of voices, a diverse body of voices in the writer's room, kind of contributing to the construction of the story. In some cases, we're dealing with 16-year-olds. Cliched even fits.
It does,
yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I was never in a junkyard like that, but I have experienced similar moments in my teenager.
Everything's so intense and so loud when you're that age. Sometimes the writing embraces that. Yeah.
We have just a few minutes left. If there's any final questions.
Well, I guess for me, you know, you guys said that you were fans first. Why do you think Life is Strange has resonated in the way that it has with people? I mean, when I saw the reaction on Twitter to the announcement of this prequel Before the Storm, you know, people were like, I'm crying, and there were emojis all over the show. You know, why do you think people love it so much?
I mean, obviously it's unique, right? I mean, I think what Don't Nod created has such a unique vision on every level. Visually, the way the game looks, the way it feels, the way it's a story that takes its time and really lets its characters and moments kind of breathe. It just doesn't feel like any other video game. To me, that was such a big part of its appeal.
I think for me too, the authenticity of the characters, their frailty, their vulnerabilities, their flaws. I mean, the franchise embraces that. For me as a player, that's what I resonated with. A willingness to explore characters and heroes who aren't perfect. I think we need more of that, honestly.
Do you think perhaps some of it has to do with the fact that, it's quite rare to see video games centered on younger, women, like teenage girls? That's something that we don't generally see, at least explored in an emotional way.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a protagonist in First Life is Strange and in Before the Storm of a kind that you just don't typically see.
Do you think we will see, I mean, obviously you guys can't, you guys will probably know a little bit more than I do and don't want to ruin any surprises, but do you think that in future iterations of Life is Strange, we will be telling stories from other perspectives outside of Max and Chloe, or do you think really they are the heart and soul of this series?
I think a cornerstone of the franchise is to embrace stories that live in all sorts of places. I don't want to speak further about the details, but yeah, we'll see.
Well, we are certainly looking forward to exploring more of Arcadia Bay on August 31st.
That's right.
Thanks so much for coming by the show.
Thank you so much for having us.
Remember, for all the latest E3 news, trailers, interviews, and so much more, go to IGN.com/E3. Stick around because the Ubisoft Pre-Show is coming up in just a few minutes. More IGN Live at E3 right after this.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
They are the first to call themselves the Assassins.
What's up, everybody? James Duggan with IGN Access here at E3 2017. Joining me is Jonathan Dornbush to talk about Assassin's Creed Origins. You got to take a little bit of a look at it, so let's examine the titular element, Origins. Tell me about it.
Origins. So we played Assassin's Creed Origins on Scorpio, which is awesome to begin with. But Origins itself, it's going back to 49 BCE, ancient Egypt. This is sort of the formation of the Brotherhood as we know it. So we're really going further than we've ever done in the series to the past, which is really exciting.
What are we looking at in terms of a kind of a unique hook for gameplay in Origins?
You have a friend Falcon Eagle sort of guy. He hangs out with you. You can send him out to search and pinpoint enemies. There's gear you can pick up. There are weapons you can pick up. It changes a lot of the experience.
You told me it's a little bit more RPG this time. Can you elaborate on that?
Sure. They're very much focusing for an action RPG element at this point. So right now you can level up Bayek, the main character. You can bring him through certain progressions. So if you're more of a stealthy player, you can focus on leveling up those skill points as opposed to the warrior sort of skills. But if you are more of a ranger, if you want to go with bows and arrows, you can also do that. So they're really giving you the freedom to play the way you want to and leave that world to explore the way you want.
Perhaps most excitingly, you played on Scorpio.
Yes.
So I have to ask, what was that like?
The ancient Egypt they've created is beautiful. There's, of course, a verticality to it, as any Assassin's Creed game has, but it's a really varied landscape, despite it, you would think desert Egypt, but there are beautiful sort of oases in the mix. You can hop onto the water on a boat, cruise around for a bit, get right off into the sands of a beach, go right into sort of a settlement. It's beautiful to play, and it ran very smoothly. It was alpha gameplay, so it was earlier, but it still played very well.
So you were talking about Bayek, the Medja, and he's kind of the main character, the protagonist. Can you tell me about his personality? Did you get to see anything like that?
He seemed to be a man of the people, as some of the assassins are. He very much was a caring, sort of stoic type.
So let's talk about the Animus. Did you get a sense that it would be in Assassin's Creed Origins?
There was really no hint of that. In the UI, you still got the Assassin's Creed sort of futuristic sci-fi touches. There were definitely like pinpoints on the map where I was like, oh, that's the modern-day Assassin's Creed sort of aesthetic, but I don't know how it plays into Bayek's story.
Great. That was a little sneak preview of Assassin's Creed Origins. This is Jonathan Dornbush. You can check his preview out on IGN.com soon, very soon. And for all things Assassin's Creed and E3, you're already in the right place at IGN.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store. Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love?
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield, and we're coming to you from Los Angeles, where in just a bit, we will take you to live at Ubisoft's press conference. Remember, no matter where you are, you can be a part of the action. Get access to IGN Live on your computer, your phone, your console. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and basically anything with an internet connection. Now, one of the most anticipated games we're going to see today is Far Cry 5, which was revealed a few weeks ago. There's a whole new setting, and the premise is making some waves. We broke down everything we know so far in this Road to E3 report.
Something is coming. You can feel it, can't you? You can feel that we are creeping towards the edge.
Far Cry 5 is the upcoming Far Cry game. It's the first one since Primal, and it is the first time the series is really just going to the heart of America in Montana. Pretty much ever since Far Cry 2, the series has been one of the most entertaining open-world sandbox playground games, and the idea of it coming to the American heartland is super exciting to me. Ubisoft actually just officially revealed Far Cry 5. We've got a couple teaser trailers, a couple tone pieces, and we know that takes place in Hope County, Montana. I think we will absolutely see Far Cry 5 at E3, most likely on Ubisoft stage, also probably on Sony stage because of a partnership agreement. My hopes for E3 is that we get a big blowout gameplay chunk that we actually get to go hands-on and see what Far Cry 5 feels like at the show. So the big things we know about Far Cry 5 right now are its setting, and we know sort of the tone it's going for and some of the characters that we're going to be interacting with, especially the villains. But the one thing I really want to see from it is what's the game going to feel like when we play? The American heartland is a lot different than, you know, the Himalayas woods or than a Caribbean island.
And I know that you are in pain. But my children, I'm here to tell you that suffering is a choice, and you can choose a better path. And some of you may fight, but in the end, you will thank us.
Joining me to break down everything we want to see and then what we actually do see, Daniel Krupa, Marty Sleva, and Alana Pierce. Marty, thank you for putting together that Road D3 report in the
I ran
clothes you're
from the other
wearing.
stage, obviously wearing the same shirt.
All recorded
You're
today.
professional.
You understand continuity.
Yeah,
Or he just has that one shirt.
Just one shirt. I am so excited for this.
I'm super excited for Far Cry 5.
Yes, so am I. So full disclosure, we can say that after the Ubisoft Conference and after the Post-Show, we're going to air an exclusive behind-the-scenes piece. I went to Montreal and talked to the developers. And then we're going to air a bunch of exclusive gameplay with the game's creative director, Dan Hay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Please look forward to that.
Yes.
But as for what we can talk about right now, we did reveal the game on IGN a few weeks ago. Catch us up to speed on where Far Cry 5 is set, what we're doing there.
Yeah, so this is the first time the series, obviously it's set in America, Hope County, Montana. You play as just an avatar. You create a character. It could be a man, a woman, any race, and you play a junior sheriff who's sort of caught in the middle of this town that's been overrun by this crazy sort of zealot cult that believes the doomsday is coming.
I feel really sorry for this junior detective. This is their first job.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I mean, usually it's like, oh, there's a burglary, or like someone stole a pie from her windowsill.
Yeah, it's a murderous cult.
Yeah, it's a murderous
your
cult.
assignment. We're in Polk County.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Oh, that's not great. But yeah, so obviously, you get this sort of grounded, like crazy sort of religious cultish story. We saw the villains in that one shot of sort of the Last Supper. It's this crazy family. But then that's also juxtaposed with the fact that this still is a Far Cry game. So there's going to be animals, there's going to be outposts, there's going to be just crazy open world action. Obviously planes, trains, trucks.
Alana, are you excited for this one?
Oh, totally. Yeah, I love Far Cry. Far Cry 3 is one of my favorite games. I'm really interested to see what we're actually going to be doing in this.
Yes.
I understand the tone, I think. I want to see more of that, but I want to see solid gameplay. You mentioned those outposts. I want to know what those look like. Liberating outposts is one of my favorite things to do in Far Cry.
Yep.
What does that look like in Hope County? I can't even picture it. So
Everything Dan Hay said about how they took the idea with an outpost, you can come from any angle and take it how you want. But in this game, they want to make the entire map an outpost.
Yeah.
So you can experiment in a bigger way.
So like David and I are from the Midwest, so when we say Montana, we sort of have an idea for what Montana is. You guys, spoilers, aren't from America.
I assume basically it's all like this.
Yeah. I mean, so like, do you in your mind is like rural America?
There's California and New York, and then it's just that.
And
it's just in between everything. Yeah.
Like, to you, in your mind, is that like a fun playground for Far Cry, which has traditionally been like the Himalayas or an island or Africa?
I have no idea. Yeah, it's really hard to say. I kind of, for some reason, expect everywhere to be snowy in the U.S. Being from Australia, where it doesn't snow very much, it's like, do we get that in this game? Are there going to be seasons? I have no idea. I don't know.
One of my favorite things about Far Cry games is like the exotic wildlife. Yeah. And so far, I've seen a cow.
Yeah?
I like cows.
Cows aren't exotic?
Cows great. But, and also, I've heard that you can train a dog in the game.
Oh, there is absolutely a dog. We're going to talk quite a bit about the dog afterwards. We have actually exclusive dog gameplay, which is wonderful. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And the dog's actually going to be here on the show, too. So that's really very exciting.
I'm going to have an asthma attack.
Love it.
The Far Cry games usually have a great villain. That's kind of like one of the things they're known for.
Yeah. So we had, obviously, Far Cry 3 had Voss. Far Cry 4 had Pagan Min. And we saw here that it's sort of this family, and it's this priest and his siblings, which you see on the sort of the Last Supper table. And it's this crazy family that sort of takes charge of Hope County by preying on people's fears and weaknesses and giving them a sliver of hope, even if it's violent hope. So, I definitely want to see more of the villains and see if they can live up to what Michael Mondo and Troy Baker did.
Well, yeah, that's why I was wondering about if they haven't revealed who's playing the villain.
No, not yet.
I wonder if that's going to be announced, if it's a well-known actor.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see.
Funny that it's so similar in premise to Outlast 2. It's kind of the same thing, right? It's like a father who like controls this whole family and makes people crazy.
As well. Family with distinct personality.
Is this a trend we're seeing emerge here?
Yeah, the crazy families. That's what's in 2017.
Crazy
that makes sense. Yeah.
Hasn't Ubisoft also said they have a new feature to reveal today for Far Cry 5?
I don't know if they've said that, but we're definitely going to reveal a new feature. What do you guys think it is? I have to play Corey because I know what it is.
When they announced the game the other week, when they showed the trailer, there were those 3 like character vignettes, and I don't think it's very clear how they factor into the game as yet, whether they're co-op characters or whether they're kind of NPCs which you
main
recruit
characters
and they're kind of your allies in the town.
Yeah, and we do
Would
know.
be cool to have a squad. people you can roll with constantly.
Especially if you're
really
taking
cool.
on a family, it makes sense for you to have your own backup.
Yeah, and they've said that you can play the whole game two-player co-op. It's two-player pop-in, pop-out co-op, which seems super fun. That's kind of the first time this series has done it. They also said multiplayer is coming back, so maybe we'll get more details on that.
Yeah. All right, we're excited. Okay, until last year, the Assassin's Creed franchise had been consistently pumping out a new title every year, sometimes even 2. So what does taking a year off mean for this next chapter, Assassin's Creed Origins?
What did you guys?
Played it.
Yeah, we played it. We got to play it. We can actually talk about it. Yeah.
Give us the info dump.
Yeah, we got to play it yesterday on the Xbox One X.
Cool.
So this was the first time either of us have obviously gone hands-on with that. And set back to ancient Egypt, I think it's 45 BC, and it's the Black Flag team. And to me, personally, it played a lot like Black Flag in a really good way.
Yeah, one thing that I really liked, and one of the first things that I actually did, was just found a boat that was just parked on a dock, got in it, sailed away. Just because you can do that. I felt like I had a lot of freedom, and there was kind of less. I feel like when you were getting in boats, even in Black Flag, it was more of a task. You just had to wait for it to load in. Sometimes it would drop through the water. There was all that kind of stuff. Didn't see any bugs, so that's great. But it felt like I really had the choice to do anything in a way that is probably one of my favorite things that they constantly expand on in Assassin's Creed games.
Yeah.
It's like there's a lot of stuff that you can do. And I got on this boat, sailed out into the sea, and then found hidden treasure underwater, dove down, picked up a bow, and in my inventory it immediately told me that it was kind of a rare item that was better than any of the other bows I had equipped. So I think there's going to be a kind of in-depth loot system here. It looks like there's a lot of customization and RPG elements as well, which I'm really excited about.
That sounds awesome.
I think it's really key they spend like the conference today emphasizing what has changed, because in the Xbox conference you saw some gameplay and it looks like Assassin's Creed, so you don't necessarily convey all the things and the ways that it has changed.
Yeah.
I felt a little that way playing it, but you felt less that way.
Yeah,
I was like, this feels a lot like Assassin's Creed to me, in a way that I didn't think it was quite different enough, but...
Yeah, so I played a little bit more than you did, and some of the differences to me, it felt, you mentioned the boat earlier, stealing animals and boats almost felt like GTA Watch Dogs, where it was more consumable, which I like. Like you said, like in Black Flag, it was like, if you got on a boat, it was sort of this like laborious task, whereas here it was like, well, I'm gonna steal this fisherman's boat and just go to that island, so
do you get to do much of the combat? Because that seems the thing they've really rejigged, because it's about like hitboxes and adjusting your distance, which is way more like Dark Souls. We saw the parry in the trailer.
And they even have emphasized that they want bosses. Like, they weren't saying Dark Souls, but everything they were saying about the bosses that you have to learn the patterns of, that you have to learn how to counter, parry, dodge. I'm like, this sounds
I think
like Souls.
using Dark Souls is kind of like shorthand for like a more complex combat system.
Yeah.
I mean,
we saw the basilisk in the trailer.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this gameplay demo from the Microsoft Conference ends with a boss fight, right?
Yes.
A really large
this is like
soldier,
crazy gladiator. But yeah, like Alana said too, there's also like they're going into mythological things. Like this it's ancient Egypt, but it's sort of it's the height of the grandeur of Egypt, but also right before, like the precipice of the downfall. So this is like the pyramids have already been built, the gods have already been set, and all of it's sort of ready to be torn into ruin.
Like the series always had supernatural elements, but I think going that far back in time, you're kind of unshackled by history a little bit to like go a bit more crazy.
It's also supposed to be, with the name Origins, the start of the Brotherhood, and it seems like they're not going to have the Animus in it.
I would
like
I would be totally fine with that.
In your experience so far, you haven't seen any hints of that?
No, there wasn't like a glitch or anything, or like a weird voice from the present day.
Well, this almost continues the trend of Syndicate, which is actually a really good Assassin's Creed game, but I think people were so fatigued by the time that came out, not a lot of people played it as they should have done. And in that game, the characters are almost bored of the Animus. And all the kind of stuff.
So I feel like hopefully this has been in development since Black Flag, so 3.5 years. And I hope they took some feedback from Unity and Syndicate, and taking the year off, I hope helps.
And you were talking about how in Far Cry 5 you create your character.
Yes.
That's not the case in Assassin's Creed, is it?
No, this is
Dayak
is the character you play. We don't know a ton about him other than he was the last of the Maid, I believe, which is like a race of warriors, and so he feels sort of Altair-ish, where he seems very noble. He very much seems like a man of the people.
One thing I really liked is actually when you go back to that town, which I guess is his hometown, I felt like the characters in the town were actually alive. People were interacting with what I was doing, which is something that I think Assassin's Creed kind of has failed on in the past, where they only react to you if you brush them. So it felt more alive. People were waving. People were acknowledging my presence.
You shouldn't be doing that to strangers in a town, Molly.
It's my hometown. I can brush them.
Oh yeah, good point.
It just felt a lot more dense and populated and alive, and I'm all for that.
that. Yeah, and they said that there's a day-night cycle and that all NPCs, no matter if you were 5 kilometers away from them, 10, have a life they live. So a farmer will farm during the day, and at night he'll go to a bar and drink, or whatever the 45 BC version of a pub is. I'm not a farmer.
Maybe they're getting into some nighttime business.
There you go. Nighttime business.
It could be happening. You can't see it.
Great business.
Another game, South Park, The Fractured Butthole, was delayed like the previous game. That's what the game's called. Delayed like the previous game, The Stick of Truth, but we'll hopefully get our hands on it soon. What do we want out of this sequel?
The same thing.
Just more of the same.
I love South Park. It's probably my favorite TV show. I'm mostly against annualized franchises. I don't tend to want to play the same game every year. If it's South Park, because it just plays like an episode of the show, I am so for that.
Yeah.
And I think it's, I expect to see something more of this at the conference, but considering that it was supposed to be out before
kind of
now.
missed its release date already.
Yeah,
At
I'm
least
interested
more just
in what they
to
show
remind
us.
people that it's still coming, it's still great.
So I rewatched last year's Ubisoft Conference this morning, and this was the only game there that isn't out yet. Every other game that was at the conference last year has already come out. And so this is the only game featured. And so I'm curious to see how it's changed in the past year. Like, we knew the big change last year was that it's no longer sort of a 16-bit traditional JRPG. It's now more tactical, Fire Emblem-y. There was like a grid system, which I wasn't crazy about last year.
Yeah, I read the preview for that last year, so I saw it just behind closed doors, and it seems definitely a lot more complicated, is what I'll say. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but hopefully we'll see kind of more depth to that today. I'm also expecting for today's conference to honestly be super vulgar. Like, I'm really expecting them to just go, this is South Park, this is so different to everything else we have on show. I'm kind of expecting them just to make it completely disgusting, and I'm totally fine with that.
Well, it's like you were saying, you just kind of want more of the same. So I wonder, what does Ubisoft even really have to show? If people are already on board.
And they've already said the release date. They already said, hey, it's coming in October.
Yeah, that's why I'm expecting just very funny. I think we're going to get like a set piece or just a very small chunk of the game that is either hilarious or incredibly well.
Or get something from like Stone and Parker, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll film this bit of segment.
Yeah, they were on stage last year, so might have again.
Yeah. All right, we have to take a quick break, but afterwards we will talk about this insane Mario and Rabbids crossover and more. IGN Live's Ubisoft Pre-Show will be right back.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. We are under 10 minutes away from the start of Ubisoft's press conference, and we'll take you there as soon as it starts. Now, let's talk about this Mario and Rabbids crossover game. Ubisoft has not officially announced it yet, but if leaked materials are to be believed, it features Mario and friends teaming up with Ubisoft's Rabbids from the Rayman universe.
Just what we all always wanted.
It's what people have been clamoring for. Well, tell me your thoughts on this. You know, people love the Mario RPG, the old Mario RPG game. So I think people would be excited if we get a Mario RPG. It's just a little unusual to pair them up with Rabbids.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by this.
It is. Like, weirdly, this is one of the things I want to see from this conference, because I'm like, what the hell is this game? And we know it's, like, for all intents and purposes, we know it's real. Like, the amiibo have leaked, the key art has leaked, like, the fact sheet has leaked. But I also want to know, is Ubisoft developing this? Is Nintendo developing this? Like, is this the Rabbids studio? Is this the Mario and Luigi studio?
No idea. That's all I have to say is I don't know what this is. I'm excited to find out more. I expect it to be very funny.
I think it's easy to be quite dismissive of it or a bit critical. Mario's had a long history of appearing in other games and jumping to other genres, and I just don't think it's really for me. But I don't mind it existing, Damon.
Dan, you're from the old country.
I am. You know that's not France.
I know, but you're closer than we are.
Can you explain there and everything? It's crazy.
I think rabbits are more popular. Is that true? Is that your perception?
Yeah,
That's the reason,
not in London where I live.
Okay, not in London.
But in France, I think
the minions of Europe.
They actually have their own. I actually do know a little bit about this because I got up at 4 a.m. to research rabbits, and they do have their own theme park, rides and theme parks in France. They are crazy popular. They're on TV. They have their own animated series. Yeah, the series on Nickelodeon. Yeah, they are really popular, and I think Ubisoft really benefits from having that character positioned alongside Mario, which is going to bring in more people. So you're going to expose your own character to loads more kids.
For sure, and the first 3 games we talked about were South Park, Assassin's Creed, and Far Cry, which kids probably shouldn't play or do, whatever, if you're a bad parent. But this is a game, this isn't for us. Or the best parent. This isn't for us, this is for kids. And if this means that Ubisoft is taking the Switch seriously and making unique games for it, I'm all for that because I have a Switch and I love it, and I want more companies to make unique games for it. I don't want Assassin's Creed and Far Cry on my Switch. I want someone to make something different that's just for this. And so if this is a stepping stone towards something I'm actually excited about, then cool.
I think it'd be a very different conversation around it if Odyssey wasn't coming out later this year. Yeah. But the fact that that exists, you're going to get another Mario game. That's great.
What if the Rabbit's coming there, though? Because we know he's going to New Donk City. He's going to what we think
Rabbit
is
Town.
Mexico. What if he goes to Rabbit Land?
Yeah.
France.
France?
That's where they live.
It's just France.
Yeah.
It is really nice to see a third party supporting the Switch in a big way.
Yeah.
The only other mention we've had at E3 so far from a third party has been Bethesda last night with Skyrim coming to Switch. But this isn't a port. This is something brand new.
Yeah.
So
Ubisoft really getting behind it because they've also got the Rayman stuff, which we doesn't have a release date yet. Yeah. And they were there at launch. They had Just Dance as well. So
and they said
really
Steep's coming to it. So we might actually have a pretty big Switch presence at the show today.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Ubisoft has promised it will be unveiling new IP today. Any guesses as to what that might be?
I would like to say Splinter Cell.
Which one? Splinter Cell?
Splinter Cell.
Not new IP, but
sorry.
Splinter Cell would be great.
I thought you were on about surprises.
Yeah.
It's hard to guess a new IP, but I'm going to say it's open world.
It's probably open world. So
Ubisoft is good at that.
There's two guesses. If you guys played Watch Dogs 2, there was a mission where you infiltrate Ubisoft's SF office and you find leaked footage of a game. And it's this prototype of it's like twanging guitar music. It almost feels like Cowboy Bebop. It's this space salvage game. And there were some rumors, I think Kotaku reported that, hey, this was a game that was actually in development at one time. So, and Ubisoft doesn't really have a sci-fi spacey thing. So maybe that's something.
That's true.
And then since Black Flag, we've pretty much heard rumors about just a straight up pirate game. And so maybe we finally get the pirate game that we've sort of made predictions of for the past couple of years.
I think it would be a weird time to release a pirate game, but I can't see that happening just with Sea of Thieves and also with Origins having the kind of piratey aspects as well. But I mean, we've heard about that for quite a long time, so it's possible.
Yeah, and I saw the latest Pirates of the Caribbean movie by myself on my 31st birthday the other week.
That's the saddest story I've ever heard.
It wasn't great.
No.
So I feel like now's the time not to do pirates.
Personally had enough of them.
Yeah, I think I'm having an existential crisis right now.
Well, there is also, this is a new IP, but we keep hearing that Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still a thing. It's still being worked on.
E3 again.
I feel like this is like the E3 drinking game for the past decade is will Michel Ancel come out?
I feel like if that happens, I will cry. I honestly think if it finally ends up happening, I will just burst out into tears and someone will have to fix my makeup before the post-show. I don't think it's going to happen.
We have this footage, which was from the Reagan administration. But so obviously after this, they went off the grid for a while, but then Yves Guillemot is just randomly posting on Instagram, not Yves Guillemot, sorry, Michel Ancel is randomly posting on Instagram like, the game's in development, here's some character art. I'm like, what are you doing? Don't you have PR? Is there anyone to tell you not to? This looks awesome, though.
It does look awesome.
And the first one is so beloved by everyone who played it back in the GameCube
so much
era.
quirky, lovable personality. Like it's just such a friendly game, and it would also fit in theory in with more of their kid-friendly games. Like you said, we have South Park, which is going to be incredibly vulgar, and Far Cry is going to be more mature. So it kind of evens out that lineup.
This is an open world game where you're not slitting people's throats and fighting crazy cults.
It really does look like Assassin's Creed on that shot, though.
It's fine. For sure. It's fine.
The Ubisoft press conference should be starting any moment now, so any moment we're going to throw you over there. Make sure you stick around afterwards for all of our post-show coverage. Quick rapid fire. What does the Ubisoft have to do to really get people talking about their conference this year? Have people talking afterwards?
I would really like new content for Rainbow Six Siege and for The Division. Those are the two things that I really want. More support for those games. We know that they have a really good history of rolling out DLC, and I want to see continued support for those two titles specifically.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally think they're going to show a bunch of coverage from those games, and then who are those men? And games as a service has been huge for them lately, so I think they're going to double down on that.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'd like a couple of surprises. I feel like we know a lot of the games that are going to be there because they announced them the other week, Far Cry and so on, but I'd like a few more surprises in there, I think.
Yeah, I guess to recap everything we know, Far Cry 5, Assassin's Creed, Origins, Mario Crash Rabbids.
And maybe the Crew
I am
2.
being told the conference is starting. Okay. We're going to throw you over there right now. Send you to the Orpheum Theater and stick around afterwards because we will be back with our reactions as soon as the show ends. See you soon.
Hello everyone, and thank you. We've always wondered what could happen if our crazy rabbits were unleashed upon the world of Mario. Today, the dream is reality. And to talk about this unexpected encounter, it is my great honor to welcome a very special guest, someone I truly admire. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, Miyamoto-san. Thank you for coming. We are so happy to have you today. So what have you brought with you?
Well,
what did you bring?
This is a life-size replica of one of the weapons from this game.
Wow. Cool, I'm sure you love it.
I brought one for you.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Wow. Woo. So let's take a picture.
Bill-san, he can help our conversation. これほら、ね、ゴーストリーコンのとちょっと違うでしょ?
These are a little bit different from the weapons you see in Ghost Recon.
可愛いでしょ?
Yeah, very different weapons for very different worlds. This one is, I think, very effective in the world of Mario and Rabbit. So, should do well. I'm so proud of Ubisoft's long-standing collaboration with Nintendo. You know, from the DS to the Wii, and more recently for the impressive launch of the Switch. You know, it has always been, we have always been inspired by Nintendo and by all the great work you have been able to do.
そうですね、本当にいつも UBI さんにはね、協力いただいてありがとうございます。
Yes, thank you very much for all the work that we've been able to do together over the years with Ubisoft.
もうほら、出会ってから25年ぐらい経つんですよね。
I mean, Yves, it's already been about 25 years since you and I first met.
で、E3 とかに来るたんびに UBI さんのブースを僕は訪問して、でビデオで撮ってもらって、社内のビデオに登場したりしてましたね。
And every year at E3, you're kind enough to invite me to your booth, and we get to take lots of pictures and videos, and I've even recorded messages for Ubisoft employees in the past.
でそのたんびにね、なんか UBI の開発の皆さんのすごい任天堂ゲーム愛みたいなものを感じてきました。
So over the years, I've always felt the deep, heartfelt passion that Ubisoft developers have for Nintendo and its characters.
それは一方でね、僕は同じ開発者としてライバルですから、こう戦う姿勢で頑張ってきたんですけど。
But on the other hand, because we're both software developers, we've also looked at each other as kind of rivals and tried to see who could make the best software.
けどイブさんからラビッツの人形をもらったりいろいろして、僕の席の前にもラビッツがいっぱいあるんですけども。そういうラビッツのヒューモアはすごく理解してました。
But of course, I've known the Rabbids characters for many years, and I have many Rabbids figures decorating my desk. And so I've always been a fan of the characters and their humor.
だから今回の話があった時に、ラビッツがどんなユーモアをこうゲームの中で見せてくれるかすごい楽しみにしてたんですね。
So since this project first started, I've been very excited to see what kind of humor the Rabbids could bring to the Mario world.
で、ただダビデさんに会った時にね。ダビデさんに一つだけお願いしたんです。
So when I met Davide-san, who is the creative director of this game, yes. When I met Davide-san, I had just one condition for this project.
絶対こうジャンプするゲームとかそういうプラットフォームゲームじゃなくて。マリオで今まで作ったことのないジャンルのゲームを作ってほしいとお願いしました。
I said, whatever you do, don't try to make a jump game or a Mario platformer. Try to make a Mario game that has never been made before.
よかったですね。
And it's great.
And I can tell you, it was an exciting, very exciting challenge for all our teams. And I think we've done something you will love. So, thank you very much for giving us the chance to perform on this game.
はい、本当にこうヨーロッパで作るとこんなものができるのかとかね。それからUBI さんやっぱりアクションゲームをちゃんと作ってる会社なんで、こう単性のストラテジーゲームというもののちゃんとこうテンポのいいゲームが出来上がりました。
And so, of course, because the game is being made in Europe, it has a very unique flavor to it. And of course, Ubisoft is very good at making action games, but this game in particular has a great layer of strategy and tactics to it, but with a very good pace.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fresh, actually. So now let's welcome Xavier, the producer of the game, and he will show us the game. So thanks again. Thanks again, Miyamoto. Thank you.
Finally, we can talk about this project. So we've been working on this game for more than 3 years now, and to be at E3 today on this stage is just super exciting. So, what is this game exactly? So Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle is a tactical adventure exclusive for the Nintendo Switch, and let's check right away some gameplay. So the Rabbids have been teleported into the Mushroom Kingdom, and it made the world completely unstable and chaotic. So Mario, as a true hero, wants to save the day. But this time, with some new friends. And at first, they don't really know each other, but in the end, they will form this dream team that will potentially Save the Mushroom Kingdom. And as the game is a turn-based tactical adventure game, combat is a really big part of the concept. So you'll fight wave after wave of rabbit that somehow turn bad. And what we see here is just the very beginning of the game, so it will be perfect to talk about the combat basics. So the two flags you see on the screen here is to tell you that this is a battlefield zone. So you'll switch from exploration mode to battle mode. The blue zone is your zone of movement, so you move anywhere you want in that zone. But you can also use battlefield ingredients, such as covers for protection. So Rabbit Luigi here using half cover or full cover. And we also have what we call team jump. So by jumping on your teammates, you can expand your zone of movement. So here, Rabbit Peach, using Mario, she's able to flank the enemy. So you can also attack the enemy behind that cover and expose them by destroying that cover, which is really interesting in terms of strategy because for the next turns, you'll be open for attacks. And last but not least, techniques. So from defensive ones, like Rabbit Peach shield boost, or offensive ones, like Mario's Hero Sight. He's able to attack the enemy even if it's not his turn, as soon as the enemy moves. So this is a very core aspect of the game itself. So you mix and match attack options, movement abilities, techniques, but we also have other ingredients such as pipes, rabbit pipes. So those give you a good move to flank the enemy. So here, for example, Rabbit Luigi goes into the pipe, out of the pipe, dash the enemy, goes for Mario, team jump, land behind the enemy in one single movement sequence, and then finish off the enemy. And what we see here is actually explosive cover. So those have many type of super effects, and this one was a push effect. So you can push heroes or enemies out of the boundaries. So again, this is just a glimpse into the basics of the game. And as you progress into the game, you have more tactic tools. You'll be able to do more combo setups. You'll be able to use different type of heroes, different type of weapons, in order to battle your way through the kingdom. Thank you. And that's just a glimpse into the game itself. But first and foremost, this is a project done with passion, with our hearts. So it would not exist otherwise. So we just can't wait for you guys to try the game at E3 this week. For those who are not at E3, you'll see online coverage, videos, and surprises. So have a great conference. Have a great E3. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ashraf Ismail, Game Director for Assassin's Creed Origins. I've waited a long time to say that. Almost 10 years ago, I, as many of you, fell in love with a game. That game took us to the Third Crusade. And we fell in love again when it took us to the Italian Renaissance. Over the years, this amazing series has taken us to the American Revolution, the French Revolution, Victorian London, and of course, to the Republic of Pirates. For the 10-year anniversary of Assassin's Creed, for our fans, for ourselves, and for all newcomers, we wanted to go back, very far back, to show how it all began. Since Black Flag, over the last 3.5 years, we have poured our energy, our talent, our passion into bringing the land of pyramids, pharaohs, and mummies to life, to bring ancient Egypt to life. Now, Egypt challenged us. It fundamentally challenged us to reinvent what it means to be Assassin's Creed. And over the next few days, you will see, play, and feel this reinvented experience. I am deeply honored and proud to be here representing the amazing work of a phenomenal team, and thrilled to finally be able to show you this beast we have been building. Without further ado, here is a taste of Egypt.
Across your screen, got you in the air. 15 minutes of freedom, still 3/5 so late. Sterilize your chain, yeah. All my blood is in vain.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As an extra treat, let's check in with home base, where we're going to get a glimpse of what you'll see right after the UB conference.
Hey there, folks. Chris Waters here at the home base with Hanny Duong and Carl Lewitt, producer on Assassin's Creed Origins at Ubisoft Singapore. Carl's here to give us a look at the gameplay of the game. We're going to be entering the open world. We've got a ton more to show you, but Carl, kick it off. Give us a little taste here.
Yes, so here we are in the open world of Egypt. This is the demo that we will be showing on the show floor here at E3. Bayek is riding into the Fayum, one of the regions in Egypt, the most southernmost region. It's a beautiful area. We see we've come in from the desert, moving towards this Lake Moris. And let's have a little exploration around here using our Eagle scenery.
It's sunny on the lake and it's sunny on the monitor here, but folks, this looks really good. It's running on an Xbox One X, and we'll be giving you the gameplay feed after the show. We've got 30 minutes of that coming up, but let's see if we can see from a bird's eye view what Seinu is up to.
Yeah, so Seinu is looking into this military camp and tagging a few enemies here. After the show, we will infiltrate this camp and take it out either through stealth or combat or perhaps ranged weaponry.
All right, if you guys want to see more of this, be sure to tune in right after the conference. Chris and I and Carl here will be right here. Ash will be joining us as well. You won't want to miss it.
That 30 minutes live gameplay feed is coming up after the show, but for now, it's back to the stage and on with the excitement.
That's it for now. Thank you. Thank you. So don't forget that you can watch this demo in its entirety after the conference, live stream from our home base. And for those of you here at E3, please come to the Ubisoft booth where you can live this new experience of Assassin's Creed. Thank you very much.
Hey, here's your chance.
Driver with a promising career dominate off-road racing on his way to the top.
Our champion swerves around it brilliantly. Now that's the skill that wins no matter what the engine, no matter what the track. He is this season's undisputed motorsports champion, coming out of nowhere to rise to the top.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 2 years back, the crew took the driving genre out there to the big, wide, open world of the USA. Thanks to our players, we have taken this iconic vision to the next level. They showed us what they liked and what they wanted to see in the futures. Now, it's time to take it way beyond driving. I am Stéphane Bellet, Creative Director. This is The Crew 2. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Here in the US, Motorsports are louder, bigger, edgier than anywhere else in the world. Drivers and fans meet across the country and celebrate a common passion for all things motorized. Now's your chance to join in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to The Crew 2, home of Modern Nation. In the heart of the city, street racers prove their skills, skidding on rooftops, burning asphalt, and tuning their rides. Forge your own path off-road through the striking beauty of nature. Tame, unpredictable waves on the open ocean, rapid waters, or narrow rivers. Fearless pilots rule the skies, spin between buildings, through the clouds, among stunning perspectives. Thank you. All across the country, high-octane contests await you. Take the lead on Modern Nation. You've had a glimpse of The Crew 2. Register now for beta access or play the demo at the booth. Experience TC2 for yourself. Enjoy the ride. Thank you.
as one team. We all wanted to be superheroes for the same reason. You're a traitor, Tweak, and now you're with a group of super traitors. This was started by you. We aren't the ones who walked out of the fucking franchise, Mysterion. Why would the Freedom Pals help us? We send a spy, someone in our group who pretends to want to switch sides and join Freedom Pals. Somebody who they don't know very well. All that's fair in love and war, Freedom Pussies. You fucking animal.
You've got problems, new kid. Whatever you did last night got a lot of people's attention. Bad people. If you need information, just know you can rely on Call Girl.
Who the fuck is that? So I guess now any fucking asshole thinks they can be a superhero. We're gonna rip you apart. Dude, Mysterion is pissed at you, new kid. Toolshed.
Toolshed is a gadgeteer class visionary archetype.
And a butt-fucking traitor.
Eric, you must listen to me.
Get out of my head, Timmy.
Your franchise is going nowhere. Face the truth, Eric. You guys are kind of douchebags.
He just called us douchebags in my mind.
He did?
Southpaw, the fractured but home.
Available October 17th.
There was this sort of synergy of, well, we're looking to do something interesting in VR, and we've got this division, and you're looking to sort of bring, you know, what sense you have of storytelling within, and put that into the context of VR.
You can, for the first time as a player, feel like you are in a movie.
That's a really good word for it. We want you to take off the gear and still feel unsettled.
Whilst working with Ubisoft, we stumbled across some fascinating research that had begun in the late 90s. Essentially, neuroscientists had figured out a way to upload brain data, trauma, emotions, memories, to the digital space. Now, we've gone and taken the next logical step, and with Ubisoft, we've recreated in virtual reality one such test subject. So we'd like you to come and join us and experience the Walter test case for yourself. Again.
What you're experiencing is a recorded consciousness. It's not unlike watching a movie, so no matter how real it may seem, it can't hurt you. You are completely safe. You are completely safe.
And now, I'm happy to share a new surprise with you. Building on the legacy of one of our most popular worlds, the super talented teams of Ubisoft Singapore came up with something really, really unique. So I want you to see that and enjoy. Thank you.
Men from all over the world sail the treacherous trade routes of the Indian Ocean. The riches in their holds fuel their dreams of power and fortune, while whetting the appetites of those they fear most. Pirates.
120 days. That's how long the average pirate survived a lawless life on the seas during the golden age of piracy. I'm Justin Farron, the creative director for Skull and Bones, and this is your chance to not just survive, but to climb the food chain and surpass the legend of every pirate who ever sailed the high seas. Since bringing innovative naval combat to Assassin's Creed, we at Ubisoft Singapore have set out to bring you the ultimate pirate experience. A tactical action game where we take that naval combat to the next level, mastering the ocean and its winds at the helm of ships armed to the teeth. Skull and Bones takes place in a shared systemic world where you can sail solo or form a gang of pirates with your friends, and together terrorize the trade routes of the Indian Ocean. Season after season, you'll collaborate and compete with other bloodthirsty players, even execute ruthless betrayals, in order to become the ultimate pirate kingpin. Now I'm proud to share with you the Loot Hunt, one of Skull and Bones' 5 versus 5 team-based PvP modes. Right on, right? We've just received intel that merchant convoys rich with treasure are sailing just off the coast of Madagascar. But beware, there are other pirates also looking to plunder the PvP disputed waters of the Indian Ocean.
The Priscellus Shallows of Madagascar. Located on the cusp of a bustling trade route, it is the perfect place for an ambush. Here is our gang of pirates, the Raiders, going head-to-head with a gang of rival players, the Cutthroats. Victory goes to the team with the most loot at the end of the hunt.
Are we ready for a hunt?
Knowing how to sail with the wind is a pirate's most precious skill. Use the winds to increase your speed or to position yourself for tactical advantage in battle. To reap the most rewards, it is best to split up, some going inland, others keeping to the open sea. Each warship has unique strengths. The frigate's hull is reinforced, its arsenal equipped with numerous culverin cannons. The brigantine is devastating up close, with a battering ram designed to break any resistance. The sloop of war kills from afar, with its crippling long-ranged mortars and precise long 9 cannons.
Sail! Flying hostile colors! All sail! Ride the wind! All hands on deck! Position fixed!
Open fire!
Nothing will save you now! Brace for impact! Woo! Drown, you soggy nutmegs!
Don't let bloodlust cloud your purpose. You're here for the loot, and so are your rivals.
Store the goods, then back to your stations.
The team that escapes with the most loot claims victory. Searching for more targets on the horizon, our sloop of war spots a rival pirate ship further inland. With its heavily reinforced hull, our frigate swoops in to save the day, bearing the brunt of the damage.
Another day, another victim!
Speed, Mr. Mercy! Vamos con todo!
Our gang of pirates is now taking aim at the frigate, and it will take team coordination to take her down.
Fuego! Hold tight, lad! That ship's badly damaged!
They are killing! We can take their ship!
With the enemy ship's broadside now vulnerable, our frigate rushes in to board her.
No water! Taste of blackened silver. Fancy snorting some fish piss?
We've got pirate hunters!
It's the Rat Fleet! Man over! Rockets away!
Pirate hunters have been sent in, signaling the end of the hunt. They target the pirates with the most stolen loot.
Time to make our escape, Captain, or we are good for the news.
They're firing mortars! Full tilt, Silvo, full tilt!
The pirate hunter defenses are so strong that the only option is escape. The brigantine is sacrificing herself to buy time for the frigate, who carries the most loot. The frigate now needs to make its escape through the reefs.
Captain, let's make for the reefs!
Successful pirates know when to run, with their hulls full and the wind at their backs.
Sailor, what will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Lie in the
Thank you all very much. I'd like to invite you to play the loot hunt at the Ubisoft booth at E3. And please register for our live phases online. Oh, and one thing I forgot to mention. The world of Skull and Bones is one that evolves. When you act, it reacts.
That if I did not kiss the girls, my lips would grow a moldy. Way, ho, away, we'll haul away.
너에게 날 맞추지 마. 나에게 더 바라지 마. 거품처럼 커진 맘을 버블 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 팝 버블 버블 팝 있는 그대로 생각해봐. 보이는 대로 날 바라봐줘. 거품처럼 커진 맘을 버블 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 팝 버블 버블 팝 but I still wanna dance with somebody. I just wanna dance with somebody. I just wanna dance with somebody. I just wanna dance with somebody. It could be anybody. Tell me how you got somebody. Don't matter who you are, just love me the way I just wanna dance with somebody. I just wanna dance with somebody. Ooh, wanna dance with somebody. Hey!
Hey everyone, I'm BB Rexa, and Just Dance 2018 is out this October on all consoles. Bye!
You use it as a telephone. You use it as a camera. It's your music player, your flashlight, calculator, and GPS navigation device. But now, finally, the most high-tech company in the world has unlocked the mobile phone's true potential so that it can do what it was truly meant to do.
We are playing Cowboys and Indians. Hey, new kid, we need you to come play with us. Put on some cowboy shit and meet us outside. And bring your phone. Whoa, we're playing Cowboys and Indians, dickhole. Inuits are technically Native Americans. This new kid puts me to shame. Rip these guys a new asshole, new kid.
Phone destroyer!
Atlas, jewel of the Pleiades. Nova took us to the stars. Each new world more incredible than the last. We had no idea what was waiting for us. The Legion. It consumes everything in its path. They've never used Starlink before. Go show them what it can do.
Okay, let's do this. Come on. I got it.
Chase, how's it going?
Breaking atmosphere. Let's even the odds.
Judge, we need to buy time for me to jumpstart the engine.
They are resisting ice barrage. Linking fire loadout.
We're up against impossible odds, but together
We will adapt and overcome.
Hi, I'm Matt Rose, producer at Ubisoft Toronto. Like many of you, I grew up in the 80s, obsessed with sci-fi, animation, comics, and of course, all the really cool toys. At Ubisoft Toronto, we built a team with a dream of bringing those amazing childhood memories back to life for a new generation. Starlink Battle for Atlas allows you to take control of a team of star pilots in a massive, open, living star system, fighting to save Atlas from the Forgotten Legion. Build your custom starship, and then adapt to new challenges on the fly. Link extra armor and heavy weapons to take on a huge Legion Prime. Search for ancient secrets lost on the worlds of Atlas, or outrun outlaws through an asteroid field. Freedom is at the core of Starlink Battle for Atlas. Collect your way with both physical Starship collectibles and digital versions available, and even take your game on the go using the power of Nintendo Switch. Visit starlinkgame.com for more information, and stay tuned for many more surprises over the coming months. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Coutaz. I'm the studio director at Ubisoft Annecy. It's a pleasure for me to be back on stage after our announcement at E3 last year. And we have had, since then, a full year of support and continuous development of Steep. Since the very beginning of this project, we have been working with athletes, and we have always been impressed by their passion and dedication. We learned how one champion spent 300 days a year on a trampoline to practice for that perfect landing. We learned how others make more than 6 million turns to practice for the 15 they have to race in competition. These athletes, they travel to the world to train with the best, to compete with the strongest, and to challenge themselves with the most experienced and skilled coaches. It's truly a level of passion and dedication that goes well beyond our everyday lives. And when you talk to the very best of these men and women, you realize that there is something they always have in back of their minds at all times. It's a dream that takes years of preparation for just one go at that unforgettable moment. This December, with our first Steep expansion, this is a journey you will take. Enjoy.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away, but you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. You'd lay awake and scheme of all the things that you would change, but it was just a dream.
Hi, my name is Dan Hay, and I'm the executive producer of Far Cry the brand, as well as the creative director of Far Cry 5. I'd like to introduce you to Hope County, Montana. Vast, beautiful, rugged. A place where people don't even lock their front door anymore. But that's how it used to be. Today, Hope County's been overrun by a fanatical cult. You find yourself trapped deep in cult territory, cut off from the rest of the world. They've closed the roads. There's no cell phone signal, no 911. People are fucking scared. I had to say it. And just up ahead, the small town of Falls End has been completely overrun. If you're gonna survive, you and your guns for hire are gonna need to save it. But to do that, well, you're gonna need to raise some hell.
We got piggies. Town looks like a war zone. Where do you want me? Water tower, got it. I'm in position.
You will be cleansed. You will confess your sins. You will atone. For only then will you walk in the light of our Father and be delivered.
Boom, boom, motherfuckers.
Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. Boom, 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 boom.
Behind you.
Bang, 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 bang.
Gonna need more help.
I love the way you walk, and I love the way you talk. When you walk that walk, and you talk that talk. You knocks me out off my feet.
Looks like you could use some help.
Boom, 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 boom.
Target
bang,
a
bang,
fucking
bang,
quad.
Boom, 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 boom.
Where's your master? I don't deal with domesticated.
Hey, the fuck? I ain't got no master, but I do have your little toy.
Show me the idol. Show me the Redeemer.
Here you go, mate.
Oh,
Yo, hand it over. I got a hot date who don't do late.
Monkey's got a date.
Mwah.
What? What?
What? That's Swiss fucking chocolate, pig. Bon appetito.
I want every fucking cop in this fucking city after that fucking bastard!
Grab my chassis, Noxie!
Easy peasy, bro.
Shit! Hang on!
Bang, bang, motherfuckers! Fuck me.
Damn! Do it!
It's about bloody time. Let's see what we've got. Moksha. Just as Yama described it. True freedom lies beyond.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. First of all, I want to say a big thank you to all the teams who worked very, very, very hard on creating all this world. Again, thank you to all these teams behind us. I want also to say thank you to Yves, with all my heart. Thanks, Yves, for making this happen. This is just amazing. And also, a special thanks to the fans of Beyond Good and Evil for sticking with us for so long.
It's about bloody time.
15 years. Almost.
So welcome to System 3. Our story takes place before the birth of Jade, in a multi-ethnic, multicultural human society in a distant solar system. It is a time when corporations create hybrids in their labs and enslave them to colonize the stars in order to compete for power and cosmic resources. With our crew of crazy and unforgettable characters, we fight in the name of freedom and the right to determine our own fate among the stars. And we will helm massive starfaring vessels through territories as spectacular as they are dangerous.
We've been working very hard just on the technology during 3 years. And today, we have a seamless online playground where we can travel across space at the speed of light. We can explore mysterious cities and discover unknown lands by ourselves or with friends. And we want you to participate in the making of this great adventure. Join our Space Monkey program. Today, and help us make Beyond Good and Evil a world that will challenge us and bring us together for thousand adventure, thrills, and fun. And please, Eve, just join us. This is. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, you guys. You know, Gabrielle and Michel, you've done a fantastic job. It's amazing what you have been able to achieve, and you and I and all the teams have the power of creating games that will amaze all the gamers. And I think video games can help us to grow and to get better. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now, I would like to thank everyone here in the room and those who are watching us from home. Thank you for listening today, and thank you for playing our games. So to all the teams at Ubisoft, thank you for your incredible imagination and enthusiasm. All of us here, we wish you all a lot of fun playing games this year. So thank you very much, and have a great E3.
Okay, wait, look, most important.
There you have it. Ubisoft just finished its E3 press conference, and there is so much to cover in our post-show. I'm Damon Hatfield, and joining me once again is Daniel Krupa, Marty Sleva, and Alana Pierce. Is everybody okay?
No.
Yeah,
I
actually
cried.
There are emotions happening here. Ladies and
That was one of the most interesting components I felt about the game, especially like way ahead of its time back.
Packs.
Yeah.
And then there's obviously a really, really dense city, so I wonder how much verticality and height the city actually has. I wonder how much of that you can actually explore.
Yeah, totally.
It looks so dense.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to think of how open world games have evolved in the last 15 years, like imagine what you could do in this setting in, 2017 or most likely 2018, 19, 20 when this comes out.
I like to think it's really far along, just because a game that's been rumored for so long.
Sure.
If you announce it prematurely and then you keep people waiting yet again, I think that's kind of a dangerous game to play.
Yeah.
So hopefully it is quite advanced.
I mean, this reminds me, I feel like when I started in the industry, there were 5 games that people wanted. It was Final Fantasy VII Remake, Last Guardian, Shenmue 3, this, and Half-Life 3.
Yeah, so there's just Half-Life 3.
There's just Half-Life 3.
Never going to happen.
Well, we said the same thing about this. This looks great. They also announced multiplayer playing with your friends, so it seems like, I mean, that's just Ubisoft's MO.
Yeah, I am a little bit concerned that they will put that into the single player because, they did that with Wildlands. That's something that I don't like so much. I want this to be an incredibly rich story driven by the characters in that, because Beyond Good and Evil is so quirky and funny and
Yeah,
unique.
I think maybe it's quite telling they brought the narrative designer on as well to maybe signal that.
And it looks like they have characters who are built in rather than being, people that you can customize and then
Totally.
play
We
with each
see
other.
what I assume is Paige. We see this new Monkey Man. We see a new
kind of hoping it's a
female lead.
separate mode for multiplayer, but we'll have to.
I think his official name was Monkey Man.
It's new Monkey Man.
The new Monkey Man came out on a press release. NU, yeah. This looks super cool. And then apparently there's some sort of sign up. I don't know if that's a beta, but they said they wanted people's input.
I know. I was worried they're going to be like, join our Kickstarter.
No!
Thank you for not doing that.
Yeah.
Well, so we've been hearing that a new Beyond Good and Evil was in development for a long time, and there was some leaked footage from a long time ago, but that included Jade. So it wasn't anything like this. So you have to wonder, like, was that scrapped? Did they start
was it
over?
her? I don't know. That was that. I feel she's very Jadey.
She doesn't look dissimilar to Jade, so it is hard to say. But I mean, I'm okay with it being a prequel as well. I think they can do some really, really interesting stuff with that and with that era. So this looks so cool.
Yeah, I feel like you could have also just called this Beyond Good and Evil. It's been the statute of limitations are up. Like, if Half-Life ever gets announced, you can just call it Half-Life.
Because you're going to have to position it for an entirely new audience, and loads of people who've never even played the original.
Several fans of Beyond Good and Evil have probably passed away of old age. Yeah, well, that's got to be a fact.
Or other reasons. So you mentioned you hope the photography returns. You know, this is it's set before the time of the first game. We don't have the main characters that we recognize. So, like, what do you think has to be carried over to make this a Beyond Good and Evil game?
The personalities is the biggest thing, and I feel like from that trailer they have successfully done that straight up. I think the combat was really unique. I don't think the combat could exist now, but I mean, Jade was really known for her staff, and that was like a very iconic thing at the time, which I think they could carry over, but with her not being in it, I don't know.
Picture if it's like Arkham-y.
Yeah,
sort of like
that would
Arkham
be cool.
combat. Yeah,
I think something fast-paced and fun, and the photography, I can imagine working something like in Breath of the Wild. You take photos of certain things that I don't know if it will exist, but that's something that I always really loved about it. So.
Yeah, personality to me is the thing. Personality and tone have to carry over. It has that, I don't know, we use it a lot, but Pixar balance of where it is, you know, cartoony. You got new Monkey Men on there, but they're also cussing and killing. So, is that Pixar-y?
Monkey Men?
Cussing and killing? I haven't seen a Pixar movie in a while. I see Cars 3 in theaters now.
It's supposed to be the best of the Cars movies.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so we see some new characters here. I think he actually would qualify as a chimpanzee-man.
Okay, chimpanzee-man. Ooh, that's a rough. That's not. Say that one.
And we got his female companion. They appear to be smugglers or thieves, and then they take their
it's very Firefly.
their stolen goods back to their base, and then I wonder who they give the device to, if that is who you are.
Yeah, totally.
Might be.
Yeah, or how it's working. If you're playing multiplayer, are we all playing just different versions of the same character, or is this a character creator thing? Also, part of this makes me wonder, in the pre-show we were talking about the Watch Dogs 2 tease thing for a sort of space cowboy salvage game. And we saw another space game on this, but this almost feels more like that tone to me.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, Beyond Good and Evil 2 finally announced. Emotions are running high in the IGN studio. Also, Assassin's Creed Origins was featured in the show a little bit. We've got exclusive new gameplay with a boss battle on all IGN platforms right now. So that's what we're seeing here.
So we're seeing the ride up. This is.
I'm sorry. The exclusive boss battle is embargoed until 2:30. MC.
What time is it now? Is it not 2:30 yet? Oh,
So
no.
close.
Well, at 2:30 we'll come back with the exclusive footage.
But we do have footage, whereas they just showed off screen.
Yeah, it was a very small part of the conference.
It was a very
actually.
strange choice.
Yeah. I mean, they showcased the game, you know, pretty well yesterday at Microsoft, and I feel like here, you know, you got Ash on stage, who's the lead on Black Flag. So, again, like, we all loved Black Flag, and so bringing him out, I think it just gave us reassurance that this is in the right hands. It showcased this, which is one of the coolest elements. If you hit up on the D-pad while you're playing, you bring out your bird companion, and you
which is also very Far Cry.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, especially in Primal.
Oh yeah, Primal.
Yeah. Just being able to sort of survey the land and tag enemies and stuff, which I think is a really cool mechanic, honestly.
Yeah, I tried to do some GTA-style flying under bridges and flying under houses and stuff. You can't do that.
Yeah,
you can't really explore with the bird very much, but I like the idea that you can tag it. It gets rid of, older Assassin's Creed games had you sort of scan an environment, targets would glow red or gold for the person you needed, and I think this is a good way to kind of get rid of the silly Animus stuff. So maybe we won't be seeing Animus.
The Eagles, the original drones.
That's what drones were originally known as, the old school Eagles. Yeah. This seems really cool. I'm glad that they took an approach to, you know, on the flip side of Beyond Good and Evil, which we don't know when is coming out, I'm glad they officially revealed this game, and like Watch Dogs last year, they're like, hey, and in 4 months, 5 months, you'll be playing this.
Yeah. It's October, right?
It's October, end of October, yeah. So I think that's super cool.
Yeah, both Bethesda and Ubisoft have done a good job of doing that over the past few years, and it means we know what we're excited about now rather than 5 years away.
Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of giving a full gameplay demo during the conference, they showed another trailer, which I guess that's probably running behind us right now. We did get to see hippopotamus versus crocodile.
Yeah. We've actually, it wasn't us. Jonathan got killed by a hippo while playing the game.
Jonathan's dead?
They should not bring hippos to E3.
Yeah.
We've said this repeatedly.
But it's funny because hippos
How many times
I think, this is probably wrong, but whatever. I think hippos kill more people in Africa than any other animal.
Yeah.
But really, in terms of gameplay, I'm wondering if that means that, like Far Cry, when you could let a tiger out of a cage and it would take out an outpost, if they will have those kinds of things.
You can. I let a lion out of a cage. stood on top of the cage, and the lion just ate everyone else in the outpost.
Perfect.
It was wonderful.
And then you can never get down from the cage.
No, that's just where I die.
Safe
Yeah. Yeah, it hinted at, you saw this sort of scary warlord dude who kind of looked like Anubis. You see a camel, you get to ride a camel.
Oh, yeah.
Games don't have that.
It does look like there's a lot of different kinds of vehicles and different ways to interact with the world. So I do wish that we had seen a little more gameplay, but I mean, we have so much.
I was kind of like rummaging around on the official website earlier today, and they were saying stuff that I've not heard them really address in conferences. Like you can do any of the missions in any order.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in sort of talking about the game, they wanted to bring more of an RPG feel to it. And so that not only means heavier stats, like I want to talk about in the pre-show, sort of a loot-based system with things that are more rare than the others, but they said that they want it to go to a quest-based system, which means you go out into the world and like something like Skyrim or Witcher, I guess, you find townspeople and you start a quest line with them. And you can start that an hour into the game or 20 hours into the game.
This has been in development for a while, but Breath of the Wild was such a success as an open world game that I can't help but wonder how many other games are going to be influenced by it. Like one of the things that I love about Zelda is the idea that instead of scanning an environment and finding out where everything is, it makes you look for them yourself.
Yeah.
You know, an Assassin's Creed game usually has a really cluttered, overwhelming minimap. Maybe this will kind of do the opposite.
I think it's probably one of the most guilty games for that, because you would just get the tower, and then that's what you would look at constantly rather than the world around you.
Whereas Zelda is kind of the opposite of that.
Where even when you get to the top of the tower, that just gives you a vantage point.
That you just
or
look
you're actually
for
looking. You're using it as a vantage point.
which I really like, and I wonder how many games we're going to see in the future, including Ubisoft games who, you know, are really well known for making open world games that kind of take that formula.
I mean, we always talk about games like Doom and like GTA 3 as games where there were games beforehand and games afterwards, and I don't think it's crazy to say that Breath of the Wild is probably going to be one of those games.
Okay, South Park, the fractured but whole, made an appearance as well. We got a new trailer, plus an announcement for the mobile game, Phone Destroyer.
This almost looked like a card game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't know how this is going to work. The trailer, we didn't see a whole bunch of new stuff, except that Wendy Testerberger, who is actually my favorite South Park character, is called Coal Girl, which I think is pretty great. But a lot of this is footage that we had seen before, so continue to be excited about this one.
Yeah, tell me about the mobile game, though.
Yeah, the mobile game, I mean, it was really hard to glean what that was like, but it looks almost, again, like an episode, but kind of wondering if it has those Mr. Robot, that had a mobile game.
Where the Mr. Robot one had this ARG where, like, because the trailer opened up with, like, Cartman calling your phone.
Yeah, there's like, maybe there's interludes, but also I think the best South Park episodes are satirical, and it looks like this might be satirizing mobile games in a really funny, interesting way. And also, if you're getting text from Cartman while you're in the game, it's also a really interesting mechanic.
Well, I mean, if it has microtransactions, then I can't imagine that Matt and Trey wouldn't make fun of that. So I think that could be really interesting as well.
And Ubisoft has a pretty good pedigree of mobile games. The Rayman Run games are super fun, actually. So, I can totally see this. Like, we didn't have our proper South Park worries answered, which were we weren't, like, super warm on the battle system last year. They didn't really do anything in this conference to either show us that or not show us that, but card game looks cool.
I mean, I guess Hearthstone has everyone sort of looking for their angle in the collectible card game genre.
Is this the first time of E3 you've brought up Hearthstone?
It won't be the last. I think the combat system in the first was South Park, The Stick of Truth, was one of the only complaints that people really had about that.
I don't know. I liked it because it was simple.
I liked it too, but there were definitely timing issues where you would try and execute a QT and it would be a second link, but it was a fault of the game rather than of your fault. So
I'm also curious to see if these games are going to speak to each other at all, if something you do in the mobile game is going to impact the core game, vice versa. I thought the trailer was super funny.
Down the bottom here, we've got levels.
So I wonder if you play the cards and then you get a bespoke animation based on what cards being played.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be like dissimilar to Hearthstone. You know, you select someone and they say a tagline. So I could imagine it being something like that. But I think this is a really funny trailer as well, how they just keep
I have
going
a hot take. You're going to play this game with your phone horizontally. Boom.
Yeah, you might be right about that.
Scoop.
That's why I make the big bucks.
Seems like it's probably class-based as well.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Pigeon Class personally.
I was going to go with Cock Magic.
Oh.
So South Park is out in October, 17th? Does that sound about right? Everyone was totally laughing at the trailer that was shown here in the office.
Great.
So it's like, they would have to do a lot to sort of get us unexcited for that game.
I mean, absolutely. Like, even if I don't like the battle system, it's still going to be funny as hell, and I'm going to want to explore South Park as these characters. So,
Kirby, you played the first game?
I did a bit. I didn't finish it though.
Well, it's not
very,
very
funny,
and you can play it on Xbox One as well. It's backwards compatible.
Have you? Do you know about Canada?
I have heard of Canada.
Okay.
You haven't been to Canada?
You haven't been to Canada in South Park. Oh, do you know, the best part of South Park is Canada.
Okay.
So what I'm hoping for is this game has the equivalent of Canada. I don't even want to explain anymore to you, because it is that good.
That's the question I always ask when I'm asking people if they played that game. Is like, oh, did you get to Canada? You're
It's
like, just wait.
It's the would you kindly moment of fart jokes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a recommendation.
That's totally a box quote right there. Okay, we did get a surprise appearance from Shigeru Miyamoto for the official reveal of Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, which is centered on tactical action, and I feel conflicted because I love tactics games.
This actually looked really good to me. I really like the humor of the way the characters interact. It basically looks like XCOM.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to want this so badly at all.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of more confused at who it's aimed at, because originally I thought the kind of mashup
hardcore
was aimed
XCOM
at kids.
fans, I think.
Yeah. But like, do kids want to play tactical action? Like,
that's
it is
originally
confusing.
because we were talking on the pre-show about how we assumed that this was going to be, hey, this isn't a game for us, but this is a game for the kids. And then I saw the battle system, and I'm like, oh, I'm not smart enough for this.
You know, I played a lot of Age of Empires as a kid, which isn't exactly light on tactics. So I kind of think that if something looks this pretty, then kids will just learn it.
And it does look really
How did I
pretty,
get through the water temple as a kid? I don't know, but I did somehow.
Exactly. The game's gorgeous. It's colorful. I love the animation.
I love how they're following around this little robot Hoover.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a Roomba. It's just vacuuming for them.
I mean, like, and it does look like, it looks like a Mario game here. This looks like the Mario art. And I do like, we have the quote on screen that Miyamoto told them, like, hey, if you're going to do this, you have to make a Mario game that has never been made before.
I also like the way you say, like, don't make one where he jumps, because that's my
Yeah,
geek.
that's my
geek.
I like the idea that Mario just can't jump on here. That's why he has to, like, bounce off people's bellies.
I did really like the way that looked, though, as well. Like, it seems like if one character jumps on the other, they can kind of expand their field of play. And I think that's a really interesting mechanic. And it's all just so cute.
And it was also a lovely moment when the creative director was shedding a tear, seeing Miyamoto, obviously his hero, presenting his game to the world.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I legitimately cannot imagine what that would
It's
be
not
like.
E3 if one developer doesn't start crying. So
I like that.
And we got 2 in Ubisoft.
Yeah, and this is coming a lot sooner than I think we thought. End of August.
This summer.
Yeah, so
we've got another Switch exclusive this year. Is this the first one that's been announced at E3?
Yeah, it's kind of, again, it's extending that momentum of like ARMS and Splatoon, and now we've got this in
and we
August.
assume Mario by the end of the year.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that they opened the Ubisoft conference with a Switch exclusive.
Right now, we're actually going to send it over to Brian Altano here in the IGN newsroom for his take on Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle.
Oh my God! What an amazing surprise! It's like a huge shocker today. Our first time hearing anything about this game whatsoever. No, I'm just kidding. We've known pretty much everything from top to bottom, but it's always great to see Miyamoto. We were joking earlier in the week, what will Miyamoto wear when he shows up? And apparently, it's Mega Man's blaster. So that's good to see. This game is coming August 29th. I'm still not entirely sold on it, but I'm happy it exists because it shows that Ubisoft is actually putting a lot of effort into making something brand new from the ground up for Switch, even if it involves Rabbids, which is kind of like, I don't know, putting anchovies on a pizza. Like, I love Mario, but these guys are just sort of, well, there they are, aren't they?
They sure are, Brian. Well, so you're a Nintendo fan.
Yeah.
You wear your love for Nintendo on your sleeve. Does this look like something you want to play?
I will definitely play this. I'm with Marty in that I originally thought this would be specifically just for kids, but it does look complex and interesting enough for me. The really cool thing I'm seeing behind this is that they're marketing the hell out of this game. They're making a ton of merchandise. There's going to be like a small scale line of figurines, a sort of a $40 scale line of figurines. There's a soundtrack if you want to listen to the just insane sounds coming out of this game at any given moment. And they're also putting together a collectible set of cards, which I don't know if we'll be able to interact with them like as amiibo cards or anything like that, but they're going in hard on this whole thing. So it's really cool to see it all come together. It's also cool to see Nintendo sort of let go of the reins a little bit in terms of what Mario can do. I think they're just kind of letting him out of the house now, and who knows where that will lead to over the years to come.
Well, I was thinking there is a precedence for other companies making Zelda games. Capcom made several handheld Zelda games. But is there a precedence for Nintendo really letting someone make a big Mario game?
Not to this extent. I mean, we've seen Mario show up in stuff like Scribblenauts and NBA, but we've never really seen Peach as a disgusting vermin taking selfies. So that's all new. That's great. You know, this is a bold new year for video games, and the Switch is really them trying out new things, and that involves all the things we're seeing today.
Yeah, I mean, this also just double downs on the fact that Ubisoft trusts Nintendo. I mean, Ubisoft is still making Just Dance for the Wii.
But not Wii U, the Wii.
And they were there day one with like Zombie U for Wii U, so it's good to see that
we actually spent a lot of time in the conference talking about their deep, like, mutual respect. It was like, okay, this is quite intense, guys.
Yeah, they might have kissed.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Brian. We do have to take a quick break, but stick around because IGN Live at E3 continues in just a minute.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
This is out. Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 and the Ubisoft Post-Show. So the rumors were true. Ubisoft has its own pirate game called Skull and Bones, and it looks way grittier than Rare's Sea of Thieves. Give me some impressions on Skull and Bones.
I think this is basically going to be For Honor Pirates. That's the way that it looks to me. I think it's going to be almost entirely multiplayer focused. I don't think we're going to see a single player campaign. If it is, it'll be just as light as it was in For Honor, where it was mostly about tutorial. So 5v5 is one of the things that we saw here. They'll probably have 2v2 and 1v1, which are actually my favorite modes in For Honor. And it looks like you control your entire ship and just have the ability to jump between different things on your ship, rather than being a team of people on a ship. So, you know, I don't think that this and Sea of Thieves in terms of content actually overlap at all, but I am interested to see which one sells better. Obviously, one of them is platform exclusive. But I don't know, that they're for such different markets.
It also seems like Sea of Thieves may be way more full-featured than Skull and Bones.
I mean, honestly.
Just ship battles?
And...
well, they kind of hinted towards the end that there's something maybe more fantastical going on. Like, I thought actually a lot of the demo was quite dry, and like, it's maybe not the most interesting
There's so much water everywhere.
I mean, it is beautiful,
Too much water.
but I think it was too long. It's the biggest thing that, like, once this is played for 2
quite
minutes.
hard to convey. Like, you were switching between different crews, doing different things. Those kind of demos are always hard to bring to life. But then at the end, they did this like second title treatment where there was a kraken and the tentacle came through the skull. So it's obviously alluding to something else.
I wonder how that will work in, or if it's, you know, this game's version of a raid.
Honestly, I really like the idea though that even if we're playing multiplayer, my ship is my ship, and so I bring in, like, if I'm gaining a crew that gains XP, if I'm upgrading my ship aesthetically, that will affect its stats. Like, I like the idea that everything I do is being represented visually in this ship, its sails, its crew. Maybe you can go under the deck. Like, I kind of really like that. Whereas Sea of Thieves is very much like, we're all in it together, we're all in a single ship. I'm selfish, and I like the fact that I have my own ship.
I mean, this looks very, very similar to Black Flag. You know, we're seeing when they're firing a cannon from the side, that there's that big white row telling you exactly where you're aiming. There's a lot of similarities there, so I think it'll be fun. The combat will be just as fun as it was in Black Flag, which is actually my most played game on Xbox One. I put tons of hours just into the naval stuff.
And another variant on For Honor is a really good thing. Like, that game was really successful and really popular. It's one of the best-selling games of the year.
I mean, I feel like it's really easy. It's hard, or it's hard to see the forest through the trees, but Ghost Recon and For Honor were the #1, #2 selling game of this year so far. This year, I think, as a whole. So, you know, even if you don't play For Honor, it turns out a hell of a lot of people do. And so trying to replicate that formula with this, I think is super smart.
Yeah, and I think some of the things that are in For Honor that will translate really well to this, customization. You can really fully deck out how you look, and I like the idea of being able to do that with my own pirate ship.
Yeah.
And maybe we can level up and like add cool sail designs as we go.
And I feel like since Rainbow Six Siege and then The Division and then For Honor and Wildlands, Ubisoft has doubled down on games as a service, which they said in an earnings call recently. And I think this is the next evolution of that.
Yeah, I mean, For Honor, Ghost Recon, Rainbow Six Siege, The Division have all been big successes for them. They're on a winning streak with that. I think some people may be a little initially disappointed because when Assassin's Creed went to Pirate Land, everyone loved it, and then like, well, I just want like a pirate game, like a full-featured AAA big story where it's just a pirate game without the Assassin's Creed trappings. But instead, Ubisoft just took what it seems like just the ship battle component, turned that into a multiplayer service game.
Which makes sense to me because this is Ubisoft Singapore, which since Assassin's Creed 3 has been the water team. So like they created all the water stuff in AC3, and then all the naval combat in Black Flag, and then some of the, I think they did the water stuff in Syndicate, like sort of the canals and do you call them canals? Is the Thames a canal?
No, it's very much a river.
All right, sorry about that. I've never been to London.
The Thames Canal.
Yeah. Did I even say that right? But yeah, the fact that they're doubling down on the ship-based combat, I think totally makes sense.
Yeah. So 2018.
Yes.
For Skull and Bones, they said.
Yeah.
And then, what did you guys make of the sort of Kraken hint that they reveal at the end?
Totally see there because Syndicate had these giant battles with it wasn't creatures, it was like sort of legendary ships.
Yeah, and
that
those
were
were
almost
damn
like monstrous.
hard. Yeah, and there was one that had 2 of them. It was incredibly difficult. So it could be that kind of thing, but I just wonder, I can't imagine how that would fit in the same format as For Honor.
Yeah.
I don't know what that looks like if multiple people are taking on the ship.
I wonder if it's just like a different map. Like it's more an environmental thing that you've got to avoid and navigate, and it's it's just bringing it to life a little bit more.
Yeah, and we don't know. Maybe there are islands that you can port at and get out and explore and go to shops and stuff like that. Maybe those are like a social space, sort of like Tower and Destiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I guess we still don't even know. Is this a boxed retail game?
Yeah, totally.
Is it downloadable? Is it free to play?
This sounds dumb though. That said, I think Skull and Bones is a really good name. I think it's short, I think it's memorable, and I think it's immediately like, oh, it's about pirates.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
Which is better, Skull and Bones or Sea of Thieves? Just the name.
Oh,
I think they're both pretty good. Yeah.
Both very good pirate names.
It is interesting that now, Sea of Thieves is an Xbox One exclusive. They're very different games, but like of the 2 pirate games, PS4 players will get to play Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
That'll have
That's
a huge impact, especially as an online-only game. Sea of Thieves being limited to Xbox.
And PC.
And PC, I was going to say that. Yeah, it does change the way it'll be played, but I really do think the audiences don't necessarily overlap.
Different. Yeah, I think they're very different. I feel like Sea of Thieves is more like Minecraft in my head, where it's this kind of persistent online adventure and you make your own fun.
Yeah, and that was when we played it last year at E3. We were just laughing our asses off the entire time, whereas I feel like if I played this, I would be much more focused on trying to not get sunk.
Yeah, one's probably funny and one's a little more aggressive.
Sure.
If we get confused, it'll be Sea of Bones, or
and
Skull and Thieves, which both work. Those are cool names.
Yeah,
also good. Coming next year.
It'll be the next Mario Rabbids crossover.
Hopefully we'll get to go hands-on with Skull and Bones this week here at E3. We also got to see a live-action trailer for Transference with Elijah Wood. What do we make of that?
It's a really good trailer.
It's a super good trailer.
Yeah.
Sort of like really surreal and trippy, and also this is the most, to me, just on paper, the most interesting VR thing that
I have no
Ubi has
idea what
done
this
so far.
game is, but I was also glad to see VR support out of this conference. We had a little bit of Bethesda as well, but I want to know what platforms this is on. Did it say?
Didn't say, no, but like they've been,
hoping it has PSVR.
Ubisoft has stuff like Bridge Crew and Eagle Flight and Werewolves Within. Like
which
they've
are
sort
all
of embraced
cross-platform.
all of them.
They've done a really good job of that as well. Werewolves Within was one of the few games that you could actually play on all 3 platforms, like fully cross-play, and that can't be easy to do.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see it on PSVR, but I have no idea what this game is. So
yeah, I mean, it's cool to see Elijah Wood playing himself.
Yeah.
Having some fun in a trailer, and he's gotten involved with video games before. Broken Age.
Absolutely. Yeah. His brother works at Sony. This I really like the fourth wall breaking nature of the trailer, and I really hope that bleeds over into what the game's talking about.
I love
like
this
right
part.
here where he's telling us everything's gonna be fine.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
gives me flashbacks to Lost.
Yeah.
Reminds me of The Witness.
Yes.
Yeah,
You're saying all the right things.
So this is all confusing to us. However, our own Jonathan Dornbush has played Transference, and he is in the IGN newsroom with his take. Jonathan, explain this game to us.
Hey there, Damon. So yeah, I actually played Transference, and it kind of freaked me out, and I kind of loved it for that.
Excellent.
Yeah, Marty, you're not wrong to love sort of the Lost vibes of it. It was very spooky, but I was actually inside a house between two different time periods. I would sort of travel back and forth. It was like the early 90s and the early 2000s. And essentially I was trying to uncover the mysteries of this family. It involved PTSD for one of the characters, was actually how it was billed to me, is that you're experiencing essentially the PTSD of one of these characters. And so I was exploring the house, uncovering the mysteries, and you'd flip back and forth through time. That was the main puzzle mechanic. And that's how you sort of solved your way through the house.
So in the trailer, they're sort of setting it up as these test subjects are already being put into VR with the headsets. Is that how the game is set up too?
Essentially, you are the test subject
Right.
experiencing that other person's memories.
Okay.
And as that sort of intro video where they were told, you're fine, don't worry about it, everything's safe, we were sort of shown that before the demo. So the idea is that you're experiencing these memories firsthand.
Sure. Was everything fine? Were you safe?
No, I was not safe. Sort of a character, I believe it was the son of the person's memories I was experiencing. He would sort of morph between a very younger version and an older version. And that older version, if I went the wrong way in the house, would appear with a shotgun and just shoot me and restart sort of from the beginning.
Ooh.
Which, yeah, it was freaky. There's sort of this whole tech vibe to everything. So as you're walking through the house, it's sort of a very, very suburban house, but everything's kind of glitchy because you're obviously within digital memories.
So is it a horror game?
They build it as a psychological thriller.
Yeah.
So it definitely has some horror vibes in it, but it's more sort of just like diving into these people's psyches to uncover their memories.
Finally, the Jacob's Ladder game we've always wanted.
Yeah, finally. The only game more demanded than Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Yeah.
So that we had the live action trailer. How would you describe the look of the game?
The game, it's sort of realistic. There's not really a cartoony nature to it, but the live action stuff was more pre-recorded videos that you saw before you started playing. It wasn't like I was in an actual house.
Okay.
It wasn't photorealistic, but it was definitely generated, but yeah.
Right. Cool. Thanks, Jonathan. It's Transference, a brand new VR game just announced by Ubisoft. We have to take a break, but we will have more coverage of the Ubisoft press conference right after this.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3 and the Ubisoft Post-Show. We did get some new IP today, specifically Starlink Battle for Atlas, which is an open-world flight sim, but also a Toys to Life game.
Yeah.
This is quite confusing.
They call it No Man's Skylanders. Thank you.
That's our show, everybody.
This was interesting and unexpected because we did see it at the beginning and it totally looks like No Man's Sky.
Absolutely.
It looked like it was these randomly generated planets with weird flora and fauna. I'm totally down for all this. The toy thing I'm not so sure about.
So it's a spaceship that like balances on top of your controller?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like in this trailer.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you buy pieces of a spaceship and you attach them to your analog sticks, and I'm not sure if you're using motion to...
It feels such a strange, like it's on Switch as well.
Yeah.
It feels such a strange time to be launching a new Toys to Life game.
Yes,
when
it is.
A lot of them have been retired. Like if Disney is retiring Disney Infinity, and they have the power of Star Wars and Marvel.
Skylanders took a break.
Like, I
we haven't heard about
think Lego Dimensions is doing well because I think Lego in itself is desirable.
Yeah.
And they've got like some kind of weird licenses.
Yeah.
And not only does it seem a little late to the party today, this is a fall 2018 game.
Yeah.
It just seems, the fact that it attaches to your controller, I don't know, I bring up this game a weird amount, but there was a PS2 skateboarding game called Yanya Calabrista. And you
What
put
is it called?
Yanya Calabrista, and you put this fingerboard in between your two analog sticks, and that's how you did tricks. And it was just a bad game.
Yeah.
But this is what it reminded me of, not in anything other than the fact that you're putting things on my nubs.
The ship here doesn't seem to be interactive. I don't know why it sits there, but I'm guessing that's the way they make money is that you buy a different ship, you connect it like a Skylanders portal kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we know that works with Nintendo Switch because you can connect Amiibo, but I don't know how that works with Xbox One or with PS4.
Yeah. And one interesting thing you mentioned during the break was that this is developed by Ubisoft Toronto.
Yeah.
It's the Splinter Cell Conviction team.
Blacklist.
Oh, Blacklist. Sorry. Yeah. Blacklist, which is the game from 3 years ago.
Yeah, most recent.
Which was awesome. And so I imagine this is what they moved on to after that.
Something very different.
Yeah, something very different.
Well, it feels like something that was obviously greenlit a while ago when everyone else was gearing up their Toys to Life.
Yeah.
I'm very confused.
Yeah. If they actually connect your controllers, do they have to make different fit pieces for PS4, Xbox One, and Switch?
Yeah, those nubs are different.
Yeah.
Or potentially they do have a portal like Skylanders and Lego Dimensions where it's USB connection and you sit them on that rather than on the controller, but I'm pretty unsure on that. In terms of actual gameplay, I got for sure No Man's Sky vibes. Do we see combat in there?
Yeah, we saw combat. It seems like there's both outer space combat and then more like almost close to the ground-based combat, like sort of like Star Fox, how the R-Wing can transform into the A tank.
Well, I wonder if this is going to be more like Eve than like No Man's Sky, that we will see other players in the universe and they'll be like dogfighting.
I think just the fact that we're speculating this much on what it is quite telling. This is actually a very not very great announcement of it.
It shouldn't be this confusing.
Yeah,
right?
no, it shouldn't be confusing.
It's not like Transference where they want to be ambiguous.
Yeah. Like with this, I just would have a hard time if someone was like, "What's this game about?" And like, I'm not entirely sure.
What am I buying?
The one thing I'm pretty confident of is that you can snap weapons on and off, so you will have to buy extra things to upgrade your ship.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine why you would have to do that physically unless it was player versus player.
Sure.
Yes. Starlink Battle for Atlas, perhaps the most confusing reveal of Ubisoft press conference. Yeah. And now we've got exclusive gameplay you won't see anywhere else. This is a boss battle from Assassin's Creed Origins. This is brand new footage, and we have more on all IGN platforms right now. Let's check it out.
Another sacrifice to the greatest spectacle in Egypt. God will be happy.
He got there in the end. That was the boss battle from Assassin's Creed Origins. Marty, break that down for us.
Yeah, so the game, they've said they want to double down on fighting bosses, which is not even doubling down. It's more of the Assassin's Creed series really hasn't had bosses.
No.
Like you kill a pope in one game.
Usually just at the very end.
Yeah, totally.
Usually just press X to assassinate the guy.
Yeah,
and then cutscene plays.
And so obviously they want to bring in sort of gladiatorial arena combat. We also saw in the other one of the trailers chariot scenes. I don't know if there's going to be some sort of Ben-Hur kind of stuff. I think they want to really pull in a bunch of these iconic things from a lot of sword and sandal movies and throw them in there. And there was 2 different phases to that battle. The first one we didn't see. It was more of like a wave of enemies that you were fighting, and it had a lot more traps that were moving. So it had like a stick with a bunch of spinning spikes in it that was actually moving across the arena.
So you have to almost like navigate the space and be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah, it's like Super Meat Boy.
Oh.
Exactly like that.
Yeah, I don't know if it was because whoever was playing was having a little bit of a tough time, but I wasn't totally sold on that. I think that one of the things that the Assassin's Creed series has lacked is a little bit of enemy variety. There hasn't always been a ton, and for a melee game especially, I was just talking to someone about this earlier today, the Batman Arkham games have been so good to play melee because they always throw different enemies at you at once. So I would like to see more of that. I think bosses are cool, but if I were to change anything about the combat, I would have like 5 different enemy types, so I have to really calculate it. That looked like a lot of swinging with an axe to me. So.
Yeah, it also just looked like pretty standard Assassin's Creed combat. I think a lot of waiting for your opening and dodging the strike.
The main difference I think was like that dodging almost reminded me a bit more of Bloodborne when he was like dashing in and out and then back in.
It was faster. Less of a comparison to Souls, honestly, and more of Bloodborne. Which, and again, this footage was captured by someone who'd been playing the game for 25 minutes. So I'm sure when you sit down with it and play it for a couple hours, you're going to be a little bit better.
That's true.
So that was like a gladiatorial arena. Do you get the sense that that space is used multiple times in the game?
It was an arena that had an exact name. It was like the Crocodipolis Arena. You heard me trying to say this.
I did. Like several times I heard you trying to say that behind me.
So I feel like this is going to be something that's scattered all across Egypt. Are going to be a bunch of different arenas. And again, if like what they're saying, there's a free-form nature to the quests. If you just want to do arenas, maybe you can just go out and try to find all the arenas and become the Crocodipolis king.
Cool. Well, that wraps it up for the Ubisoft Post-Show. But remember, you can catch more exclusive Assassin's Creed Origins gameplay right now on our digital platforms. Coming up, IGN Live at E3 continues with Wolfenstein, the new Colossus, The Evil Within 2, all the latest news and complete coverage of the Sony E3 event at 6 p.m. Pacific. But first, we'll have a director's commentary version of the Beyond Good and Evil 2 trailer. It's coming up right after this.
IGN Live at
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Hey there, folks. Chris Waters here with the Ubi blog at E3 and joined by Michel Ancel, who was just up on stage at the Ubisoft press conference and that trailer for Beyond Good and Evil 2. Michel, so excited.
Yeah, that's a very important moment. Even in my long career, I've made a lot of games. This is great. You know, the return of Beyond Good and Evil after almost 15 years. Yeah, that's incredible.
It's a return that so many people are excited about, myself included, and I bet a lot of you have questions about that trailer. So, Michel and I are going to sit down, go through the trailer. I'm going to pick his brain. Hopefully we'll get you some good tidbits about Beyond Good and Evil 2. All right, Michel, the trailer starts off and immediately we get a glimpse of we are somewhere in the depths of some city. What is this place?
It's a very vertical city. That's what we wanted here to establish clearly. And the other thing is that it's based on the level design of the game.
Now let's take a look inside here, and can I just say that these dumplings look delicious? I mean, did you purposely try to make them look tasty?
They are very precise. You see a lot of details. It's very micro. You see
You got the seasoning here on top.
Yeah, and exactly. But the big idea behind that is that when you're doing such big games, about space, it's very important not to forget about characters, about humanity, simple things, very teeny things. And that's what you can expect to see or experience in this kind of game, where you travel through space, but your big journey could end into this kind of Chinese restaurant.
Some dumplings.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of scale, this guy's pretty large.
Yeah, the pig tried to dominate the monkey, but the monkey is very confident, has got no fear, and they are talking about master and slave and
domesticated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly the idea that even between hybrids that are a mix between animal and humans, it was a way to establish that there is a social system in this world, and you can clearly have an example here.
Show me the idol. Show me the Redeemer.
Here you go, mate.
I know I'm not the only one who looked at this and heard
Yo, handy.
what he said just there and thought of our beloved Uncle Page from Beyond Good and Evil.
Right, there is a direct connection, We wanted to, so he's really clearly saying Page in, which is a kind of divinity for this kind of hybrid. It's a way to add depth and or just to show how deep the world can be. And even those hybrids created by humans, they have their own, religion. And because Beyond Good and Evil 2 is a prequel to Beyond Good and Evil 1, we want to add a lot of details about how the world is, those names, Page. Is it a common name, divinity name? So sometimes, in some religion, you give the name of a divinity to a boy or a girl.
Sure, yeah.
So all these details are here to make people understand more the world of Beyond Good and Evil.
Mwah. What? What?
What? That's Swiss fucking chocolate, pig.
And Nox is out of there. He's got that really cool glove contraption and then apparently some kind of jetpack to really help him make haste.
Yeah, and again, it's very important because it's gameplay ingredients we have in the game. So that's the kind of dynamic, move you can do into the game and how you can extract yourself from very dangerous situation and then jump and use the verticality of the city.
So the pig is not happy with what's just gone down, obviously, and he appears to have something in his forehead.
Yeah, there is some blood and some pieces of glass that fall on his head, and
I love how many scars he has too.
Yeah, it's this kind of scar that's very important because hybrids, they have been created for dangerous tasks that no human wanted to do. They can also be used as fighters, hybrid fighting against each other. There's a lot of slavery. So it's another way to reinforce the depth of the world, on all this history that the characters are carrying on their body.
All right, a new character arrives on the scene in what appears to be a getaway vehicle.
So that's Shani. She's the crewmate of Nox. They are used to do this kind of things all together.
Now this look here is one of my favorites at the city because you really start to see those vertical layers stretching out. Again, that mixture of ancient architecture but modern technology.
Here you can see there are green gardens. At first it was like more technical things, but I really wanted the city to be spiritual, It's like monks are into this kind of garden. There's no advertisement and things like that. If you look at every sign after a certain height, it's only religion. It's and there is this contrast between very old style temple and holograms, you know, so that's the kind of idea we wanted to establish.
Nox is firing off the back while Shawnee drives. Is this an experience that players are going to be able to sort of to have in the game and share?
Yes, exactly. It's really something that is very important for our game, is that you can play online, and the vehicles are made so that you have different, you know, places into the vehicle, so and different role. And I really like this kind of dynamic when you're playing with someone.
Blowing big stuff up, confirmed for Beyond Good and Evil 2?
Yeah, and here we discussed that a lot too, because if you look, they're breaking a very special part of the buildings. So not the whole city is going to be breakable, because it's technically just impossible to break. This part of the building is made of glass and things like that. That's the part that is broken. In the real game, you have things you can break, things you can't break, and I want that to be obvious for people. So they're breaking this big glass part of the temple.
Okay, but this planet is not all one big city. Here we are out in what appears to be the countryside. We're seeing some terrain, these isolated temples. There's going to be a lot of exploration on the planets?
Yeah, not just planets, but also space, because the technology here that we have allows us to go seamlessly between ground, interiors, and space. There's no transition, no loadings, nothing like that.
Shawnee and Nox are not alone, not a lone pair. They have a whole crew here. Who's excited to see them back?
Yeah, again, this is very, very important. In Beyond Good and Evil 2, you have spaceships of different sizes. As a player, you can have a very, very big spaceship, and you can use it as a garage with your other spaceships. And you also have a crew. And the other thing here that is very important is that it's very cozy. You know, it looks like the interior of a house.
I also noticed that among the human characters, we've got a few more hybrids as part of the crew.
Yeah, exactly. Every member of the team has a role, a very clear role. And here we wanted to showcase the fact that they are very different, because some are animals, some are humans. And that's a bit the message behind that trailer, is that whatever is your skin color, origin, if you are an hybrid, whatever you are part of the same team, you know, and you will share the adventure. And that's a very important message for us. And that's exactly the heart of Beyond Good and Evil.
Well said, yeah. And that heart comes through. That is a really sweet PC case mod.
Yes, here we wanted to connect with Beyond Good and Evil 1, you know, where you have what we call the M disk. It was a way to, you know, even if it's a futuristic world, you still have objects that contains data. And here the data are inside of what we call the big AI of the spaceship. So here this skull is in fact the character that represents that is the spaceship. Like in Beyond Good and Evil 1, she's got a bag, and there is a guy into the bag, a kind of computer, you know, speaking with her. That's exactly the same idea, but now it's the spaceship that is able to speak. Here it is not speaking, but...
So the question is, what's on the disc? A map.
Exactly.
A map with a mysterious artifact in the middle of it, and also a dead guy.
Exactly. That's what a good map should be. You know, it's attracting you. You want to travel to this direction, but it's going to be dangerous. Others did it before. They died. Spaceships get destroyed. And if you look in the background, there is even a planet that is going to be, you know, destroyed by these magnetic fields, very powerful. And I don't want to say too much things about that now. I don't want to spoil anything about the game.
That's a nice color, green, in those eyes. What's another word for like a greenish color, would you say? Maybe it's also a precious metal of some kind.
Yes, I see what you mean very clearly. And again, that's a connection with Beyond Good and Evil 1, you know, the jade color. And but again, we don't want to spoil the story. We don't want to do shortcuts about that. But yes, there are connections, clearly. And then the main theme of Beyond Good and Evil 1.
Along with one final surprise, this is a huge spaceship, and you are taking to the stars super quick.
Yes. That's the end. The reveal of the spaceship and the fact that we started with this very dark place, you know, with this very small restaurant, a lot of details, small things, and then it's opening to something very large. And that's an idea behind that trailer, is that, okay, now Beyond Good and Evil 2 is back. It's back for true, it's here. The game is going to be huge.
Michel, thank you so much for talking through the trailer, sharing more about Beyond Good and Evil 2. I'm so excited, honestly, to go back and watch the trailer again, because I feel like there's even more stuff I might have missed.
A lot, you can't imagine. There's a lot of information about the world, but there's also Easter eggs. You know, and it could be very, very cool if people try to identify them, you know, find them. They can connect to our website, they can share about those Easter eggs between each other, so everybody can join what we call our Space Monkey program, which is letting people enter the development, you know, discussing with us and making Beyond Good and Evil as cool as possible.
We have Far Cry 5. Welcome back to day 3 of IGN Live at E3. Coming up in just a minute, we'll have Far Cry 5 on our stage with exclusive new gameplay. Then we'll take you inside the eye-melting Ni No Kuni 2 and the eye-gouging Wolfenstein, the new Colossus. Hey, that's both eyes. And be sure to tune in tomorrow because our coverage starts at 9 a.m. with Nintendo's E3 presentation. After that, we'll have the Sony show and E3 coverage and the rest of the day and a million other games and 100,000 other things. So let's take a look at this Far Cry stuff. Far Cry have been pushing games envelopes for years and years now, and this new one is going to melt our eyes. We've got Marty, we've got a whole bunch of people coming in all week long. So let's take a look at a behind-the-scenes clip.
We had this idea that we wanted to take Far Cry to America, but we didn't know how to do it. We were kicking around different ideas, and none of them really seemed to resonate. And when I think back to what we wanted to do with Far Cry 5, I think back to when I was a kid and sort of growing up in the 80s and feeling sort of the crushing weight of the things that were going on globally with the Soviet Union and America, and them locked in this titanic struggle. As a kid, you had this feeling like something bad could happen, and it just became a normal thing. And I remember thinking, you know, we're this close. Thought it was really interesting to apply that feeling to a character in the game, and that's what the father feels. He feels like, kind of looking out at the world, that something's off, that we are close to the edge. And if we were close to the edge, would we know what to do about it? Would we even know that we were on it? And so that's the creative of the game. It's not a sentence, it's not a structure, it's just a picture of somebody standing over the edge, right next to it, and the idea of we are here. And that's what he believes. And so his mandate is very, very simple. Save as many people as you can, whether they want to be saved or not. Joseph absolutely believes that the end of the world is going to happen, and he absolutely believes that he's got to save people. I think there was something really interesting there about this idea of this zealot, this person who believed that his belief was more important than anything that you thought, and that he was going to come and basically show you the truth of that. We met with cult experts, we talked to different people who had a real expertise in this, and we were asking, you know, is it believable? And they were talking about, you know, there's places in the United States where if you aren't with them, you don't eat. And so for us, it was completely valid and makes sense. We always want to be surprising. We want to always do something different. So I think that first iteration of the game going to America, there were ideas that were thrown out, and we were like, nah. You can see that coming. It's not evocative. There's nothing that somebody couldn't just say, okay, yeah, I can see that's where they're going. What I remember is the feeling of Montana. It was really interesting, some of the stories we were hearing from that. We got on a plane and we went to Montana and fell in love with it and knew that it was right in the first 24 hours, just from the people that we met, just from the experiences we had. And you're like, wow, this is a petri dish for us. This is great. You're meeting all these different people. And I think we just want to be able to share that. We had some crazy experiences. We had some tense experiences. We met really honest people who could be great characters. And then what we want to do is make sure that we make it our Montana. So we built Montana, but we made our own county, Hope County. So you can't go on a map and find Hope, Montana. We build it, we build our world, and we build that little bit of the creative that's just a little bit bent. And so we just want to be conscious that we make it feel real, but remind us a little bit about some of the experiences that we've had in the real world. I think when we think about the game, we really wanted to make 3 key systems that work and feed the anecdote factory. And I think that the things for us is that it was guns for hire, fangs for hire, and friends for hire, right? And when you think about guns for hire, we want you to be able to meet people. And if they have a special ability, or even if they're a regular person, you go out and meet them and you can solicit their help and basically bring them into your group and take them off and be able to fight the cult.
Let's go.
What's important about that is that when you meet them for the first time, they may not be a hero. They may not be somebody who's proficient at stuff. But after a while, just like you're growing, they need to be able to grow. So we want to be able to give you that so you can kind of build this group and go and fight. At the same time, we want Fangs for Hire. So we're going to give you Boomer. It's called Fangs for Hire with an S. So there's more than just Boomer. And we want to be able to make it so that you can have a pet, and you could take that pet. And what we learned in Primal was people really responded to the idea of being able to take this animal with you. So when you can take Boomer out and you can basically start to tag people, or just go off into the world and hunt with Boomer and have a great time, that's an experience we want. And then with co-op and Friends for Hire, we want to be able to bring that in and make it so that you can have somebody that you want to be able to play with go out and experience the whole game with you. So if you think about Guns for Hire, Fangs for Hire, Friends for Hire, we want that whole system to kind of talk to each other and make it all work as one unit. We wanted to be able to make something different this time. We wanted to be able to make it so that you'd walk out into the world and you wouldn't know exactly where you're going or what you're supposed to do, and that you got to meet people and you've got to hear about what's going on in the world, and that those people or different places that you meet give you hints about different places you can go. We also want to make it so that if you play the game and you decide, I want to go north, and you play it for 10 hours, and we talk to each other the next day, and I went south, you're going to say, oh, I met this person. This is the weapon that I got. This is the experience that I had. And I'm like, I don't know what game you were playing, but I went down south, and I met Nick, and I've got a plane, and I'm able to do strafing runs. And I'm like, okay, and you go back home the next day, and you play the opposite. And you play it the way you want to play it, and you meet people at the pace you want to meet them. And if you want to play in the open world and just mess around and have a great time, you can. If you want to have an earnest story moment, you can. In an action bubble that's contained, you can. Seems like the idea of this game and the thoughts that are being presented in this game are topical for the time we have right now. What was interesting is that, we started to think about this and the concept of We're on the Edge 3 years ago. And we think we've got something special, and we keep pushing that. And we think when we present it to people, they're going to love it.
All right, Marty's here with me because we've got more exclusive new gameplay of Far Cry 5, and here to walk us through it is executive producer and creative director Dan Hay. Dan, thank you so much for joining us today. Marty, good to see you again.
It's crazy how quickly Dan got from Montreal to here in Los Angeles.
The power of video magic.
Yeah.
So we're obviously incredibly excited about Far Cry 5. I think the thing that I pulled from that specifically that I didn't know was the way that I think we're going to be talking about this game with each other, in that some of us might go in different directions and go on completely different adventures. Far Cry games in the past have been sort of walled off, almost narratively. What brought you to the decision to just make this completely open?
Honestly, I think it came back to the anecdote factory, right? When you think about how you played Far Cry 3 or 4 or Primal, you'd kind of go out and you'd find an outpost, and then you go into that outpost and you go, okay, I have a 360-degree approach. I can attack it the way I want, and you can talk about what you want to do, and then you have the opportunity to maybe trigger the anecdote factory in a unique way. And what we said to ourselves is, why can't we do that with the entire game? Why can't we take that so that the story isn't linear? Why can't we make it so that, yes, you're going to have a moment with the father at the very beginning, and then you find yourself wandering throughout the world, go in any direction, meet any character, and then start to be able to build up the resistance on your own. So you take that idea of the outpost that we had originally, and you just grow it across the entirety of the game. That's what we want.
Yes, we see here even this isn't an outpost. This is a small city, a small little stretch of buildings, of businesses, of people. But obviously, it's been overtaken. But then at the beginning of this demo, we had 3 different options. So explain to us how that sort of unfolded.
Well, what we wanted to do is build a community. So what you got here is a small town. This is Falls End, and the options that we wanted to be able to give you is: do you want to go in and do it stealth, right? Do you want to grab Boomer and go in and basically tag everybody? And we had a great experience in Montana where we were actually hunting with somebody, and they showed us their dog, and the guy turns to us and says, always trust your dog. And that thing made us think, okay, we need to put a dog in the game. Boomer's perfect, but look, he's basically your companion. He goes around. If you want to be able to tag somebody, he can do that. But if you also want to kick things off and you want to send Boomer in to take a weapon and bring it back to you, you can do that. So it's about how you choose. On the other hand, you could, if you want to, take Grace. And in that case, you know, she's fantastic. You get her up into a tower, or you put her on top of a building, and she's got your back. So you're able to sort of push your way through Fall's End and take it out, and she's hitting people one at a time and sniping them out. And then after that, sometimes people just want to go absolutely nuts. Sometimes people just want to blow stuff up, and that's Nick. You know, you grab Nick, you put him in the plane, and you let him just bring the thunder.
Yeah. So how do you, in this demo, the way you chose the guns for hire was just, it was just a menu at the beginning. How is that going to sort of unfold in the actual game once we play it?
Yeah, for us, obviously, we're making it so that it's pretty easy for you to be able to meet these guns for hire at E3 and make a choice. But in the game, there's people you may or may not meet. We want to make it so that you kind of follow the voices that you meet in the world, and you hear the lore of these different stories, and you hit action bubbles. And so if you go down into this region and you meet Nick, maybe you're going to hear a little bit about Grace, maybe not. Maybe you're going to go in and actually meet Mary May in the bar, and she's going to say, hey, maybe you should go talk to Nick. Or, you know what? This next mission, you have a dog? I mean, I think you need a dog, right? And then you go in and you get thanks for hire. And it'll give you these little hints and breadcrumb things throughout the world that you can do to kind of build the experience. But again, it really depends on how you play.
Are they going to try to hurt my dog?
They are.
They're literally. You're breaking my heart already, man. I don't want to hear all that.
Bad people do bad stuff.
But you can get revenge with a bat, which is great.
Absolutely.
If anyone touches my dog, I'm hitting you with a bat.
But
That's
you know what?
happening.
Boomer's a badass. He'll be able to handle himself sometimes. He'll be able to go in and...
He has his own bat. Yeah. It's called the mouth. Yeah, I was going to say, so one of the sort of tenets to me of Far Cry games, and I played all of them, I'm addicted to them, I love them, is that they're exotic. And I guess everything that is exotic is also familiar to somebody else. But this doesn't feel like it's... You know, it's not completely over the top. You're not in the jungle. You're not in the Himalayas. Right. You're here in America. And I've noticed that there was a sort of, not really a backlash, but there was a vocal minority of people who said, you know, having this sort of game set in America feels un-American. I mean, to me, I don't see it that way because you're fighting what I would perceive to be a horrible group of people. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think when we built this, you know, we talked about what do we want to do. We knew that we wanted to take the brand to the States. How do we want to do it? We want to do it in a credible way. And so we built an enemy. We looked at the idea of building our own Montana, and we built Hope, you know, so that it was our own space. And then we started talking about this idea of this father who believed that he had to save people. And even if they didn't want to save, even if they didn't believe him, and you know, he didn't believe, basically saying that he was going to go in and take these people and bring them back. And people were like, look, I don't trust this guy. I'm not sure what this guy wants. But he says, souls don't harvest themselves. Yeah. He's got to do that. So I think when we built this space, what we really wanted you to do was to be able to go out into Montana, into Hope County, and meet regular people, regular Americans who don't want to be pushed around. And when we were in Montana, we actually met people who we really got the sense of they wanted to be left alone. Didn't trust us, you know, it took a while for us to get them to talk to us. And it was really interesting to meet these stoic folks who were really self-reliant. And so as you work through the world of Hope County, you're going to meet people like that. You're going to meet people that don't want to be pushed around by the cult. They don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to be taken. They don't trust the father, and they're going to push back.
Sure.
So that's the people that you're going to be building with and building this resistance with. You're going to be meeting regular people.
I think one of the most interesting things I saw in this demo is after you liberate the town, it sort of returns to some semblance of normality.
Yes.
People start patching up the holes in their homes. Businesses start reopening. The bar is there. You can see Pastor Jerome on the steps of the church. How does that sort of factor into the actual like mechanical gameplay?
Well, what we wanted was the idea that there were communities that basically the cult had gone in and really pushed on, and that these communities were under the thumb of the cult. And then when you go into the world and you actually go in and rescue the community, they know you. You know, they're thankful, and they're like, look, how can we help? What can we do to help build this resistance? And so what happens is that in Fall's End, when you liberate it, basically now there's a whole bunch of different little locations that are available and different characters that you can meet. And they're going to say, hey, listen, I heard about Nick, or I heard about this other character, or listen, I'm hearing over the radio that there's something happening in the north. And this is what I know. Why don't you go up there and take a look? And you can.
Yeah, whereas, you know, Far Cry games in the past, especially since 3, which I felt like sort of reshaped what came before it, very much had a similar loop of, you know, you would find a tower, you'd climb the tower, and then the tower would give you all the nodes of interest around you. That doesn't exist here.
Correct.
So how am I going to find things to hunt, points of interest, things to do?
Honestly, that's where we wanted to make it really believable. I think if this story happened to any one of us, we wouldn't know anybody, and we'd have to go out and try and meet people. We'd have to, you have that first moment where you'd knock on a door and you'd go in, and that moment that was nobody trusts anybody, and are you safe? Are you with the cult? I'm not sure. We wanted that feeling for the player, so you've got to go out and work for it. You got to go out and meet people and build that resistance and get them to trust you, and then basically the world opens up based off of what you do.
I think one of the other sort of tenets of Far Cry games, and we talked a little bit about hunting there, is that there are vicious wild animals sort of populating the map. But Montana, you're not going to get lions. I mean, unless there's a crazy cultist with a zoo.
There's probably mountain lions, right?
But you are going to get some other sort of wolves. Can we talk about? Let's go through just a list of at least what you can reveal. Some of the most insane and dangerous animals in this game.
Well, without giving away too much, what I can tell you is that I was playing the game the other day, and I was playing with Boomer, and I'm running around, and all of a sudden this bear attacks us. Right? Out of nowhere, this huge bear attacks us, and I'm freaking out, and all of a sudden Boomer basically barks at it and scares the crap out of it, and then the bear takes off through hayfields, and now we're hunting bears with Boomer. So what's really cool is that if you're out in the world and you have an animal like Boomer, it changes the balance, right? Just like you would if you had a dog. He's brazen, he's tough. If a bear shows up, if a wolf shows up, if another type of animal that I can't talk about shows up, he's going to be able to hold his own. And it's super cool to see him spin plates while you're doing other stuff.
Yeah. What are some of the other side activities we'll be doing in Hope County, aside from the murdering and liberating?
I think that the thing that we're really enjoying watching people do is obviously hunting's a big part of the brand, right? But we're also putting in fishing. And what's amazing to watch people play is that they're playing the game, and they're running around doing all this stuff, and then they find somebody with a fishing rod. They pick up the fishing rod, and now they spend 30 minutes just going off and fly fishing. And now you're having competitions where, who caught what did you catch, how big was it, and bragging rights. And so there was a really great moment for us in Montana where we were fishing with somebody, and the guy says, look, not every problem can be solved with a bullet.
Yeah.
It's just fishing, right? And you're like, okay. And so it's great. We built that into the game where you can go out into the world and meet somebody and fish and just chill.
That's good to know. The next time I see a bunch of cultists beating up a bunch of people, I'm going to go catch some big mouth bass.
There you go. I think that's
settle the whole situation.
No, exactly.
No, I think it's awesome that you do have that option, right? Because this is the kind of world you do want to get lost in.
Right.
And I think that being able to sort of say okay, I got chased by a bear today. I had to fight a bunch of cult members. I'm going to go catch a fish. I'm going to chill out.
The world can't be all one flavor.
Yeah.
Our world isn't like that, right? Sometimes you just want to get into a plane and fly around and look at how beautiful the world is, or get into a cool car and just listen to the tunes and go driving.
See, we saw Nick Ryer, obviously in that past mission. He was our guns for hire. We sent him in to sort of, do an initial carpet bomb run and then provide some support. Can we get into his plane? Because aerial sort of traversal and combat has existed-ish in Far Cry. We had a hang glider, we had a gyrocopter, but we haven't had a traditional just a plane.
No, for sure. That's exactly what we wanted. We wanted you to meet Nick and know that he's got this plane and that he's kind of fitted it, and that you basically can get up there and you can have dogfights. But while you're up there, this is the key thing about the game for us, is to make sure that it's organic, that it pushes back. So you may go help Nick, you may go liberate Falls End, you may start to push against the cult in that space, but then they're going to start to push back. As you build that resistance, maybe they're going to send out the Chosen, and you'll end up having a dogfight.
Cool. There you go. Well, Dan, thank you so much. When can people play this game? When can I play this game?
Yeah, February 27th. But right now at E3, if you're here, you can actually come down to the floor and try it yourself.
Excellent. Awesome. That's so good to hear. Marty, thank you for joining us. Dan, thanks for coming. Yesterday's coverage started off with a bang, and thanks to the Microsoft press conference, here's what the fans had to say about the reveal of the Xbox One X and those exclusives.
The conference of Microsoft was overwhelming games.
Overall, I had a really good feeling about the new content, so I'm looking forward to all of it.
The digital and the real worlds are merging in an unprecedented way.
I think the ability to have a new console, not just like the Xbox One S, but the Scorpio that can play an entire generation of games is impressive.
The Scorpio is powerful. Thought they showed off some impressive new hardware. A little bummed about the price.
I was a little bit disappointed with the price. Maybe like $50 less I was looking for.
Listen, there's trouble. Big trouble.
My biggest disappointment, I was hoping for a Halo 6.
There was a big disappointment when they showed some little orange animal running around with a blue cape.
I thought for sure Conquer was coming back, and then it was just a kid's 3D platform game. That was a huge disappointment and a big troll move from Microsoft.
See you on the other side.
Definitely loved the last one, Anthem. I thought it was both visually impressive, but also had some pretty cool gameplay.
The game looked amazing. It basically reminded me of something that I would just get rid of Destiny for. The art design of it looks really cool, so I'm looking forward to that.
My favorite moment was for sure when they showed Cuphead. I've been waiting for so long for a date or anything on that game, but now we know when it's coming and it looks amazing.
IGN Live at E3. Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Watching a Studio Ghibli movie is an incredible experience, but being able to play a game that looks and sounds like one is even better. Gav Murphy and I are ready to get a look at Ni No Kuni 2, Revenant Kingdom, and here to tell us more about it is Stephen Akana.
Hey, how's it going today?
Pretty good.
Yeah, no, thank you for having us. I mean, we're just really excited that, you know, Ni No Kuni 2, it's finally here, right? You know, it's been a long time coming.
So right off the bat, I want to get this out of the way. Ni No Kuni, fantastic game, but it came out on PS3, which was, I feel like that was kind of the dark horse of last generation. So a lot of people didn't get a chance to play it. Ni No Kuni 2, is it a direct sequel, or will people get a chance to really start fresh?
So Ni No Kuni 2, you can actually jump into Ni No Kuni 2 without having played the first one. The magic of it is that they've taken this kind of play space, and there's a different story, there's different play mechanics, but there's going to be a lot of familiarity with certain areas. Like Ding Dong Dell appears in the first game and in the second game, but it's totally different.
So it's almost like a continuation of the world without actually being a proper sequel with the same characters.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, there's no real continuity between the first story and the second story. It's really just being able to kind of jump in and have that play space again, where it's like, you know, here's a new way of being able to give you that Ghibli-style story.
Yeah, but for the people who really, really like Ni No Kuni, is it actually going to feel like that game?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. I mean, it's the same way that you walk away from like a Ghibli movie when you go to the theaters. Like, you know, you have that feeling of this hero character who makes a growth and a progression, and like the connections that they make with all the other characters, it really resonates in the same way.
Awesome. I think we're going to have a look at it.
All right, so we've got a demo that is, I think, on the show floor here at E3, right?
Yeah, no, so we have the first hands-on playable that's going to be showing at E3 starting tomorrow. And there's two sections, actually. So this first section that we're showing, Evan, he's made his way to Cloud Coil Canyon, and he's met up with his friend Tani. And Tani, and Roland are going to be going to this section that's called the Trial of Courage. And in this trial, he needs to basically go through a couple different trials. For this demo, we really wanted to shore it up so that we can give people that hands-on experience, just jump right into gameplay. So really excited that this is something that people are going to try for the first time.
So you're like a cat person, and they're space pirates.
Kind of. I mean, so Evan, he comes from Ding Dong Dell, which is it's a country that has both cats and mice living together in harmony. So Evan is actually half cat folk, half human.
Okay.
And Roland, the guy that's with him as well, he's from another world.
Right.
So he comes in and he's actually president of a country in his own world.
Okay.
And
Is he from like our world, like Oliver was in the first game?
Similar. That kind of duality of two different worlds. So when Roland comes in, he notices how, Evan has a lot of qualities that are similar to himself when he was first starting to become president of his own country. So, during all the commotion of like a coup that's going on and Evan's exiled from his country, he really decides, hey, I want to jump in and I want to mentor Evan and bring him up to the leader that I believe that he has within his heart.
Yeah.
Now we got a glimmer of the sort of little chibi characters running around the overworld earlier. The kind of the main exploration of dungeons and areas. It's looks very similar to the first Ni no Kuni. Does the combat take an entirely different route from the first game?
The combat is completely revamped for Ni no Kuni 2. Everything takes place in a real-time battle sequence. So you have free movement with your party members, and you're able to switch with them on the fly.
Yeah.
And everything is able to be done all in real time.
All right. Now, the first game had a lot of kind of very familiar kind of JRPG elements. It was open for exploration to a certain degree, but you'd still get kind of slapped on the wrist by high-level enemies if you wandered too far off, and there'd be kind of parts that were walled off by story stuff. I've heard it mentioned that this is kind of more open for exploration. Is that true, or?
Yeah, I mean, like, still with the story, there's going to be certain gates of things that you need to complete to be able to continue your progression.
Okay.
But this one, it has a much more open feel. There's a less of the familiar training that you had in the first game.
Yeah.
There's no familiars that you're capturing in Ni no Kuni 2, but there is other elements that have been brought in to make sure that the people who are big fans, like me myself, I was a huge fan of collecting all the different familiars. But there is a different way of being able to visualize your investment into your gameplay.
Okay.
Now, one thing you've got here now, you've got Higgledies.
Yes.
What are they?
So,
what is a Higgledy?
They're these cute little sprites. They're basically the spirit of everything that's around you in your world. So, as you can see, Evan you can think of the Higgledies almost as a fourth party member.
Okay.
So you can switch between your 3 different members that you already have, but the Higgledies themselves, they'll see different opportunities based on the battles that you're in.
Right.
And sometimes they'll see that you need healing, and then they'll try to heal your party, or they'll see like attack openings and they'll start throwing in little attacks, or they'll open up, you'll see these blue circles open up and you can give them commands.
Okay.
And those commands will give you buffs that can boost your defense or your offense, or be able to do magical attacks.
Now, can you sort of coach their AI to take different approaches during gameplay, or?
You don't necessarily coach the Higgledies themselves, but the AI for like both the other characters, when you swap between them, it's actually really dynamic, and it ends up feeling very natural, like you're playing with this party, but you don't have to babysit, I guess, the ones that you've moved away from.
Okay, so.
I was going to say, why did you guys decide to go for the Higgledies rather than go for familiars? Because as you said, you were a big fan, like I was a huge fan. People who love that game are really into the familiars. How come you decided to go a different way?
I think that, when looking at the first game, that, there was a lot of love that was for the familiars, but there was a lot of investment that you had to put into leveling up each of your individual ones that you captured. So there was definitely a focus on wanting to streamline the experience, make sure that everyone was able to continue to progress through the story so that there wasn't any blocks in the middle where you might just be focusing on grinding and leveling up your characters. But there is still a lot of different investment that you can do as you travel through the game.
Okay, cool. I've heard a mention of kingdom building. Is that what is that?
So kingdom building, it's something that we're teasing at E3. We have a lot more actual information that's going to be coming throughout the rest of the year up until launch.
Okay.
But kingdom building, it's kind of that's kind of what I was getting at with like being able to see a visual investment of the time that you put into the game. Evan, he's working to become king, and as he continues to grow, you're going to see this kingdom of his own that's growing as well.
Okay. So because you don't have familiars this time around and you're not able to like feed them little cakes and give them pants and whatnot, is there more of an emphasis on sort of traditional, you know, humanoid RPG tactics like having gear and spells and stuff like that?
There is still different tasks that you can do within your kingdom that will expand your combat skills, expand your magical abilities, and the Higgledies play a pretty key role in that, as well as all of the people that you meet within the world. Like there's a context and a reason to all of the adventuring that Evan's going to do as he's trying to find his own courage within himself and then bring himself to become king.
Yeah. So in the first one as well, so obviously we saw Ding Dong Dell, and that was like, we had the Cat King there. I'm trying to remember stuff without sounding like I'm bonkers. But so is the story going to be sort of linked to that? Because he's obviously part cat, so is the cat part going to be his sort of royal lineage?
There's definitely a royal lineage to the cat portion, but it's not in the exact same way as Ni no Kuni 1. I think that's kind of like the magical thing about, with Yoshiyuki Momose, who did the character design for Ni no Kuni and Ni no Kuni 2. Yeah. It has that sweetness that you find with the character designs in a actual Studio Ghibli film. Because I mean, he's worked on, Grave of the Fireflies, Whisper of the Heart, Spirited Away. Yeah. So being able to tap all the talent that's really been involved in this game, it's super special. With Joe Hisaishi with the musical composition, and with Akihiro Hino, who is masterful at being able to craft a story that's really in high fantasy but relatable to people at the same time. Yeah.
Now, you've spoken a bit about how you want to take a more mature angle here in this game. It doesn't look like you're talking about like blood and guts. Is it just sort of a tonal approach?
Yeah, no, it's definitely tonal. I mean, there's a lot of growth and a lot of serious matters that appear within this game, and being able to have the dynamic relationship between Evan and his growth, but then also all the people around him. As Roland, as his mentor, if you will. Yeah. Seeing the kind of the multiple angles to his personality. Not everything is just exactly how it is presented to you. There's a lot of depths, layers to the onion, if you will.
Yeah. I keep seeing him doing this Royal Awakening thing where he kind of like buffs out and goes crazy. What is that?
So when you stun an enemy, there is a special way where you're able to have, there's a little gold ball that pops out. Okay. And when you collect that actually puts you into this heightened mode where you're able to have overpowered attacks with everything. And at the same time with the Higgledies, you can charge your own attacks, and they'll jump in and they will power them up yourself. So there's one of Evan's attacks, he does like a circular slash with a sword, but if he holds down and he charges, he's able to add in a fire element, water element, wind element, and that's really beneficial when you're fighting against specific enemies that have elemental weaknesses.
Awesome.
Great. So the mission's clear here. Is there anything else to show off? Are we going to go exploring it all?
No. In the second, there's another area that's available for everyone to play on the show floor. It's a large-scale boss battle. But today we're just going to be showing you just the first piece, so that when people come to the show tomorrow, they're going to have a nice surprise for them, and they can try both of them.
Okay. So I got to voice this. There was one major frustration I had with the first game, which is it took a good chunk of time to get to the point where your entire party could defend themselves. Is there, and that was, I think I was still playing on easy because I'm a scrub. Are you making this, in spite of a more mature angle, more accessible to people who are maybe more casual JRPG players?
It's definitely more accessible. I wouldn't say it's taking a bit of, how the first Ni no Kuni was really, we kind of looked at it as kind of the gold standard of like JRPGs for the last console generation. It really was trying to take in some of the aspects of like Western RPG design and kind of folding it in while still really respecting a lot of traditional Japanese like game design elements. This one is really trying to kind of bleed the line between the two and create what we conceptually would say is a global RPG. So something that's really accessible, people can jump in. There isn't really that grinding focus, but it does accommodate kind of both tastes to be able to be something that's really widely accepted.
Okay. Is there any plans at all to remaster the first Ni no Kuni for current-gen consoles?
We don't have any news about Ni no Kuni 1 being remastered, but I mean, me personally, like I think that it sounds like a wonderful idea, but you'll have to stay tuned if we have any info on that.
Now, you're not quite talking about when this is out in the wild yet?
Yeah, it's coming out this year. Okay. Confirmations are going to be sooner than one would think.
Can you talk a bit at all about the English voice cast?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
But I'm really excited. I mean, especially that we've been able to bring out these this playable demo and actually have the portions of the recordings for that English cast involved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A big thing for me in the first one, because I'm Welsh, and Drippy had this amazing Welsh accent all the way through it, and people really, really sort of warmed to that. I was amazed at how, it was a big deal for Welsh people to have one of the main characters in a video game be Welsh, which was really good. Is Drippy going to be coming back? Are we going to get to see him?
We don't have any news about Drippy, but there is someone else special that people are going to be finding out in just a day's time.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So good tease.
You have actually revealed what is it? It's Evan's full name.
Yes.
And it does, I believe, have a similar familial name in there that it happens to line up with King Tom from the first game.
Evan Pettywhisker Tildrum.
Are they related?
There's no relation.
He's got cat ears. He's a man cat. I'm trying to do journalism up here.
What's going on in this world?
Okay, and this is just at the Bandai Namco booth for people to check out and play?
Yeah, no, it's first hands-on playable for everyone. We also have a really neat photo booth opportunity in the front. We have giveaways that we're doing at the show. We really are just so pleased to be able to finally bring this out for everyone to get their hands on and get a feel for what's going to be coming out this holiday season. So.
Okay. And then this is kind of a left field question. There was also a Ni no Kuni 3DS game, wasn't there?
Yes.
Is there any chance of that ever coming to the West?
We don't have any news about that, but I think that there's a lot of different areas and opportunities for Ni no Kuni. So I'd be interested myself to see, if there's a bit of looking back and seeing opportunities with. I think it was Legend of the Dark Djinn. But yeah, no, that was unfortunately it didn't come over to the States, but I think it would be something to look into.
Well, I'm happy to see more Ni no Kuni. In any case, Stephen, Gav, thank you so much for joining me. Last night, the theme of the Bethesda press conference was Bethesda Land, and they went all out. They actually built a theme park inspired by their games. Terry Schwartz was there, and here is her report. Terry, take it away.
What's up, guys? It's Terry Schwartz here with IGN Access. We're outside Bethesda Land, an entire amusement park showcase dedicated to Bethesda's biggest franchises. So let's take a look inside. Now we are right in the heart of Bethesda Land, and as you can see, it is packed. I am surrounded by little booths representing all of Bethesda's biggest franchises. There's nothing to get you in the spirit of playing Morrowind like literally sitting on a toadstool. They've brought Doom to life, which is a little terrifying. Wait, what? There's something. We decided to take a break over at the Dishonored area, hang out with Corvo and Emily, and, kick back a few pints. I want a Vault Boy. Can you make me a Vault Boy? That was so cool. So I hope you enjoyed your time at Bethesda Land, and for all things E3, make sure to keep it here at IGN.
Battle station now!
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
So we're at Bethesda Land, as you probably guessed, and we're about to ride the Bethesda Land Ferris wheel.
I really hate heights, so if they stop us or do any of that stuff where they stop us at the top, I'm gonna be really annoyed about it.
I don't mind if you hold me.
No, I don't want to stop
Hold
at the
me.
top. Like, I really don't like heights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't even have my belt on. It feels like you should have checked.
Hey man, can I get 2 pints of the Warden? I mean, that's gone everywhere. But there you go. Cheers, mate.
Ooh, a lot of head. A lot of head on that.
It's quite hoppy. So I'm actually really hungry now, so we're gonna have some Doom spare ribs. It says Martian Salt Lick Style. Now I know what most of those words mean.
But not together
or in that order.
sentence, yeah.
Like, Doom tastes excellent.
That's actually genuinely really good. I thought it was going to taste like crap, sorry. I thought it was going to taste like crap, but...
Okay, so we're gonna wash down the taste of Doom with an actual demon.
Is that good?
It has tequila and actual fire, my two natural enemies. Cheers, Gav. You just one.
That's all right.
It's not... It's lovely.
I think that's fine.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Last night, Bethesda held its press conference and revealed The Evil Within 2, which is set to welcome us in on Friday, October 13th. Lucy O'Brien and I are ready to see more. Here to walk us through the horror is Bethesda's Pete Hines.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to this show.
No tequila for us.
Damn.
I'm so disappointed.
Too early in the day, and I think we're all probably a little too tired for tequila shots right now.
Tequila's just what you need when you're too tired. Lucy, you reviewed the first Evil Within.
I did review the first Evil Within, and I'm very, very excited for the sequel. How long has it been in development for?
I mean, basically since the first one. You remember they did some of the DLC, the extra stuff with Kidman, but you had some amount of the team working on that, and others going ahead and starting with, like, what do we want to do for the sequel? What's it going to be like? So it's been in development, really, in some way, shape, or form since the first one came out.
Right, and Shinji Mikami, who directed the first one, is executive producing on this one.
Yep. His hands are all over it.
His hands are all over it. That's all I want to hear.
Yeah.
I want to hear that it's been molded.
Yeah, it's his studio. And he's still Shinji. And so, yeah, what it does and how it looks and how it plays still has Shinji's hands all over it.
So what are we seeing right here?
This is a look at the world of the Evil Within 2. The basic setup is that Sebastian has been pulled back in. It's set a little bit after the events of the Evil Within. Sebastian is basically, his life has completely fallen to crap. He's lost his wife. He's become an alcoholic. Nobody believes the events that took place at the asylum as he describes them. And your old partner Kidman comes back to let you know that your daughter is still alive and that you need to go into STEM, which is this kind of virtual reality world, to try and save her. And this is just some of the parts that you'll be finding and trying to explore as you look for your daughter. Horrifying things to come up against standing in between you and getting your daughter back who you thought was dead.
Ooh, I like the sound of that. Now, this is a new setting called Union.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
So the idea in Evil Within is there's this corporation called Mobius, and Mobius believes in using technology to sort of connect the consciousness of people. And what they've done is they took your daughter who was dead and they've got to sort of put her at the center of STEM and creating this other world. And that other world is called Union. It's a town called Union. And that's ultimately where you sort of have to transport yourself to and then search through and try and find your daughter. So it's going to be a combination of interior and exterior spaces. One of the things in the game is that the world kind of will warp and change as you move through it because it's not real. It's all kind of collective consciousness. So it changes a lot. And one of the big things is, Lucy, you reviewed The Evil Within. It was pretty linear. There's some places where you sort of could decide how you were going to handle a situation, but there's no side quest. There was no branching off and doing other stuff. Evil Within 2 brings a lot more of that. So there'll be places where you can pick up side quests, not necessarily story related, but more about finding those additional resources you need. Resources are really scarce in in the Evil Within. That's true again in the Evil Within 2, but there's more opportunity for the player to kind of decide, I need to go get some more ammo or some more things to do some crafting, and I'm going to go off and do some side missions or explore around to get some of those things before I kind of proceed down the main path. Or you could just blast straight down the main path if that's what you want to do, but you do get rewarded for exploring other places or doing some of these quests for people you find in Union along the way.
Would you still say this is primarily a survival horror game?
It's 100% still a survival horror game. You know, there's definitely going to be action and there's definitely going to be combat, but it's, you know, it's not a shooter. You don't just have loads of ammo to mow down stuff. You can use stealth, you can use combat, you can sort of figure out how you're going to move through situation and when you want to use those resources, but it is at its core a pure survival horror game.
Great.
Now, Sebastian has a new tool in the Evil Within 2 called the Communicator. This is what you're currently calling it, at least, where he can communicate with Julie Kidman, who, of course, starred in the original and in the DLC. What does that open up in terms of gameplay?
Basically, because you've been sent to this other place called Union, Kidman is kind of providing both some narrative for you in terms of she is working with Mobius, as you find out in the first game, spoiler alert. And so she's able to provide some context for you in terms of what's going on as you try and find out what's going on in Union, as you try and get to your daughter and hopefully extract the both of you out of Union back into the real world. She's sort of that connective tissue that's providing advice, providing updates on things that are going on that you might not be aware of, that kind of thing.
That sounds great. Is it going to be like the reveal trailer last night, which we're seeing right now? Obviously, it was quite a, you know, it messed with my head, as the original Evil Within did. And I think the story has always been a little bit Jacob's Ladder-esque in that way. You know, it's always like, I'm not sure what's reality, I'm not sure what's real, what's not. Are the themes going to be very, are they going to be similar, you know, the sort of sense of reality distorting?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think there's that sort of being off balance, that you're never entirely sure what's going on, that you see something and then suddenly it's not there. You walk through a door and you're in completely different reality. You walk through a door into a room and then you turn around and that wall has changed to something else. That's sort of like keeping the player off balance. You know, one of the things in the Evil Within, I'm sure you remember, is audio cues and the sound and music become incredibly important in a game like this, creating that sort of atmosphere that the player is immersed in, and so using that as well to kind of keep the player off balance. You know, when music stings, when you think something is about to happen and actually nothing happens, or the absence of sound effects before something happens. Really, you know, oh, I thought I was going to hear something and instead this thing just came out of nowhere. So I think it's combining all of those things to keep the player off kilter a little bit, but using that story and maybe some stronger character and narrative than the previous Evil Within to really kind of pull the player through in a more personal way, right? The first Evil Within was about a detective trying to figure out what the hell's going on, but your motivation is kind of, well, I'm just going to see what happens next. But here, you've got a little bit more of this connective tissue of, I'm trying to find my daughter who I thought was dead and get her out of here. It tends to pull you through the game in a more compelling way, I think, than you had in the first one.
Now, one of the things people really like about Bethesda and your conferences is that you have a tendency to announce games that are coming very soon.
Yeah.
Evil Within 2 is coming on Friday, October 13th. It's a pretty appropriate release date.
Friday the 13th just seemed too easy to pass up. So yeah, we're very excited. And as you said, that really was a theme for us for last night across everything. Was we really wanted to talk about stuff, all of which that was coming out this year. And Evil Within 2 is no different, only a few months away.
I'm very excited to find out a little bit more about the antagonists, both the overarching antagonist of the Evil Within 2 and the minute-to-minute enemies that you're going to face. I mean, are they going to be returning from the Evil Within? Are there going to be surprises in store?
Well, certainly surprises in store. You get a little glimpse of one of them. You're in this mansion with all of the pictures on the wall, and you see him kill the military guy, and the rose petals come out of his body. His name is Stefano, and he is this really... how would Shinji want me to describe him?
Is that a question you ask yourself a lot?
Perverse, yes. He's this really perverse, twisted artist who really sort of celebrates and tries to capture the beauty of death and pain and stuff. And so his mansion is this really bizarre, twisted place. And you see a little glimpse in the trailer of Obscura, who is kind of his sidekick, the sort of walking, living camera, old school camera, creepy lady, who like takes pictures of his art and his works of art, which is basically different ways that he's killed people or if people have died or whatever. So I think characters like that will definitely provide some sort of new twists, a new personality. And then whether there's going to be any folks coming back from the first one, we'll have to wait and see.
Sure. The first one was a pretty gory game. Is the sequel also a pretty gory game?
I mean, certainly you see from some of the gameplay, there's some pretty grotesque looking creatures that you're going to be facing throughout the world, who again, to kind of the point that Lucy was raising, they're more about like the manifestation of things as opposed to like, what is that thing? Like, well, it's not really a thing. It's kind of how it's been manifested into a thing, whether it's a zombie or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of variety in terms of what those experiences are, from like some pretty gross, violent, bloody stuff. I mean, some people die pretty badly, and it's pretty grotesque. But it's not like Saw, right? It's not meant to be like right. It's not supposed to be like a blood sport thing. It's supposed to be, scary and intense. And you were asking before, like, it's definitely a survival horror game. But if you're not into horror, this is still a game you might enjoy if you just enjoy like kind of action and appreciate that intensity and kind of the decision making and the exploration and so forth. And again, what we hope is a really compelling, interesting story that we think folks will enjoy, even if you're not into survival horror, that you might appreciate what's going on, because it's not just trying to be really gross and bloody and grotesque.
Sure.
In terms of Sebastian's arsenal, obviously The Evil Within has never been primarily about combat at all, but he does have some ways of defending himself. Is his skill set going to have evolved at all, or should we expect more of the same?
Yeah, I think we've tried to maybe do a little bit more this time around with crafting and sort of the ability to get resources that you then decide, what am I going to use these resources to create? Like, is it more important for me to try and create ammo, or is it more important for me to try and create something else that might be of use, and giving the player the power to kind of do those things, as opposed to like, well, I put 2 bullets on that desk, and so I hope you need bullets because that's what I left. If you needed something else, well, I guess you're SOL. So doing a little bit more with crafting and allow the player to kind of make those decisions for themselves. What do I need right now? And again, as I was talking about the non-linearity, like having those open areas where going off on these side things to find more resources becomes an important player choice in terms of, do you want to go do that? Do you need more resources? Or like, nah, I'm good. Like, I kind of have what I need for the way that I'm playing the game.
Sure. Yeah, all of the crafting, the side quests, that sounds very appealing to me. You established the world and these characters with the first game. Is there anything that, you guys wanted to do with the first game that you couldn't quite fit it in, that you were able to include this time around?
I think you see some of that in terms of, Lucy, you played the DLCs as well, right?
I played all the DLCs,
and one of the things that I think we saw from fans was they really enjoyed, even more so, I think, the story and kind of the way that those played out versus the main game. They had a lot more context to them, and they felt a little bit more like relatable. And I think that was something that, out of those DLCs, they wanted to bring to the second one, to the full game. Like, these are the kinds of things that really resonated with people. Even in the portrayal of Sebastian, I think in some respects, even myself, Sebastian is a little bit of a-hole in the first game, right? Like, he's not really sympathetic.
Poor Sebastian.
And so in this game, I think they've tried to sort of give the context and humanize him a little bit more, like as a father, as a husband who's kind of lost everything and sort of lost his way. He's a lot more relatable, I think, than the first one. And so little things like that might not seem like, well, we wanted to have, like, I don't know, giant bombers fly in, and now we have giant bombers. It's more about like expanding story, expanding character, adding a little bit more diversity, adding some more player choice, kind of looking at what folks enjoyed in the first one, and then stuff that they said, well, I wish there was a little bit more of this or a little bit more of that, to kind of use those opportunities to bring more of that into the sequel.
How do you sustain, we had this conversation during the Bethesda Post-Show last night, how you sustain a horror game without exhausting the player. Because a lot of the more sort of aggressive horror experiences tend to be shorter because it's just
It's
not
fatigue.
it's not
Yeah.
sustainable,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
So how do you balance that kind of cadence in a horror game where the player still feels like survival is possible, but they're also scared out of their brains?
It's a great question, and it's definitely a big challenge because like there's a certain point at which intensity simply becomes too much. I mean, you can even see it in a game like Doom, where you do need moments, even just in a shooter, where if it was just that all the time, you need a little downtime or before you get into the next one, and even that much more for a survival horror game. And I think the way that you do that is by not having it just be sort of A to B, B to C, C to D, kind of straight through, but offering opportunities for the player to do some things that aren't maybe always going to be super intense or like scary or frightening or gory, that allow you to kind of progress as a player without constantly throwing stuff at you every minute and every second, and giving the player at least a little bit of a chance to like catch their bearings, catch their breath, and say like, okay, like I got my health back up, and you know I kind of gathered back up. You know, maybe you're trying to sneak through an area and it all went pear-shaped, and all of a sudden you used up all the rest of the ammo that you have. Like, you need that time to be able to say, like, I need to sort of like catch my breath. Holy crap, that was intense. I almost died, but like I'm still alive and I still got all my parts, and like I've got my health back and I got some ammo. Okay, I'm ready to deal with whatever the hell is waiting for me next. So finding that balance, it's a lot of play testing and tweaking, and honestly, it's a lot of Shinji. Like, you know, you want to know where he's involved and how he's involved. It's in those things, and understanding like when to pull the lever back a little bit on the intensity, and when to say like, okay, they're ready, or the player might think we're at, you know, at 10 on the intensity scale, but I'm going to take it up another notch by adding this thing. Those are really what take a good game and make it great.
Well, The Evil Within 2 looks great. I'm afraid we're out of time today. One more question?
I was just very quickly, set pieces, huge elaborate set pieces that were in the first game. Are we going to see more things like that? Fantastic.
How's that? Good?
That
set
is
pieces
perfect.
confirmed. Now, well, you've heard what we had to say about the game, but what about you? IGN hit the streets to get the fans' take on the reveal of The Evil Within 2.
I was right at the barricade when I saw The Evil Within 2. That is going to be the crap your pants game of the year.
The Evil Within 2 looked absolutely stunning. I was hiding behind somebody I was with in the audience. Scary as
It seemed very cinematic. The story looks amazing.
And I think that's really important that they have to execute in the second one.
Clearly the graphics are very polished already. A lot of blood.
The bloodier, the better. I'm one of those people that ends up laughing at all the gore and terrible deaths and blood everywhere because it's so awesomely ridiculous.
Looked very, very interesting and intriguing. The psychological horror aspect is really what draws me in, and I think that's the most interesting part of it, personally.
All right, in just a few minutes, we will take you inside Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, which was revealed last night. But first, get all the latest headlines from Naomi Kyle on the Daily Fix.
Microsoft floated like a butterfly and stung like a scorpion with its epic Xbox press conference, and we've got every big announcement from it right here on the Daily Fix, presented by the Marines. Plus, you better believe we're going to jump into another great giveaway. 4K then, let's do this. X gonna give it to you, and by X, I mean Xbox One X, and by it, I mean 4K. That's right, Project Scorpio is officially called Xbox One X, and it's coming this November 7th. On top of it being the most powerful console ever from Microsoft, it's also apparently the smallest, so obviously that means it's the cutest too. But that doesn't mean it's the cheapest, as the price stings a bit at $500. Now, you can't show the true power of a new console without a pretty car game. I'm pretty sure it's a video game law or something. As such, say hello to Forza Motorsport 7, coming out October 3rd. Featuring over 700 rides, the game will run at native 4K and 60 frames per second on Xbox One S. Are you ready to walk like an Egyptian in Assassin's Creed Origins? Ubisoft finally unhooded the game, which has been leaked over and over and over, and you get the point. There are crocodiles, a big snake, and even cool RPG elements, like a leveling system and gear upgrades. Oh, and you get an eagle pet too. It's not a dog, but I'm gonna call it Puppy when Assassin's Creed Origins arrives October 27th.
PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the PC game clearly inspired by Battle Royale and Hunger Games, is breaking out exclusively on Xbox One at launch. Now that exclusivity language is vague, so who knows if it's coming to PS4 too. But what we do know is it'll arrive later this year on Xbox One, and when it does, I'll definitely be a winner chicken dinner. The undead will just never stay dead, will they? Actually, that's totally okay with me when it comes to State of Decay 2. Microsoft revealed that the Xbox One and Windows 10 PC game will release in spring 2018. That's a longer wait than I want, but here's hoping the extra time is totally worth it. The Metro franchise will see a third entry next year called Metro Exodus. The reveal demo for the first-person game contained too much wolf-like ghoul killing for my liking. They're basically puppers in my books, but other than that, I can still admit Metro Exodus looks amazing. You all love your spiky hair Super Saiyan fighting, and I can't blame you, so I'm happy to tell you that Dragon Ball FighterZ was unveiled, a new game with a 3 vs 3 battling system. Look forward to it early next year. Looks like it's not going to be a pirate's life for me until next year. You see, Sea of Thieves is planned to come out in early 2018. Rare also showed off a mission from the game featuring ships, skeletons, and most importantly, the booty. You can never forget about the booty. November 7th won't only see the release of Project Xbox One X, that's also when Crackdown 3 will finally launch. Microsoft announced the release date with the help of Terry Crews from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It basically made me wish Terry Crews was part of every game announcement ever from here on out. One of the most gorgeous, beautiful, and honestly stunning 2D platforming games is getting a sequel. Ori and the Will of the Wisps was officially announced, and I'm ready to just listen to that theme song repeatedly for the rest of the year, and maybe my life. Give this game to me ASAP, Microsoft. BioWare is bae for me. That's right, I'm super pumped. We got a more in-depth look at Anthem, an open-world third-person RPG that's coming out next year from the Mass Effect maker. The game has players sporting an exosuit called a Javelin, and each one offers different abilities. You'll need them to fight massive monsters and to find loot. They also make you cool, which is obviously crucial too.
Can you feel the true power of our giveaway? I sure as heck can, because thanks to the Marines, we're giving away any game that you can purchase or pre-order, as well as a console of your choice, including an Xbox One S and PlayStation 4 Pro. All you have to do to enter is fill out the form in the link on the screen here or in the video's description, where you'll also find official rules for the giveaway. And that's your Daily Fix for June 11th. Now that you're caught up on Microsoft's E3 press conference, be sure to stick with us here at IGN for all of your live coverage of E3 2017. I'm Naomi Kyle. Don't forget to download the upgraded IGN app, and remember, you can get your fix anytime online at IGN. IGN Live
the
at
biggest
E3.
entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Last night, the big finish for Bethesda's press conference was a reveal of Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus. Lucy O'Brien and I are here with Pete, Jens, and Jerry for a closer look at the game. And first, can I just say how cool it was that you guys teased this game last year at your press conference?
I take full credit for that, by the way. That was my idea. We were going to do it.
Even tell us.
No, I didn't. We were going to do the DOS thing for Quake, and I was like, we should throw New Colossus in the directory just for giggles and see if anybody noticed. And of course, everybody totally did. But
like a dog with a bone.
Yeah.
So the new Colossus is set in a conquered USA this time around. Is it going to feel as dire as the New Order?
I think it's going to be pretty dark, but it's also a lot of fun. Like it's in the same way that New Order sort of traversed the spectrum of human emotion. So yeah, it's a rich game, and the story is very rich. We're extremely happy with it.
Well, the footage we saw certainly suggested that.
Yeah. How long after the New Order is this set?
It's about 5 months later, but most of the game is set, but it is a direct sequel.
Right.
So where the New Order ended, this is where this one picks off.
Well,
picks up.
I don't know if you were going to mention this, but there's some question as BJ is back.
BJ is back.
There's some question as to how he's back. But maybe we'll learn that.
Yeah, I mean, he was very badly injured at the end of the first game, but you know his friends didn't want to leave him behind, so he was saved.
And when you see him at the beginning, you definitely get the sense it's not like he's totally fine and kicking it. He looks like a guy who, by all rights, should be dead. And you start off the game playing as a guy who basically should be dead.
Yeah, and that was super cool for us because we had this idea that BJ is so incredibly in such bad shape that he can't really move around normally. So the first there's a prologue, but the first real gameplay level is in a wheelchair. So the first level is wheelchair combat, which we loved the idea of when we came up with it, but then we thought, how are we actually going to do this and make it fun? But it came out really well. It's super fun. And that's also the part of the game that is hands-on, playable for hands-on.
The wheelchair section is hands-on here? I see. And is that his injury or his state, is that what leads to him wearing the exosuit that we see?
I think the less spoilers we mention, the better.
Okay.
Well, could you tell us a little bit more about the suit? Because obviously, from the trailer, I've got some questions. I mean, what can you tell us about the suit? Obviously, it provides him with a level of kind of armor on his head, and
well, at least it gets him back on his feet.
Right.
And it does harken back. I mean, you see it in the first game. Right. And
at the very end.
But that's what's so amazing about when making this game, because for us this is the first true sequel that we've ever done, and it's just so amazing to build off your own foundation into something new, where all of the ideas that you seeded in the first game you can bring to life in the next one. That's been an amazing experience for us.
So we brought the setting to America this time, is that correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell us about what locations we'll be visiting?
Well, basically the plan for the resistance is to liberate America and use that as a platform to liberate the rest of the world. And of course that's extra personal for BJ, being an American. It's a big deal.
We have a couple of locations we show in the trailer. We have New Orleans is one of the locations, and you're also down on the streets of Roswell.
Yeah.
Well, what can you tell us about our new friends that we're meeting here?
Yeah, so in order then to ignite this revolution in America, BJ, representing the Kreisau Circle, needs to sort of make connections with other resistance cells that are sort of dispersed and they're not united, and try and unite everybody and start this revolution.
Could you tell us the names of these two characters here?
Yeah, this is Grace Walker. She leads a resistance cell in New York City. And the guy on the ground there is Super Spesh.
That's his name?
Yeah.
I love it. Grace was obviously my favorite character from the trailer. I think she was most people's favorite character. The grenade moment was, I just adored it. So, you know, there is a real sense of kind of like that ragtag team of resistance fighters coming back. Tell us about the antagonist this time around. It's Fran Engel. Is that how you? Frau. I apologize.
Engel.
She is back. She was the second antagonist in the last game, and now she's at the very forefront. She survived a massive accident. How did they stitch her together?
in the best way they could. No, but she is. You can sort of see that at the end of the first game too. You see her over a video link with the stitches and all of that. But this also connects back to the thing where we're building off our own foundations. We could really introduce her and set her up properly in the New Order, and then it pays off in this game.
I think there's something like particularly delightful about having a female Nazi antagonist. They're particularly evil. Do you know what I mean? They're sort of deliciously evil. They're kind of Disney evil. I love it.
Well, I have to say that Nina Franocek, the actor who plays Frau Engel, she is such a mind-bogglingly good actor. I mean, all of our actors are just outstanding. We cast really rigorously, and I've been so blessed and lucky to find these people that are just amazing. And she brought so much of that character to life as well. I came in with really great ideas and rehearsed a lot on her own time, and yeah, that was an amazing experience.
Let's talk combat. Obviously, people are playing a Wolfenstein game because you get to shoot things, and it's really fun.
Specifically Nazis, not just things. It's actually the shooting of Nazis.
Absolutely, it's a real draw card for most of us, shooting Nazis. Let's talk combat. What is new?
There's a lot of new stuff in there, and I think basically we have revamped the entire player. So one thing we are doing now is that we have a full body player in the world to get it more immersive and more seamless with all the events that are happening with the player.
It used to be just a floating gun.
Just be a view model, and that allows us to make it feel even more that you are actually present in the world. Of course, all the weapons are new. We have upgrades for all the weapons, and we are, of course, starting off. I mean, our default shotgun is a triple barrel, fully automatic shotgun. So we have a very, we build a lot on heavy weapons and over-the-top combat, and we are continuing to do so for this game. So it will be pretty crazy.
Well, obviously, Doom was a big hit last year. From what I saw of the combat there, the speed and the focus on melee, am I seeing any inspiration from Doom in there?
I think for sure. I mean, we are inspired by them, and hopefully they are also inspired by us. But we have a really great relationship with it, and it's been really good.
But we work a lot with allowing the player as much freedom as possible when you move around and perform combat, basically. And one of the big things for this game as well is that we now allow the player to dual wield weapons freely in any combination, which is super fun. When you can have a silenced handgun in one hand and a grenade launcher in the other hand, it's very fun and rewarding and entertaining gameplay.
We were actually talking last night about the difference between Doom and Wolfenstein, at least in their modern iterations. And Doom is very much like a popcorn shooter to the extreme, whereas Wolfenstein still has that kind of over-the-top combat, yet it also has quite an emotional through line that Doom doesn't really have. Doom's just like, Doom guy. Would you say that you're really going for that again this time around? I mean, I thought BJ's relationship with Anya was really touching and real in the last game. I'm really interested to see if that's all going to continue.
Oh yeah, we're developing. It's amazing because, like when we started New Order, we like those characters were ideas, but then as you get actors in and start to develop them, they take on their own life, sort of. So when we started writing for New Colossus, we know exactly how these characters are, and so we're able to push their character arcs even further. It's been super cool. I think for us, this is easily the best game story we've ever done. We're extremely psyched about it. And that's also to the fact that Bethesda is so great and they let us do our weird shit.
And I do think that comes across in two ways. Number one, like my favorite line, I think, in the whole trailer is in the beginning where Anya's helping BJ up off the floor and he puts his head on her stomach and says, "You've gotten so fat." Like just this great sort of funny moment of her kind of revealing her pregnancy and having twins and so forth. But that relationship between BJ and Anya is so great, kind of as a catalyst for everything that that BJ does, like, and talking to Jens and Jörg even before the New Order, it was about, actually all this guy wants to do is live a quiet life at home with the picket fence. Like, he does everything he does because all of this is in the way of what he really wants, which is like to settle down and have kids and be at home. And so I think the way that these guys tell that story is really great, but then the way they add on to it with characters like Wyatt or Frau Engel as the bad lady, or I mean, can I say who?
Yes.
Can I say that her daughter is
you can say
in the game?
Sure.
I mean, we show her.
Yeah.
You see her quickly in the thing, but like even seeing Frau Engel and her daughter and sort of meeting the two of them in that scene, I think that what they do is they take that as sort of the glue of the whole thing and add to it with all these interesting characters and guys dropping acid and seeing psychedelic lizards or trying to eat cookies badly with mechanical arms. I think that really adds to that whole sort of lovable band of misfits, these people from all walks of life who are kind of coming together for this one thing, which is like, we have to get rid of Nazis who have taken over the world and kind of get back to freedom and things being normal.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, but that with Alyssa Preston, who plays Sigrun, Frau Engel's daughter, their relationship too on set was just so amazing to see. Like they really committed, and all of our cast is like, I think also because they have seen how the first one came out, so they're even more invested in the sequel. So it's been
If someone missed the first game, shame on you. You should totally play it. It's super fun. But if they did miss it, will they be able to just jump into the sequel and sort of have a grasp of what's going on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a benefit to have played the first one because you'll be able to just, like I said before, pick up where you left off, right? And you know these characters already. But it won't be a detriment if you haven't played the first one. I think you'll slide into the groove of things really quickly.
I think you'd miss some of the sort of the subtext for some of the things that go on, like knowing Wyatt or knowing Fergus from the first game and sort of how they got to where they are. But that doesn't prevent you from understanding what's going on in the game. You still get everything that's taking place.
We are just about out of time, but I know there's one thing that Lucy demands to know about.
Before I wrote anything else on these cards, I wrote cat monkey. Please tell us about the cat monkey.
All right, so the cat monkey's name is Shoshana, and she is the sort of science experiment, but also really Seth's favorite pet. Seth is played by Mark Evanier, who just also does amazing performances. And he actually named Shoshana after his mother-in-law, I think.
But basically, he's the mad scientist of the group who pulls off all this amazing sort of science and tech, and in order to save his beloved cat, decided to take the head of his beloved cat and put it on the body of a monkey to keep it going.
The cat had been sneaking around in the reactor room on the submarine and had very bad cancer, but this was a way to save her.
I mean, you want to have no cat or you want to have a monkey cat? I'd probably choose monkey cat.
I would also choose
monkey
monkey
cat is the answer to that question.
I love it. It's perfect.
Wolfenstein 2 looks awesome. We don't have to wait too long to play it. October 27th?
Yes.
Guys, thanks so much for coming by the show.
Thank you.
Stick around because we've got Dishonored, Death of the Outsider, 2 Sonic games, and our Sony Pre-Show still on the way. IGN Live continues right after this.
Entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all access pass.
Wolfenstein was a big surprise. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun.
It was the craziest thing ever, man, to just see that the Germans are taking over America and that America's badass is back to help us out.
Blazkowicz was just awesome.
And the graphics are amazing. You will not be let down. This is a game that is going to change some things.
I grew up on Wolfenstein, the really awful, pixelated, old school. So I'm really, really excited to see what this one brings to the table.
Actually seeing the trailer and the weapons, they've always been an amazing thing, and now they're like upgraded.
I kind of dig how graphic it was, like the fatality stuff. A messed up a Nazi, that's pretty cool.
At the end of the day, they're bringing the battle to the U.S. We're from Mexico, so I guess that it's a little bit uncomfortable. I don't know if they're gonna build a wall.
And it's good to see cheesiness and like over-the-top stuff come back.
They got black people with afros. WOLFENSTEIN! That's all you need to know!
IGN Live at E3 2017 is
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Hi, I'm John Warner, Game Director for Anthem. Hey!
Freelancer.
Fraxling,
Listen, there's trouble. Big trouble.
what did you do?
I made a mistake. I hired some people. They weren't freelancers. I know. They said they could handle it, and the price was right. I thought maybe...
Unbelievable.
You're right. It was stupid. I'm sorry. But they're still out there. Somewhere. If you could just bring them back. Anything you need.
I'll get to it tomorrow. All right.
In the world of Anthem, you and your friends are freelancers, the heroes who leave the safety of the walls of Fort Tarsus to explore the unknown and protect humanity. Let's join two players as they head out on an expedition.
Hey, Paul. You ready to go?
We're just grabbing some supplies, just about ready.
What are you going to use today?
I decided to go with the Colossus.
I'm going to use my Ranger. Try out some new upgrades.
Every player will own an array of exosuits we call Javelins. These suits give players superhuman capabilities and are heavily customizable so they look and play how you want.
Bam. Looking good. Nice. You've got a mortar equipped.
Yeah, I got it on the weekend. You lead the way, I'll follow.
This is a vast open world you explore with your friends. Each Javelin exosuit has its own unique playstyle. The Ranger is balanced and all-purpose, while the Colossus is a tanking powerhouse.
All right. Let's see what's up here.
The world of Anthem is hostile, and threats can come from any direction. It's a dynamic world where the unexpected is around every corner.
I'm not sure we want to use all our supplies on this guy.
Yeah, he seems like a problem for another day.
We're getting some fire from up ahead.
I'll go low. You flank.
Hang in there. Almost there. Have you been in there yet?
I haven't. We should do that later with Kim.
Yeah, you could use the XP. Hello, treasure. I think we got some action up ahead.
Anyone, we're under attack. Anyone in the area, we're under attack. I think that's part of Praxley's mission.
You can equip your Javelin exosuit with gear that brings devastating power to combat.
Oh, there are a lot of scars down there. Oh, the scars have a heavy.
Have time to use that mortar. Give me some covering fire. There's a bunch more coming in.
Okay, I'll get this round. Oh, come on. Be something good. Oh, yes! Jer's Wrath.
Oh, nice.
Large-scale world events like Shaper Storms are dynamic and pull you off the beaten path with the promise of new stories to discover.
Oh, Shaper Storm incoming. Okay, actually, let's get some more people. Hold on a sec.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's happening?
I'm right behind you. Whoa. This storm is getting crazy. So what are we supposed to do? Fly into it?
All right, let's do this.
See you on the other side.
Our story is out there.
If you thought you were finished with Dishonored, get ready to dive back in because a standalone story is on the way. Here to walk us through it is Harvey Smith. Welcome to the show. And so Dishonored, Death of the Outsider?
Yes, that's the name.
Were you aware that the Dishonored fandom has already decided the Outsider is their boyfriend?
Yeah, I'm aware that many people claim that.
Like, honestly, there was a wail from behind me when that was announced. People are very attached to the Outsider.
Right. We're going to have a lottery for who is actually, in a relationship with the Outsider.
First of all, could you clarify for us, Harvey, what are we actually calling Death of the Outsider? Is it a spin-off, an expansion, DLC? What are you sort of officially calling it here?
Well, first of all, this was done by the team in Lyon. I worked very closely with them, and one of the ideas we had early on, especially with our lead designer Dinga Bakaba was talking about it, was really the idea of doing a standalone. And so this is a standalone adventure. It happened several months after Dishonored 2, after Emily's already gone back to Dunwall.
Because, of course, that's how Dishonored 2 ends, with Billy saying that she is going to go find her father figure, and that's where this game begins.
Yeah, so obviously we love Billy Lurk. We've wanted to feature her as a protagonist for years. We've wanted to bring Dowd back. Fans have asked about Dowd a lot. It's 15 years later, after the events of Dishonored 1, when you might have seen Dowd in the Brigmore Witches and the Knife of Dunwall. And so, yeah, at the end of Dishonored 2, Emily or Corvo go back to Dunwall, and the woman we know as Billy Lurk is seeking meaning in her life. She's finally ready to quit hiding, and she's kind of back in this game. She's working with Rosario Dawson was amazing because as Megan Foster, this is a big spoiler, of course, but as Megan Foster in Dishonored 2, she plays a kind of lost character. She's this boat captain. She's kind of drifting through life at this point, helping out Emily. But then once she sort of like finds her resolve again as Billy Lurk, the acting changes. It's a really amazing performance.
And you have Michael Madsen back as Dowd, is that right?
Yeah, it was great working with him again.
I feel that Billy Lurk had, in my opinion, had the most interesting narrative arc in Dishonored 2. So, as you say, it's great that she is actually getting her own standalone protagonist story.
Totally.
Why do they want to kill the outsider? Can you say that now?
Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't go into too much detail about that so that people actually enjoy playing the game. But you know, I hinted at it before. Like it's kind of a quest for meaning, and Dowd and Billy come to some conclusions about the outsider and his role in the world.
Where is Death of the Outsider set?
Mostly it takes place in Karnaca, where Dishonored 2 takes place. Some parts of it are in an as-yet undisclosed location.
So does that mean the mood is going to be similar to Dishonored 2's? Because Dishonored and Dishonored 2 had very different kind of tones and color palettes and stuff like that. Is it going to be more akin to Dishonored 2?
Yeah, I guess it's months after the events of Dishonored 2, after the ending of that story. So, you know, there's a feeling that people are picking up the pieces after the coup, Delilah's coup, and they're putting it all back together. But that's happening far away in the capital city of Dunwall. And so Karnaca's at the southern edge of the world, and Billy mostly skirts the edges anyway. She hangs out in the underworld, and she's pursuing Dowd, her old mentor. And so, you know, they're checked out of politics. It's a big change for us because Corvo before was with the Empress, and he was her royal protector. And then in the second game, Emily is the Empress, right? So it feels like court intrigue, important people in powerful positions. And what we really like about the characters of Dowd and Billy is they're not any of that, right? They're disconnected from all of that. They have their own sort of underworld court in a way.
So Dishonored 2 had 2 playable protagonists. Is Billy the only one here?
Yeah, people ask about that after last night. We had the Bethesda showcase last night. It was tons of fun. It was like a carnival. And we showed the trailer for the first time. But Dowd is a character in the world. He is not the protagonist. Billy Lurk. It's all Billy Lurk.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about her skill set. So we saw a little bit of her powers. Actually, almost we're up to the bit that I am about to address, because she's got a blink type power, but it seems like she can move through walls, which is a little different to the blink that we know and love.
Well, again, hats off to the team in Lyon who really worked on all of her powers and gadgets. And they took them far beyond the initial description, the initial prototypes. We're very happy with the way they play. It is interesting strategically. These games are stealth games or high-end combat games, but of course you can approach everything many different ways. And so Billy's main mobility power is called Displace.
Right.
And if you read the comics, there's a hint that what happens in Dishonored 2 does something around her in time. Like she both is in one state and in another state at the same time, which causes kind of a distortion around her. And so displaces a power where she can imagine being where she's at now or somewhere else and then choose to go there. So what that means as a player is that you leave a marker in the world and then you can go about your business, do whatever you want, and at any point switch with that marker.
Oh, that's cool.
And so that's what she's actually doing there. She's placed a marker in the hallway. She's waiting for the guy to turn around, and then she displaces to that location.
So does she have a whole new power set?
Yeah, she's not marked by the outsider. That was something that we wanted to do. She has a couple of artifacts. She has a thing in her eye called the Eye of the Dead God. She has a void-esque arm. It's made of pieces of the void. She has the knife that was originally used to sacrifice the outsider. And she has her own powers. She has semblance, displace, a few things like that. And then there's also a special mode. If you finish Death of the Outsider, you can play again with what we were jokingly calling Old Game Plus originally. I think we call it Original Game Plus, but it's you can play it again, but using powers from the Corvo Emily set.
Very cool.
Oh, that's awesome. So everything is upgradable as per usual. Like, so what was her knife arm called again? I just immediately thought knife arm.
Well, she has an arm that is made of chunks of the void, and then she finds this. It's one of the missions in the game. One of the better missions in the game. Our level designers put together. Where she goes after an ancient artifact that was used to sacrifice the outsider. And once she has it, she kind of like deconstructs it and reconstructs it as she needs to. That's what you see in the video.
What kind of enemies can we expect from Death of the Outsider? Like, it looks like Clockwork Soldiers might return.
Yeah, so there are going to be a variety of thugs and cultists and some people that we haven't shown yet or talked about yet. You finally get to see the Sisters of the Oracular Order, this sort of prophetic arm of the Abbey of the Everyman. But yes, you mentioned the Clockwork Soldiers. Whenever we show them, originally the first trailer we did for Dishonored 2, they had these ceramic faces. And then when we shipped the game, working with the art director and the art team, we had changed them to these wooden bird heads. And we had fiction in the game around why Kieran Jindosh changed the design. And so we thought it would be fun, working with Sashka Duval, our narrative designer, we thought it would be fun to go back to the prototype. So because Kieran Jindosh is dead, and conceivably all the Clockwork Soldiers have been destroyed through Dishonored 2, but someone has a batch of the prototypes with the ceramic face. And so you'll see those. They're very cool.
Speaking of the Clockwork Soldiers, Clockwork Mansion is one of the most memorable video game levels in recent memory. In your mind, is there anything in Death of the Outsider that sort of reaches those heights, and is that special?
There's one mission in the middle that I think people are going to really remember, and it's worked on by some of the same people that worked on the Clockwork Mansion. But it's not up to me to say, what people are going to respond to. Like, we weren't sure in Dishonored 2 how people would respond to various pieces of it. I just have to say it's the best level design team I've ever worked with, and they love what they do. It's one of the things Arcane is known for, really putting the work into the environment. It's all about the player experience. So, yeah, you can count on having a really good time playing Billy Lurk.
With that said, Dishonored 2 is known for having themed missions. Every mission sort of had a different hook. Or a different space, something that made it very unique to the one before it and the one after it. Is that something that you are continuing in Death of the Outsider?
Yes, in this standalone adventure, which is not the full length of, like, say, Dishonored 2, which is quite a long game.
Yeah.
It's a set of missions for Billy Lurk, and one thing you'll find is the nature of the places change from one portion of the missions to the next. And so, yeah, it's definitely got a strong sense of theme and a lot of environmental storytelling, just like we always do.
So we can expect the same sort of structure from Dishonored 2, meaning they're not true open world games, they're mission-based, but each mission is a big, large, open space.
Yeah, we tend to take these very large spaces, as big as we can make them, and just riddle them with pathways and sort of plausible connections and, why is this door locked? Who has the key to it? Is there another way in here? So it feels very open, but then it also allows us to let you move on from area to area and sort of put that behind you and explore a new space.
Yeah.
What kind of action-reaction can we expect from this in terms of Billy's mark on the world, depending on how violent she is, how cautious she is.
Yeah, so Billy is not marked by the outsider. She's not one of the royal figures. She's a former assassin. So our focus this time has been on being a badass supernatural assassin.
So you've sold me. I'm sold with
yeah.
that.
So Billy has a different outlook. Her view is that some people just need to die. Like this has gone on long enough. This force in the world has caused unending misery, and I'm going to be the one that's going to take care of it. And so. It is still possible to play the entire game without killing anyone, including your eldritch boyfriend. But you can approach all the situations just the way you can in Dishonored 1 and 2, where you can be incredibly violent, or you can sneak, you can ghost the entire Death of the Outsider. So,
are the levels still filled with collectibles? Relics?
Yeah.
Other objects to find?
Lots of things to find, lots of little extra spaces to explore, of course. It's part of what we do, it's part of what we love.
Are you going to be playing with verticality in the same way that you did in the second game? Because that was really exciting for me, how you sort of decided to go up.
Yeah. Yeah, we love that too, and our fans really responded to it. Karnaca is a place often built on many levels, and our stealth model, our perception model for enemies is such that they see really well here, and then they have weaker peripheral vision, and they have weaker vision. Like if you're up in the rafters above us right here, which the audience probably can't see, they wouldn't probably notice you there. So yeah, we play with that verticality as well.
Got time for one more question.
I guess my final question will be, is there... In Dishonored 2, obviously, and Dishonored, there were ways that players kind of bent the rules a little bit that really surprised you.
Yeah.
Do you see that happening in this one in any particular exciting ways?
Oh, yeah. There's... I always get in trouble for calling out specific team members because the whole team deserves credit, really. But Jerome Braun is a game designer we work with, quite experienced. And he does a lot of our prototyping, working with Dinga and the other guys with the game mechanics. And so there's a thing called the hook mine this time around that is a magnetic device where you can put kind of a ball bearing-like thing on the walls in different spots, and it will pull an enemy there and anchor them there, and it can be used non-lethally. Or if you put multiple, you can actually literally tear people apart. And so immediately people started experimenting with these magnetic death mines. We meant to be non-lethal, of course. And we've seen already totally crazy cool combinations of AI, ragdoll behavior, magnetics, and gore parts. Let's just say that. So
that's awesome.
That pretty much wraps up what I like about Dishonored. The gore parts. Gore parts. I have to ask, this being a standalone story set in Dishonored, what does that mean for any potential DLC for Dishonored 2?
Well, this is what we've been working on.
Okay. All right.
So Death of the Outsider is coming September 15th. It's $29.99. Features Billy Lurk and Dowd. And it's what the team in Lyon has just poured their hearts into. So.
Well, it looks super fun. We can't wait to play. So thanks for coming by the show.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Coming up, we've got 2 Sonic games and our Sony Pre-Show. IGN Live at E3 continues in just a minute.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your All Access Pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Here we go. Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. This morning we kicked things off with the Ubisoft press conference, and Marty and I are still recovering from that last reveal. Over in the IGN newsroom, we've got Brian Altano and Max Scoville here with their take on the show.
Hey, Damon, how's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for asking.
So there's a few things we like. We like spaceships, we like animals, we like swear words, and we like James Cameron's Avatar, and we got to see sort of a little bit of all of those. Let's start with the swearing animals. Beyond Good and Evil 2, what's up with that?
Incredible looking game. So this has been sort of in hibernation for a long time outside of the teaser we got a couple years ago, which might have been a leak or might have been official. Obviously way, way more beautiful than we could have possibly imagined. The weird thing about this game is that it's got a 2 in the title, but it's also a prequel. So what does that even mean? We got to see some of the new characters, some of the old looking characters, but it's not really starring Jade is what we're hearing. So
yeah, I think they said it's before she's even born. Also, it's worth noting this is a game that's been in the work for 15 years. The first one came out so long ago that the people who are going to be playing this, chances are probably haven't played the original.
Yeah, which is kind of an interesting thing, right? Like, why not just call it Beyond Good and Evil, maybe do a fresh start? We don't know what gameplay looks like, but we can tell you based on what the last game was, it was an open world game where you played as a main character who basically did a mix between combat, exploration, and photography. So basically documenting the world. Think about the way, like, you know, Breath of the Wild works in terms of taking pictures of weird, crazy stuff all over the land.
Yeah, I'm curious just based on how many kind of different characters are moving around here, if we're going to see sort of like a, you know, Destiny type of game where it's all about teamwork and collaboration and cooperation, or if it's going to be, you know, story-driven narrative. In any case, like, we know that Ubisoft can make gorgeous open world games and games that have people playing online together. What we haven't seen is them doing that with swearing animals with like cyberpunk appendages.
Yeah, and I think what's great about this is that it's got that signature sense of humor that the original Beyond Good and Evil has. And I think a lot of open world games now, and especially a lot of the Ubisoft ones, you know, they kind of tend to take themselves a little bit seriously. You look at like the Division, you look at Assassin's Creed, and in this one, just like you said, you know, open world, it's just got insane animals just cursing at each other, and that's the thing, right? Like the original game, I don't really think it was something that would lean towards mature audiences, but if we're going with the fans of that, maybe it's been long enough that they're old enough that they're okay with hearing the F word now.
Yeah, I mean, the F word never killed anybody. Damon, what do you make of Beyond Good and Evil?
I'm super excited for it. I like you, I'm a little confused as to why the second game is a prequel, but hey, it's been 14 years. I'm just happy to have Beyond Good and Evil back, and the little short film that they showed looked awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Marty, how come you haven't eaten that coffee mug yet?
Right?
You know, it's gonna happen. I made a mistake by tweeting that. By the end of the night, I will eat a coffee mug.
Okay, E3 is full of big, huge games that are all about stabbing and explosions and total mayhem.
Yeah, we sort of got a tease of Avatar, the game.
Yes.
Did we?
Like that. Apparently, before they had the Ubisoft Pre-Show, they had just a picture of some Na'vi stuff going on there, and then nothing to show. We know that the guys who made The Division are working on a game set in James Cameron's Pandora universe. But then I guess they just kind of a weird bait and switch.
I think maybe they just had like an Avatar screensaver on their computer before the presentation started, and it's specifically just to troll you.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were trying to troll Avatar fans, but there's like only one, like pretty much. It's like me.
So we found out the movie's getting delayed. That basically the Avatar cinematic universe is going to take a while to get where it needs to get. The game's not happening until 2020. Is that correct?
Something like that, yeah.
So in the meantime, we're going to get a theme park ride at Disney, which is basically just there to celebrate itself.
It just opened.
Yeah. So you will have a theme park, but you won't have a game for a very long time. James Cameron came on stage at an Ubisoft press conference years and years ago to explain his sort of vision of the Avatar game and the movie. But that game came out already. That movie came out already. I think we're just kind of waiting to see where that sort of entire franchise goes next.
Yeah, it's going to be weird because by the time the Ubisoft Avatar games comes out, I feel like they're probably going to be like, and if you pre-order now, you'll get an HD remaster of the original 2009 Avatar the game from Ubisoft.
That classic.
Yeah, that's one of the weird things people forget is that Ubisoft already made an Avatar game, and it wasn't great. And, you know, Massive's an interesting developer, so I'm excited to see what they do with it. But, I mean, 2020, that's next gen, right?
Well, yeah. Now, Max and Brian, how excited are you to play with Toys to Life in fall of 2018?
Oh boy. So yeah, we got to look at Starlink.
Yeah. You and I immediately kind of geeked out about that because it's very odd to see a video game controller and then a bunch of toys kind of stacked in and around it on top of it. This looks like the exact kind of game I would have gone insane for as a 14-year-old kid. As an adult, I have toys all over my desk, so I don't know who I'm trying to fool. But this looks interesting. It seems a little bit late for the toys to life genre, especially launching in late 2018. But I'm interested in it. It's got a bunch of really cool moving parts, both literally, physically, and sort of in the game. But it felt, I think, to us immediately evocative of No Man's Sky. It's got this sort of old Han Solo character in it. It's a Switch game, which was one of the first times we got to see, outside of Rabbids Kingdom Battle, a ton of sort of Switch support coming from Ubisoft. They're cagey about it. Usually they're there at launch with a bunch of games, but Switch support is coming from Ubi, and it's coming in some interesting new ways. What do you think of this game, Max?
It looks like a cross between No Man's Sky and Skylanders Imaginators, and the fact that it's coming out, a year and a half from now doesn't really fill me with the most high expectations.
Can we just start calling it No Man's Skylanders?
I think we can.
Alana already made that joke, Brian.
Did she really?
Joke thief.
Go make Marty eat his mug.
Eat the mug, Marty. No, but this is, it looks interesting. I'm curious, is this the same game that you had to hack into the offices in Watch Dogs 2 to see a leaked screenshot of?
Kind of. I hope they let us build tiny drones and stuff like that. What did you think of the sort of universes in this game? Because they felt a little bit Star Wars, but obviously a lot more sort of rounded and polished off and goofy.
It's not really, it doesn't really look like a game that you can play yet. I'm curious. It looks like there's spaceships and there's aliens and there's zapping and there's people talking to each other, but as far as an actual gameplay demo, it looked like too much sizzle, not enough steak, which is frequently the case with these things, but it wasn't particularly visually mind-blowing. There wasn't, aside from the toys being put on the Switch, it's not something that I haven't ever seen before.
That said, I think companies like Ubisoft and EA, they get a lot of flack from gamers for being sort of derivative and putting out annual franchises and sequels and stuff like that. But we saw a lot of new IPs from these guys this year, and Ubisoft was no exception. We get just a few seconds of Just Dance, which is usually a whole segment we have to deal with, but this was mostly focused on big, cool new games, and this is one of them. And regardless of whether or not this pans out to be something that we're all playing, that we're all dumping hundreds of dollars into these interchangeable little ship parts, in the meantime, we get to see something cool and interesting and unique.
Yeah, and if nothing else, we got a Beyond Good and Evil trailer. And I love the fact that they closed out the Just Dance segment by being like, comes out this year, bye. And that was kind of it. On that note, Damon, I'm going to throw back to you.
All right.
Make Marty eat the mug, please. Can you do that?
That is our first order of business. Thanks a lot, Brian and Max. Okay, now it is time for a few video game icons and classic 2D gameplay. We've got two Sonic games to check out, Sonic Forces and Sonic Mania. Marty Sleeve and I are ready to see both with Aaron Weber. Aaron, welcome to the show.
Thanks very much. Good to be here.
Which one should we start with?
I think
Forces or Mania?
Maybe some Mania to get started.
Okay, let's do some Sonic Mania.
Yeah.
This is the more retro one of the two, right?
This is the 2D game. That's right. And Sonic Mania is being built by fans that have become professional developers, and so it's really exciting because they've got this certain level of passion that you're not going to find anywhere else, right? It's like when you grow up with a video game, when you're breathing and sleeping and dreaming about it. That's the kind of people that make something really special because they put the extra love into it, and that's what Sonic Mania is really about.
Yeah, Sonic, especially core 2D Sonic games as a whole, have been around long enough to where kids who grew up on them are now in their 20s, 30s, and so they are getting jobs in the games industry, and so they're taking that thing they played so much as a kid, and then all of a sudden the roles reverse, and they're the creators.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And it's kind of cool because on one hand, you get to be part of something very special in that sense, right? You get to be part of creating this new Sonic game. And on the other hand, you want to also kind of be true to what came before. And so that's a really cool sort of duality to Sonic Mania that the developers have done here. It's Christian Whitehead. It's the guy that did the mobile remasters for Sonic 1 and 2 and CD. He did a great job, and we're like, well, instead of having this guy do mobile remasters forever, why don't we make new content, new 2D content? Because we knew a lot of people would want to see that.
So what is there, game design as a whole has changed a lot in the past 25 years.
Oh, tons, right?
Tons. So what do you have to do in order to keep the essence of Sonic that people loved in the early 90s, but still have it really accessible to people in 2017?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great question. And it's one that I know even you guys at IGN are constantly debating, what makes a good Sonic game, right? And I have a great time watching those videos, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. From the social media side, we love watching that stuff. So one thing that I think is really key about Sonic is he's known for his speed, right? But when it comes to the 2D games, it's important to remember that it wasn't just about going fast. We love the catchphrase, gotta go fast. We put it on our Twitter channel all the time. We love Sonic. But it's important to remember that the original Sonic games were about speed as a reward, right? There we go. We can take a look at some footage here. So the games are a bit about platforming as well. It's not just about running fast blindly, because there are traps, there are spikes, there are pits, there's water. You've got to watch out for this kind of stuff. So you can't just hold right to win. You can't just hold one button, and you've got to kind of memorize and practice. And that's what made the game so good back then. I mean, the classic games, like you could play and beat like Sonic 1 or 2 or 3. A lot of the games we're kind of referencing in Sonic Mania, you could beat those in a few hours. But the trick was that once you beat it, you weren't done. You would go back, you'd play the level again and be like, oh, I didn't know there was a whole different path through here, or I didn't know there were special stages here, or I didn't know that this character could do this here, right? Different abilities for Tails and Knuckles. We've got Sonic and Tails and Knuckles, all playable, of course, in Sonic Mania.
So for real, I feel like the chemical plant in Sonic 2 was the first time I had a panic attack, and I was like a child.
Was it the drowning music?
It's the way the music would just get bum, 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 bum. That was the first real terror I faced probably in my entire life.
That's, in my opinion, one of the world's best alarm clocks.
Yeah.
By the way, just get the drowning
music. Get out of bed though.
You will be up and hitting that alarm real fast.
I don't like that at all.
So you mentioned the music. How are you going about recreating the feel and sound of the original music?
Okay, this is cool too. So every aspect of Sonic Mania is being touched upon by fans who have become professionals in one way or another. The art, the updated pixel sprites done by an artist who loved Sonic and is now working on that. Like that opening animation where Sonic pops up and spins around that we put in the reveal trailer. He built that over 2 weeks before our reveal last year. The music is the same way. There's a guy called T. Lopes. He started actually doing fan remixes of Sonic music, and now he's doing the actual remixes and brand new tracks for Sonic Mania.
How do you, so this has sort of been this appetizer platter of things from each of the classic Sonic games in terms of world motifs and sort of abilities and hooks. How did you go about looking past, into the original Sonic games and picking and choosing what you wanted to bring in this one and how you wanted to tweak it?
Yes, okay, this part was remarkably hard because you look at like Sonic 1 and Sonic 2 and Sonic 3, and we know there's a ton of fans out there, very passionate fans watching the stream right now. Hi guys, love you. And these people, they want to see everything, right? To them, it's like, I would want all of this. And on top of that, they would love to see a ton of new stuff too. And so we wanted to present something that gave them not only a bit of a nostalgic throwback, but a nostalgic throwback with new elements. And then on top of that, we give them brand new levels like Studiopolis or Mirage Saloon, both which we may have already shown in the background or are going to be showing, right? And so those are places that haven't shown up in any Sonic games. So the way we kind of cut it up is we're going to take like the Act 1 and Act 2. Every Sonic game has an Act 1 and Act 2. So we're going to take the Act 2 of any of the classic levels, the levels that there we go, some Green Hill. This is Green Hill Act 2, actually. So even though this is Green Hill Zone, this never existed in the old Sonic games. This is a brand new level layout. There are references to the original prototypes from the first Sonic game, like hidden in the background, the giant totem poles, what you're seeing there. And whatever that was.
That was an interesting feature that was built into the game.
That was more of an IGN feature than anything.
IGN exclusive. Right. Hey, we're back. Look at that. So
this is a new Sonic game. We're not looking at Sonic 1, 2, or 3 right here.
No, exactly. And so like this spike bridge right there, it's a reference to the original Sonic game. You can do other cool things. Like if we get that fire shield.
That's definitely Sonic 3.
Which is from Sonic 3, exactly. If we run that fire shield over the bridge, we can burn the bridge, right? So now there's this interactivity in the levels, and we can use that to get to the secret items down below. And so it's really all about saying, when we say classic stage, people know that we mean one act that is a little bit similar to what you remember, but has some new stuff, and then an Act 2 that is totally different from what you're expecting.
I like the idea of sort of luring fans in with the familiar, and then it's not a bait and switch, but then giving them something totally unexpected, or melding in these moments from several games at once to be like, oh, I haven't had to do this before. Like, let me figure out what to do right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's, for us, it's kind of cool because the proof is really, it's there. Like, you have a developer like Christian Whitehead who has proven he can not only take the originals, but when he made those mobile remasters, he actually improved the games on like Sonic 1 and 2 and CD. And so you take his stuff and you go, all right, we've got this guy super passionate. Let's see what he can do when they're making new content, right? You have that entire team, a guy called Christian, Simon, and a team called Pagoda West are the 3 groups that are making this happen. And each of those guys so passionate. So they add all these elements from different Sonic games and splice it together. This is a cool moment. All right, this is the first boss, the first real boss in the game. It's a
this
throwback.
Looks scarier this seems like an end game boss right now.
It was actually. This was the final boss from Sonic 2, and we just kind of revealed it recently that this was the very first boss in the game. And so we wanted fans to be playing this and to go, ah, yes, Green Hill Zone. I remember strolling about the beautiful hillsides.
And you're like, nope.
The waterfalls, the final boss from Sonic 2. Wait a minute, that was not here. And so having those kind of surprise moments is really cool for us. And we're just trying to do our best right now not to spoil anything else, because there's so many cool moments in the game where we're like, we'll show a little bit, and we want to leave a good amount for people to see and just have their jaw drop, when they play the game.
One of the things that differed a little bit in every game were sort of the bonus stages, the special stages. Whether you were in a half pipe, whether you're in like the pachinko board or the sphere maze.
That's right.
What are we going to see in this one? Can you say?
I can't really go into detail, but I can tell you we are certainly considering all of that kind of stuff as far as the full game is concerned. To us, it is very important that you have that full experience, right? And so bonus stages are a key part of that.
Is there a chance it could be a 5v5 MOBA? Sonic
MOBA? Now that you mention it.
If you guys do that, I'm getting a cut of it.
You know anybody that works at Riot?
We'll talk after this.
Okay, all right. We'll talk.
So Sonic Mania is a Switch game? It's not just coming to Switch,
Not just Nintendo Switch. It's going to be pretty much on every major platform. So we're coming out Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Switch, and also PC. Though it's primarily a single-player game, there was one thing we also wanted to really get right, and that is, if you grew up like me and you had a little brother, and that little brother in Sonic 2 or 3 was like, I want to play, the game too, and you're like, nah, little bro, I'm playing right now, right? You remember those days, right? And mom and dad are like, hey, let him play. Well,
I was actually the little bro, so right now I'm totally sympathizing with your brother.
So the great thing about Sonic 2 and 3 is that you could say, all right, little bro, take the second Genesis controller and play as Tails, and you can play together. And even though the camera really only follows the first player, right, the second player can come in as Tails, help you get items. The cool thing about Tails is Tails can die as much as they want, and it doesn't penalize you. So there's that joke in the Sonic community that Tails can never die.
I like to think that's canonical. Like he's like
he's immortal.
Yeah, Methuselah.
I'm here to tell you today that everything is canon and has been forever.
I legitimately thought you were going to say everything can die and everyone eventually dies. So I'm like, oh no, Sonic got dark.
That would get remarkably dark. I wouldn't take it that far. But
is this the first bar in a 2D Sonic game? We just literally ran through a saloon.
That's why it's rated M.
Yeah.
That's not a bar. That is a juice vending area.
Yeah.
The Sonic characters drink juice. Apple juice, pineapple juice. Lots of water. They like to stay healthy so they can run so
They don't
much.
want to get a cramp. That'd be an awful feature in the game. So this is a new motif,
level.
right?
Yeah. The cool thing about this level is this is kind of inspired by a level that was cut and never made it into one of the older Sonic games. And one of the developers, Christian, had been trying for so long to find a way to get this back in, had tried to put it in one of the past mobile remasters, didn't work, and he's like, all right, we're making a new game. We're going to make this thing happen. And so they built this level. There are posters. Here, this is Mirage Saloon. There are posters around of wanted posters that have faces of past Sonic characters on them that are kind of like out there. All right, you guys may or may not know this. You ever heard of a game called Sonic the Fighters?
Heard the name.
Was that for one of the stranger Sonic Sega consoles?
It was
like 32X.
It was a weird one. It was in the arcades even,
Okay.
and so then they ported it. It was on like a GameCube collection later, and it was a fighting thing, believe it or not. And there's a couple characters from that game that even show up.
I love that.
And so there's a lot of cool things in here, little nods that we put in for the fans. But the cool thing about this kind of a game is that you don't have to be a hardcore Sonic fan to like this. You pick up the controller, you're like, oh, that's how I move. Okay, cool. I roll, I jump. That's it, right? And you pick up golden rings to not die, and that's pretty much how the game flows. And so just like the originals, it's kind of got that level of intricacy, but likewise the same ease to pick up and play that the originals had too.
So like, how authentic are you trying to be? Like, could these new levels have run on the Sega Genesis? Like, try to limit yourself to what could have worked?
I wouldn't say Genesis. What the team wanted to do is say, so Sonic and Knuckles, right? What would be the next step after Sonic and Knuckles?
I see.
If this was like a 2D platform that maybe ran on the Sega Saturn, that's actually the level that they are going for. So the Sega Saturn is kind of the bar that they are trying to stick to.
Yeah,
you're speaking my language. Yeah. Are you utilizing the power of the Xbox One X?
Yes.
Well, as you can see, the graphics are very intense. And really, the only way to play it is in 4K. Otherwise, those pixels get really messed up.
I love that.
So what's the thing that gets you the most excited about Sonic Mania?
Oh man, can I say all of it? But
yeah.
So the graphics are awesome because it's a throwback. The controls are perfect because as someone who cares a lot, like I grew up playing Sonic games, right? It's important that classic Sonic feels like it controls right. Christian and his team have made sure that it is spot on, right? If not improved it in some ways. The music is great. Like it's the entire package. And what I'm most excited for is playing through it and seeing those new experiences and then getting to watch our fans as they play it and play, put it on YouTube or stream it and to watch their reactions when they get to those moments that we've hidden in the game, just to see what they do. Yeah.
I love that.
That is Sonic Mania. We have to take a quick break, but we will be right back with more Sonic after this.
We wanted to build a premium console, the most powerful console ever made. We looked at 4K, true 4K, a console that could really run games at 4K. That was our design point. That was our premium experience for the premium gamer. Xbox One S is a great console for people who are looking for their first console. So we really started with a design spec and wanted to make sure that we hit something that truly defined what I think a 4K console feels like, and I feel really great about what we have in the box. I don't think Xbox One X has a competitor in terms of power and performance in the console space, but I wanted people to understand, we showed 42 games on stage, 22 with console exclusivity today, that if you're jumping in at the S console and buying games, those games are going to stay with you if and when you decide you want to move to the premium experience of Xbox One X. We saw games that are going to run at 60 frames per second, because I know for certain people that's really important. We opened the show with Forza, which will be a great 4K 60 games. There's other games in there that'll be running at 60. We showed games like Ori, which are very stylized with a depth. I thought that was just beautiful what they were able to put on screen. And then you follow that up with Anthem. I mean, a partner of ours for a long time in EA. Patrick was in our video last year when we announced Project Scorpio. And what we showed in Crackdown was not some kind of CG trailer. This thing looks good enough that I think people are going to question whether that's really people playing the game. You know, they had their timing with the song and stuff that they wanted to go do. I kind of wanted people to know what it feels like to play a Crackdown game, because there's some people that don't remember that. And I thought it looked like a current generation Crackdown. Getting Terry Crews in, I thought was awesome.
In fact, it's only just begun.
I'm so excited to have that as a launch game. And I think that's what we're going to see. From frame rate, resolution, you're going to see people take the most powerful console that's ever been created in really interesting places. I mean, where we're really seeing developer interest is on the Windows platform. And we're just finding that that family room experience, as we've been trying it out, and that it's better in a desk environment, it's better and closer to my PC environment. And I really want to respond to what the gamers are asking us to do. And where I'm seeing the developer interest, and usually gamer interest follows, on Windows. That's our focus right now. As a company, we're big believers in mixed reality. If and when it comes to the family room environment, I want to make sure it's right. I want to recognize that some people have been with us along the way, and I think that's important.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. We just got a hands-on look at Sonic Mania, and now we're going hands-on with Sonic Forces. Marty and I are being joined once again by Aaron Weber. Now, whereas Sonic Mania is the new throwback Sonic Forces is a more modern take on the game. Is that right?
That's exactly right. So Sonic Mania, a very 2D, retro-style game being developed by Sega in collaboration with fans and fan developers. Sonic Forces is the new game from Sonic Team.
Right.
It's being developed on a brand new engine called the Hedgehog Engine 2, and it evolves what fans and critics alike said they liked most from 3D Sonic games. So in particular, that's stuff like Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations for 3D Sonic. We've added in classic Sonic from Sonic Generations, and for the first time, time, fans can create their own unique character and customize it and customize the way it plays as they go throughout the game.
Okay, so tell us, give us a little bit of detail about that.
How does that work?
You know, the roster of Sonic characters has grown, especially like once Sonic Adventure was introduced.
Yep.
You know, the roster grew and it only grew from there. So the decision to let people actually sort of put their own personal stamp on it, where did that come from?
Yeah, that was an interesting thing because I think the team in Japan was partly inspired by the amount of creativity that exists within the Sonic fan base. There's a lot of people out there that have very talented, abilities when it comes to creating their own characters. And as far as the internet's concerned, sometimes we see the crazy things too. But I'd like to also point out that there are a lot of super talented fans out there that make really cool stuff. And so we're allowing players now to take that and kind of, to a certain extent, make that within the game, within kind of the world and the rules of the Sonic.
So do you choose like a base animal?
That's right.
And then you start customizing like color, gender, that kind of thing?
Exactly. So you start with one of 7 types of animals.
Okay.
Each of the animals has a different ability. So one of them might pull in rings that are nearby you. One of them, if you get hit, might keep an extra ring, so you can get hit a second time.
Yeah.
One of them might have a double jump. So that's how you start, and then from there you start to customize the base model, right? You pick the gender, you pick the eye color, you pick the color of the body, and then from there you can unlock accessories and kind of deck them out as you're playing through the game.
Oh, cool.
And the more that you play, the more you're unlocking for your characters.
Are those accessories cosmetic, or do they also give some sort of like stat boost or abilities?
Both. That's the cool part. So there's 2 types. There's what I'm just going to call accessories here, and what are called wisp-ons. And accessories are how to decorate your character, make it look cool, right? And some people have asked us, is that going to show up in the cutscenes too? This is the joke with every game that has a custom character, and there's this really serious cutscene, and then your character walks in looking really silly with the sombrero or something.
Yeah, that happens.
Right?
Yeah, you can watch our Mass Effect review.
So your character will show up in the cutscenes with whatever you choose to put on them.
I like it.
We're playing through, actually, here we go. We're playing through as Modern Sonic right now. You're talking about the cast of characters. There's Vector the Crocodile, Charmy the Bee. Now, one of the cool things about this game is we've tried to really hone in on 3 gameplay styles and stick to those 3 gameplay styles. Sonic Adventure had 6 gameplay styles. It's kind of been condensed down a little bit, but even though we've got Modern Sonic here, which is that evolution of colors and generations, like I mentioned earlier, the original character they get to make kind of plays a little bit differently, and we're gonna demonstrate that. Modern Sonic's got the homing attack. That was the stomp there that we just saw. Obviously, he's got the boost, and there's a boost meter in the bottom left that you can see. And so we're going to see, there we go. There's Amy confirming that Shadow has been spotted. Oh my goodness.
So how did you, obviously in the initial reveal trailer, it showed that it has both modern Sonic as well as sort of the little classic Sonic, the little chub.
It's got a little
which I love. So what was where did that decision come into? Like, hey, let's sort of, allow both worlds to collide.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty easy actually, because you look back at the games that both fans and critics, like I mentioned, really liked. And as far as 3D Sonic is concerned, one of the most loved ones was Sonic Generations. And people said this is a great throwback. The controls feeling good. It's feeling like a good step forward. And so we didn't want to necessarily just take that cookie cutter, right? The team never wants to take something and just do the same thing. So they wanted to make a game where it's not throwback levels. It's a lot of new stuff in there. And we have like a green hill, but it's kind of like a dusty, deserted green hill that's being destroyed a little bit, right?
He's given up.
He's actually he's jumping to another level to show us the green hill in a second, which is there's a boss fight we're going to show off. It's going to be everything you're seeing here is going to be playable at E3. So if people are watching this and want to play it, come by our booth at Sega, check it out. You can play all of the 3 levels we're going to show today, as well as Mania, of course. So Green Hill looks a little bit different, right? There's some throwbacks in there, but a lot of it's new. And so that's a big thing for us. So here we go. I think I hear it at least.
We can hear it. I hear the rolling.
Powering up.
There it is.
Oh, so this is cool. So this feels like very much a classic Sonic boss.
Yeah, minus the spinning saw blade. Which it was a wrecking ball.
It was a wrecking ball. Yeah, I remember that.
It's just slightly more violent.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, cool, I beat the boss, and then not quite surprised. So
I did not expect that. I'm gonna be honest.
Well, good. We surprised you once at least. All right. So you get these moments where, like, here comes the Egg Dragoon, which is a very different boss from the original Sonic 1 boss in Green Hill Zone. And now he's got his own attacks. In the background, you can kind of see like the sandfall that's happening because Eggman has taken over the world. So Sonic and classic Sonic and the character that you make in the game are all kind of fighting together as part of a resistance to take back the world from Dr. Eggman. Gotcha. So in some ways, it's a little bit darker, but you still got your bright moments and bright levels like you kind of see here with the grass blowing in the wind there. and we're just fighting back against Eggman. I think we're going to try and beat him here.
You mentioned you wanted to pare it down to 3 sort of more focused game types. You have the Sonic Adventure game type, which we saw originally, running through the city.
I wouldn't call it adventure. I'd call it more like Generations.
Okay, more like Generations.
Like an evolution of Generations, slightly.
And then we saw it sort of go into a 2D-ish.
That's right.
And then what would you say is the third?
The third is the original character, like the custom avatar gameplay style, and that is sort of a little bit of the modern Sonic that we saw, but it's got some new stuff in there with the Wisp-On, as well as the grappling hook that you've got that lets you swing around levels and get to different parts, and we're going to see that in just a second.
Oh, very cool.
With a customized character?
That's right.
Okay,
That's
cool.
right.
So I'm curious, so you make your own character, then like when do you play as Sonic? Or do you choose who you play as with every level?
Good question. Yeah. So there are specific levels for specific characters.
Okay.
You can go through those as you go through the game.
Gotcha. So you guys sort of identify in the story, you're playing as Sonic now, you're playing as your character.
Exactly, as you flow through the game.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll take a look. We've got a randomizer here because we're like, we're making a build for E3. We should probably not let people make their own characters at E3 or the lines are going to be 8 hours long.
I can see that.
It randomizes it for you when you come to play. And so you can kind of see, that was the stompability. That's the custom character. It's kind of small here, but you might see it in more, a little closer as we get to the end of this level.
What are we playing as? What sort of a critter?
This is, I think it's the cat that we've got here. Yeah, you can make a cat, make a rabbit, you can make a bird. And this is the Wisp-On, and by pushing, in this case, the triangle button, right, we can bounce around and platform using the Wisp-On. At the same time, we can also use this Wisp-On to go on the offense. So we can hold down the trigger, and that'll let us hold out the flamethrower and just wipe out any enemy that comes in our path as we're going forward. Just like that.
It seems like in a platformer, precision is always key. So how do you balance giving the players the ability to sort of customize certain abilities, certain stats with, a platforming challenge?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I wouldn't think of it as like customizing stats. You're not going in and like adjusting your jump ability or anything like that.
You're not min-maxing.
Exactly. It's more of like customizing that Wisp-On that you see the character with. And so you're adjusting how can I platform through the level when I collect those wisps, right? What secrets can I get to that I couldn't get to with a different Wisp-On?
Yeah. It almost seems cool, like that seems like built for sequence breaking and speedrunning and like being able to watch people online do things where you're like, we totally didn't plan for that.
We've already had that in some of our early testing. We're like, do you know if you use this certain Wisp-On and just like hold this down, you can completely skip these sections? We didn't know that was the thing. So, it's kind of fun, and I hope, man, I can't wait to see speedrunners because they do an awesome job with Sonic games in general. I can't wait to watch them. Now here we're coming at the end of the level.
It's a cool crab guy.
It is a cool crab guy.
This is a fun moment for the demo in the game.
The last boss was a Dragoon. I think this one's the Crab Rangoon.
It's the Crab Rangoon.
That's right.
Okay, we haven't had dinner yet.
The Crab Rangoon. I'll let the dev team know that IGN has requested.
That's a freebie. They can have that one.
It might be too late to change it, but I'll pass on the request. And this is kind of like a little mini boss. It's not really a full boss. It's just kind of this cool cinematic moment at the end of the level. And we're dodging the bits of the level that it's throwing at us. So you get a good view of the character that we've created here. Now, we've been pretty tame with this character. I just want to throw it out there. You can get really crazy with some of the accessories later as you collect them. And then we time that. Perfect. It's kind of a little cinematic moment as the character's going to zip around.
Oh, and now it's Uncharted.
Now it's Uncharted.
And take that thing down. Woo, perfect. So there's a lot of cool stuff in the game, and there's even more we haven't announced yet that we're going to kind of be talking about as we get a little bit into E3. So we have some more news coming up tomorrow.
You can announce it now if you want.
I know I could,
why
but
wait? Just get ahead of it.
My PR team would kill me, guys.
They're probably.
We'll
she's standing right over there, giving me this symbol. Like I don't know about that.
So you announced platforms for Sonic Mania.
So Mania and Forces both coming out. PC, PS4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch. As we were talking about earlier, on the Switch, you can actually take the Joy-Cons off and play Sonic and Tails for Mania, which is really cool, worth mentioning. Forces, again, the same platforms. And the Forces is coming out this holiday. We do have a release date for Mania, and that's going to be August 15th.
Oh, that's super soon.
This year. It's coming out really soon.
That's terrifying.
So we're stoked. Yeah, pre-order's up now, and we just can't wait for it to be here so we can see what people think of it.
Yeah. Forces is later this year.
Yeah. That's right.
But
end
still
of this year.
Coming 2017.
That's correct. Yeah.
What I think is really cool about Forces is that even though it's the more modern of the Sonic games, I can totally see the threads that connect it to the classic Sonic games.
Yeah. Which is actually, that's just a smart through line to, both appeal to people like us who, played Sonic when we were kids, but also kids now who are getting into Sonic for the first time.
Yeah, and this started with Sonic Generations, but the title Generations meant more than just generations of Sonic. It also meant generations of us as fans, because a lot of us that grew up, as kids playing it now, getting old enough that we start having kids and doing adult things, and you're like, I don't want to do that, right? But even so, it's happening. Time marches on, so here we are, and it's kind of neat that a new generation generation of people can be introduced to Sonic, a generation of kids, dads can play with their sons or mothers with their daughters, whatever, right? So it's kind of neat that we've come to that point now with Sonic and with other gaming icons.
Yeah.
Aaron, thank you so much for bringing not one, but two Sonic games by the IGN show.
Thanks so much for having me.
Stay right there because Sony's press conference is still on the way, and so is our pre-show. IGN Live at E3 continues right after this. Eat your mug.
I don't want to eat my mug.
Eat it. Eat it.
IGN Live at E3 2017 is
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
What are you doing, kiddo? You really gonna go through with this?
So PlayStation surprised us by showing a short teaser trailer at last year's PlayStation Experience, and it didn't really tell us much, but we know that Ellie's back, we presume that Joel is back, and we have kind of a rough idea that this is probably a few years later. We know Ellie has a cool tattoo, but we don't know much else. I think The Last of Us Part 2 will almost definitely be at E3. I think this is kind of the crown jewel in Sony's lineup of exclusives, and this game may be far away, we don't know how far along it is, but I do think that we'll see at least another teaser just to kind of keep that hype train going. The original Last of Us is one of the best games of last generation, and honestly one of the best storytelling experiences in games in general. I think Naughty Dog has proven that they are just one of the best developers around, and they really know how to tell a story. And I think we became so attached to those characters in the first game that seeing them return, those performances from Ashley Johnson, Troy Baker again, plus having the original writing team back, Neil Druckmann's back, but now he partnered with Haley Gross, who's a writer on Westworld from HBO. I just think all the pieces are in place for something really, really special. I think Last of Us would be a great candidate to open the show. I think we'll probably see some footage, but my guess is that we're still a few years out for The Last of Us Part 2. I think this is probably a 2018 game. I think Naughty Dog has shown that they can be really fast, but my guess is that real work began on this after Uncharted 4 was completed. I think we're more likely to maybe meet a new character or see sort of an intro cutscene to something that sort of establishes what's going on since the events of Last of Us Part 1. I don't think they would show gameplay quite yet. They could even take a page out of EA's book and show the fact that it's in production, show some mocap, show some wireframe stuff, but my guess is that this is still a little too early to do any kind of like extended gameplay demo or anything like that. I think there was so much ambiguity at the end of the first game that there's just room to fill in. Like, I think there are a lot of games where you get an ending and you're like, you know what, I'm satisfied. Whereas The Last of Us really did leave us with so many questions that I think there's room to see what else happens to these characters. Ellie is very important to kind of the bigger picture lore of what's going on in the world, and I think there's more of her story to tell, and to make it more about her. I think the first game was sort of certainly about her relationship with Joel, but it sort of felt like more his story, and it began on what happened in his life. This is kind of a chance for us to really fully focus on Ellie, and I think that's exciting. I think Naughty Dog understands characters almost better than anyone, and I think, of course, people are talk about the gameplay and about the shooting mechanics and all the things, the game that you play, but I think the thing that everyone remembers and that makes Naughty Dog's game special is caring about the characters, and that's why it's exciting that this isn't a new group or a focus on a new set of characters. It is Joel and Ellie, and it will continue that story. It'll fill in kind of the gaps from that ambiguous ending in the first game, and I think Naughty Dog is kind of ready to embrace that and to show us what's happening in these characters' journey.
I'm gonna find, and I'm gonna kill every last one of them.
Hello and welcome back to IGN Live at E3 2017. I'm Damon Hatfield and we're coming to you from Los Angeles for the PlayStation E3 briefing pre-show. We'll take you live to the Shrine Auditorium in about half an hour as soon as it starts. We're going to cover a lot of ground in this pre-show, including the new God of War, sequel to The Last of Us, PlayStation VR, and a whole lot more. And here to help break down everything we expect to see from Sony, Lucy O'Brien, Marty Sliva, Max Scoville. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally reached the last press conference of the day.
Yes. I am extremely exhausted, but I am so excited for tonight.
Yep. I mean, Sony's gotten their press conferences down to a science at this point. Last year was just full of fun. And they announced a whole lot of games that still are not out yet. So I want to see what they have to announce besides hopefully release dates and windows.
I think that like at this point, all we really know for sure, or all we can really count on, are release dates. So I'm looking forward to some big reveals because that's what Sony's best at.
Yeah, I mean they've the last 3 years, I think. So we had the year where we had Final Fantasy 15 and Kingdom Hearts 3. But you know, Final Fantasy 15 re-revealed, Kingdom Hearts 3 revealed. We had the year with Final Fantasy 7 remake, Shenmue, and The Last Guardian. And then obviously last year we had incredible moments with Death Stranding and Spider-Man. So Sony definitely knows how to throw a curveball and make our war room here in LA just erupt in madness.
Yeah, they're really good at putting on that show. So before we dive into anything, if I asked you right off the bat, what are you most excited to see? What would each of you say?
Spider-Man in action.
Spider-Man in action.
Spider-Man at leisure. Just Peter Parker kicking back, with his headphones on, having a good time. No, like really Spider-Man. I want to see that game.
Mine is probably the least likely Bloodborne 2. I just like for me, if they announce Bloodborne 2, I mean, you know, Marty, you said earlier that you would eat your mug. If they announced Beyond Good and Evil 2, which they did.
The night is still young.
I'm not going to eat my mug if they announce Bloodborne 2, but I will celebrate very loudly.
You could just drink out of your mug.
I could just drink out of it, like, you know.
You could break it. You could go outside to break it.
I could do that. Yeah, just by myself, like lonely, like in a corner. But look, Bloodborne 2, Bloodborne is my game of all time.
Wow.
Actually, so I know it's such a big call, but I have been excited for a sequel since I finished that game. And if they announce that tonight, I will lose it.
Well, let's begin with another sequel that we know is real, The Last of Us Part 2. Revealed at PSX last December. Will they bring it out again today?
So we had that really awesome cinematic at PSX in December, which showcased Ellie, a much older Ellie, in a very sad world. She was playing a guitar in this empty house, and Joel was there, and a lot of us were like, "Are you a ghost?" Like, we don't know if this is real Joel or ghost Joel. And so I think a lot of people are assuming The Last of Us 2 is going to have a huge splash here. I personally literally don't think it's going to be at the show.
Yeah, they were very adamant at PSX that it's super early on, and they were just like, "Hey, we're really just kicking this to you because you love PlayStation. Otherwise, why would you go to PSX?" I'm in that weird sort of outset where I'll play this. It'll be really good. I have no doubt about that, but I don't particularly want it. Like Last of Us 2, Last of Us was it's called The Last of Us. It's such a sort of, you know, monolithic, like final, just daunting game. And for them to be like, "Hey, here's a sequel," and like I said, it'll be good, but I'm like, I don't know.
I would enjoy it if they did call it The Last of Us again.
Yeah, the rest of us.
The rest of us.
Some more of us.
But no, I'm with Marty. I am not convinced we're going to see it at this show. I think that last year's announcement was very much a, hey, we're working on it, and here's proof of concept.
Yeah.
But I don't really think we're going to see a heck of a lot tonight.
Yeah, that being said, like, in terms of what I want from The Last of Us 2, I want Naughty Dog to take their time, which they always do. They always deliver something awesome. And honestly, I hate to say I want more of the same. I want them to continue the story in a really cool and amazing way, and I want it to focus on this sort of darker, beaten down Ellie and see the woman she becomes in this world.
Yeah.
I don't know. I find that really interesting.
But you don't think it's going to be here tonight?
I don't.
There is hardly a game more beloved with the IGN audience than The Last of Us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I feel like there'd be a lot of disappointed Sony fans out there if they didn't have it on the show.
Yeah, I completely agree. Do you know something I don't?
Don't worry about this.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I'm worried. No, because I think, to go to another Naughty Dog game, I think they want to focus on Uncharted The Lost Legacy, which comes out, we know, in like 2 or 3 months, in August.
Yeah.
And I think they want to show that, because this is probably the final, big media push for that game before it releases in a couple months.
Yeah, I mean, I will be disappointed if we don't see more of The Last of Us 2. Obviously, it's something that I want to see. I'm just not convinced. I think, obviously, the next Uncharted standalone is very much going to be the focus, particularly because people still quite unsure what that game is and how it fits into the world and what's the price point like what's the length going to be?
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a bit more of that tonight.
Yeah.
Marty wants more of the same in The Last of Us 2.
Yes.
In a positive way, just because
incredible way. Yes.
The same is good. Max is a little hesitant because he loves the first game so much. Is it because you're worried that you don't want to ruin a good thing?
I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say it cheapens it, because those are possibly the most highly polished games made, but like, at the same time, I'm excited because we've got Days Gone, which looks like a Last of Us sequel. It's a different universe, different producer, a different studio and everything. But it's also like it's a gritty, grounded, zombie game. And then again, Naughty Dog also has a new Uncharted on the way, and it's like I'm also just not in a hurry to see more Last of Us.
Well, actually, I wrote an op-ed ages ago saying that we don't need a Last of Us 2 because I was
you can back me up on this.
I can back you up. I'm sitting here all silently and just letting you ride. But the thing is that I do agree. Personally, it was kind of tough to sort of think. Yes, we're going to revisit those characters because the ending of The Last of Us, in my opinion, was the best ending of a blockbuster game ever. Yep. It was the bravest ending of a blockbuster game I've seen in my entire life, and I was just like, okay, that's where I want it to end. But that's looking back. That's a few years back that I wrote that. We know that we're getting a Last of Us 2, and so now I'm just hoping for the best.
So what would be really cool though is, we've gotten 28 Days Later was followed by 28 Weeks Later, which was a drastically different movie and tone.
Still pretty good.
But
it was still really good.
And I'd almost like to see something like that, where it's not more of the same, refined and perfected. It's something.
The world is very different.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have breaking news. Knack 2 has a release date.
What? Wait, did they just do that before the conference?
Yeah, Knack 2 launches.
Like officially, or was it a leak?
I just have. It's official. It's official.
They wasted a card on that.
Knack 2 launches September 5th for $40.
Wow, okay,
right.
that's
I can get behind
interesting.
that. Yeah, I know Andrew and Alana have both played Knack 2, and they both said it's sort of what Knack 1 should have been. If Knack 1 felt like a tech demo, then Knack 2, feels like a real game.
Yeah?
Yeah.
But was the first game a full price $60 game? Okay.
Again, Knack was one of those games where I think people weren't like, I really want to see a sequel. Yeah. But, a sequel is happening, and that's cool. I'm really interested to hear what those guys have to say about it.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that they did reveal this news ahead of the conference. I guess they don't want to spend a lot of time on Knack 2. Yeah. There is more news on here. I'm not sure I fully understand it. Supermassive announced a new game.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Right. That's exciting. So Supermassive was the studio behind Until Dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Until Dawn guys. Okay, so they've announced a new game called Hidden Agenda.
Ooh. So I'm assuming that I want Until Dawn 2.
I want Until Dawn 2.
And I'm assuming Hidden Agenda is not Until Dawn 2.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
Well, we have no idea what it is. So I mean, you could say they have a hidden agenda with that.
Okay, but That being said, our whole thing was that the next Until Dawn game would be maybe a take up on a different horror genre.
Yeah.
But now I'm thinking, like, are they going to do the choose your own adventure in just an entirely different genre?
Is it a spy game?
Is
it sounds like a spy game because I want to play a spy game. That sounds really cool.
If it's a choose your own adventure spy game, that sounds great.
Okay, also from Naughty Dog.
What is happening?
What do you mean?
I thought you just
gotta
keep
move
reading
on.
things off.
We can't talk about Knack 2 forever, Marty. Also from Naughty Dog, there is Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, a standalone story that stars Chloe Frazier.
Yeah.
If you're doubtful Uncharted or Last of Us 2 is going to be there, will Uncharted: Lost Legacy be there?
Yes, I think it will. I think it's just 100% there.
Yeah,
I think
guaranteed.
Yeah,
that has a release date. That's like what?
That's August.
August, yeah.
We know it stars Chloe and Nadine, which I think is great because I think Nadine was one of the coolest additions to Uncharted 4.
And also criminally underutilized.
Yep. And Laura Bailey just crushed it with the performance. So I'm super intrigued to see what this is. We know it takes place in a single country, and we know they said it features some of the biggest environments ever in an Uncharted game.
Well, this was also revealed at PSX last December with a cool gameplay demo, but I don't think I've seen this footage that we're seeing here.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
No one's seen this?
I don't think so. I don't remember this.
Where's this
Are we breaking an embargo or anything?
I don't think we're breaking an embargo. But yeah, it was a really smart reveal at PSX where we all saw this sort of, it was this stealthy trip through a building, knocking a bunch of guards off, and the character was wearing a hood.
Yeah.
And we were all watching it like, is this Tomb Raider?
That was a riot because we were like, here's what this game is. And it was like Tomb Raider, Assassin's Creed, Last of Us. And we kept listing stuff, and then it wound up being like,
we got to the top, and we were like, oh, it's more Uncharted. All right, that's great.
What I'm really excited about with The Lost Legacy is to see the dynamic between these two leads, because we're so used to Nate and Sully. We know what their dynamic is. We know what to expect. And here we've got two characters who we have met, but we have not seen them together. And so I'm really excited to see what their kind of banter is going to be like, because for me, the Uncharted series is all about the banter.
Yes, 100%. It almost feels sort of in tone like the MCU, where you get these superheroes and you want to see them paired up in different pairs. You're like, oh, I want to see what Doctor Strange and Hulk are going to be like when they're together.
I'm excited to see if there's different mechanics just because you're playing as a different character. Obviously, they showed off the lock picking in the demo they showed at PSX, and it looked. I mean, it's a lock picking mechanic. You can't get too excited about it, but it looked like novel enough. And I was like, this is curious. This could be interesting. And I wonder if we're going to have more stuff like that where, I don't know, the shooting's different or the combat's different.
I mean, you even see in Uncharted 4, Nadine is military trained. Like, she's like knocking Nate around left and right because he's just like a barroom brawler. So I do think the combat is going to feel differently just because you're playing as a character with a much different set of skills.
So do you think this is being positioned like Lucy, like Dishonored, the death of the outsider? Is this like a standalone?
Yeah, I think that's, from my understanding, it's very much, we're in this sort of new vein of standalone games that aren't quite, you wouldn't quite call them DLC. You don't really call it a sequel, you call it like a standalone or a spin-off. A smaller in scope adventure, yet, you know, with all the sort of talent behind it. So yeah, it's definitely going to be you know, how long was Uncharted 4?
Like 15.
14,
yeah, I thought it was a couple hours too long. And the idea that they said this is going to be somewhere between Uncharted 1 and Modern Uncharted, I'm like, great. If this is 6, 7, 8 hours, you know, a really tight 6, 7, 8.
But it already has a release date, right?
Yes. Yeah, in August.
And it's Uncharted. Fan favorite characters. I feel like everyone's pretty much already on board, so they don't really need to spend a lot of time on this tonight, do they?
I feel like everyone's sold, and they did show like an extended gameplay demo, and they did show cutscenes. So yeah, I want them to touch on it tonight, but there are other games I would much prefer them to focus on that we know a lot less about.
Yeah. Any new features you would hope to see them explore? I mean, we have new, totally different protagonists in this Uncharted spin-off.
Uncharted 4 dabbled in dialogue choices.
Yeah.
Where there were a couple moments where you, like when Nate and Sam first got back together, where he was like, what have you been up to? And you could choose pretty much one of the plots of the original games and be like, well, where do I start? Didn't really have any bearing on anything. I'd like to see that maybe have some sort of an impact, make me want to replay an Uncharted game. Maybe.
Yeah. I could see them doing something just really surprising mechanically. Obviously, Uncharted 4 had the grappling hook and then the truck with the winch. I like the winch.
You like the winch?
I thought it was pretty cool.
I wasn't a big fan of a winch.
4 times in the mud. But something along those lines where you're like, what are they doing over there?
I want to see less of climbing up onto carts.
Yeah.
personally.
That's okay. I agree with you there. Yeah. You back me up on Last of Us. I'm with you on that. Those carts were stupid and I did not like them.
Those carts were annoying. Yeah, I mean, I'll be interested to see whether climbing is such a focus on this in this game. That's climbing has been the sort of central mechanic in all Uncharted games. Is it going to be the main focus of this game? And if not, what are they going to replace it with? So, I'm just intrigued to see what they're kind of using to, what they're swapping in and swapping out, basically.
Sure. Okay, well, last year's show opened with the new God of War, which has a whole new mythology to play with. Is God of War returning tonight?
Yes, 100%. God of War opened the show last year with that incredible demo where at the beginning we weren't sure what it was. We knew it was a kid playing with his toys. And then this amazing Kratos reveal. And we saw this, extended 10-minute-ish cutscene that turned into gameplay. That was my favorite thing on the show last year. Yeah. And so I absolutely think we see another demo, maybe even kicking off the show, and I think we get a release date. And I know I might be in the minority, but I think this game is coming a lot sooner than we think.
So 2017?
I think this is 2017, yeah.
Max, is God of War a 2017 game?
I can't answer that. We have to watch the press conference to find out. I hope they show off some mechanic that blows us all away, because it looks awesome, it looks fantastic. I'm confident it will be a good game, but there's some hook that we haven't seen yet, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, what did you feel about the reveal last year?
I mean, I thought it was great. It's treading upon very familiar tropes of the young kid and the grown dude, which is something that we've actually kind of got used to in video games now. I'm just interested to see how God of War-y it's going to look this year, because last year it didn't look God of War-y at all.
Yeah, I interviewed Cory Barlog, the creative director, last year, and he pretty much said that this is a game about Kratos having to come to terms with the fact that he did terrible things as a human, and now he has a child in his life, and he sort of has to learn to come to terms with what he did and move past it so that he doesn't impart those same things on his son, which on paper is incredible.
I love what I'm seeing here. You just had knowledge gained, gained experience points. We've talked about how we love the cinematic experience of the previous God of War games, but I always felt they were a little I don't know, just maybe a little shallow for me and what I'm looking for. But it literally looks like they're building out with new game systems and RPG elements and exploration and open world stuff. And that sounds awesome.
And we saw these things. We see this rage meter come up where the son misses a shot when he's hunting, and Kratos he starts screaming at him, and this rage meter is coming up, and the son starts crying, and Kratos calms down a little bit. And the idea of the angriest character in video game history, a mechanic being him having to control his temper around his son. We see that in the corner right there. If they turn that into a game mechanic, that's
maybe
insane.
That's the hook right there.
Yeah, that sounds incredible.
And when do you unleash that rage?
Probably on some sort of a weird beast.
Like a huge eyeball that it's attached to elephant or something.
Yeah, but I mean, that's to me, like, God of War has always been a technically impressive series, but it's at a certain point it felt juvenile to me, and this felt adult.
I wonder if they're going to acknowledge the previous games at all, or look at them as though they were kind of fairy tales. It'd be cool if they had flashbacks to the earlier games, but presented them as almost folk tales or myths, obviously.
Sure, yeah. Well, and obviously this feels like Norse mythology compared to the Greek mythology of the previous games.
Lucy, do you think Sony has a problem on its hands that at a glance, this looks like Horizon?
I was just going to say, this looks exactly like Horizon. I loved Horizon Zero Dawn. I really like the idea of exploring with like a young kid and that sort of thing, and watching them, the things unfold through their eyes. So it's a great thing. I want more of it. I'm happy to. Yeah. That comparison is totally fine with me.
Yeah, I mean, Horizon was one of my favorite games of the year, so I'm totally fine with more of that.
All right, last year Sony revealed that there is a new Spider-Man game in development from Insomniac, which is their first licensed game. And Max is super excited to see more of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Tell us why, Max.
Yeah. I mean, I love Spider-Man. I love Marvel Comics. Marvel's always been my go-to. I love DC too. The Arkham games have been fantastic, and for ages I've been saying like DC is kicking Marvel's ass when it comes to games, and I really hope that changes. Also, just tonally, Spider-Man is so far removed from what Batman is as a character. This game, when you look at it, obviously I'm comparing them with entirely different developers making them, but he's a guy who swings around in a city, but it's like a colorful city, and he's a guy who makes wisecracks. He doesn't just go Barbara and growl at people. I mean, Insomniac has so many amazing games under their belt, and I want to see what they're doing with this. I want to see a chunk of gameplay of this, because we got this awesome sizzle reel last year. I want to see what it's like when you're just going around doing your thing.
I think for me, the key with this game is going to be with Spider-Man himself. myself. I'm very confident that they're going to get the mechanics right.
Sure.
I'm just curious to see whether they get the character right, because Spider-Man treads a fine line between being hilarious and awesome and then kind of annoying.
Yeah, totally. Honestly, yeah, I totally understand that. To me, Insomniac seems like the perfect developer to handle this. Between the balance of humor they had on the Ratchet & Clank games, and then leading into the sense of mobility in Sunset Overdrive, like marrying those together in an open world with, you know, Spider-Man's powers and villains seems like an amazing fit to me. Amazing.
I get it.
Is Spider-Man a 2017 game?
I think it's an early 2018 game.
Really?
Yeah, I think we're going to see an extended chunk and a release, and it's coming in 2018. I think I'll say that.
Spider-Man's a 2017 movie, so why shouldn't the game be a 2017 game?
It makes sense to me.
Damon.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about also the possibility of, is Tom Holland going to be on stage in some capacity? Not as necessarily the voice in the game, but like maybe there's a Tom Holland skin.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I mean, Peter Parker is a very iconic character.
Yeah.
I would think the actor playing him is important, so maybe they'd want to get somebody that's well-known and beloved.
Yeah, I think, I honestly think very soon we are going to answer so many questions we have about Spider-Man and have had for the last hour.
This is, another one of the most anticipated games with the IGN audience. The game that people always talk about is Spider-Man 2, right? And that was a PlayStation 2 era game, so it's definitely been a long time since people have gotten their Spider-Man fix.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was a great game.
Yeah.
I loved that game.
Yeah.
So if this was the heart of that game, but just bigger, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, same.
Sounds good. I mean, open world games have come such an incredibly long way since that came out. But also, I mean, you look at Spider-Man and Batman have always been the two superheroes who were thrown at video games. They've had games since, games were invented. And it's really cool to see both those characters as comic book characters, but as parts of popular culture kind of grow up. And, something like swinging from a rooftop has come a really long way. Look at the grappling hook in Uncharted 4. Like, imagine that with web slingers, and it gets cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Marty, what do you think Insomniac in particular can bring to Spider-Man?
I mean, I loved Sunset Overdrive, which came out a couple of years ago. I think this is the same team. The sense of traversal mobility and the ability to get all the way across that city without ever touching the ground. To me, that's what I want from a Spider-Man game. I want to get all the way across Manhattan and never set my foot on the ground.
Well, hopefully we're about to see more Spider-Man very soon. We've got to take a quick break, but our Sony Pre-Show will continue. We're less than 10 minutes out from the start of the Sony press conference. Stay with us.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. The start of the Sony press conference is just minutes away. We're looking at their feed now, and we will hop over there as soon as the show starts. Now, one looming question we have going in, is there a chance we could finally have an official Bloodborne 2 announcement? It would make Lucy happy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I actually have no idea. I just, for myself, there needs to be a Bloodborne 2. I mean, we've seen Dark Souls have a great extended life. Let's see it with Bloodborne, which is, in my opinion, the superior Souls franchise.
Yeah. I think we are going to see something from FromSoft. Like we know they have a bunch of games in development. We don't know what any of them are. So whether it's Bloodborne 2 or Armored Core or just something else, I think we're going to see them on stage tonight.
I mean, since the whole Souls thing started, there hasn't been a year where we haven't gotten Souls
or
Bloodborne.
at least Souls news.
Yeah, or
so
something, right?
I think it's time.
Yeah. People love them. Makes total sense. Again, I'm with Marty, though. It could also be an entirely new IP.
That's totally fine.
Yeah. Is Code Vein the other thing?
Code Vein is
Souls related?
Yeah, it's Soul Z, but it's Namco, but it's a different developer.
Yeah. And that was at the Microsoft conference, I believe. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, another developer, Quantic Dream, always likes to make a big splash at E3. So will we finally get some more info and a release date for Detroit Become Human?
No doubt we are going to see Detroit. Detroit is going to be a huge focus at the show this year. Quantic Dream was pushing it quite heavily last year, but we just got a taste. We were definitely just putting our toes into the water with Detroit. This year, there's going to be an extended demo for sure.
I think that demo last year was super effective. This one right here, where it shows the android cop go through an investigation one way. I think the girl and the guy both die, but then it shows the 1,000 different permutations that can occur here. And again, like talking the choose your own adventure, I think this game looks super cool.
Yeah, it looks like David Cage taking what he's done with Heavy Rain and Beyond Two Souls and just really increasing the density of your choices, making a difference. And the fact that you basically are just constantly rewinding and sort of starting over is a fascinating concept. Again, we've also been seeing this game, I believe it was first revealed in the form of like a tech demo at GDC before the PS4 we even had a full name. So, it's about time. Let it out, please.
Yeah, I think this game's coming out, again, sooner rather than later. I think we're going to see a lot of games from last year, extended demos with release dates.
Yeah, this game has been a long time coming. We've been seeing it for several years now. And it's also David Cage and Quantic Dream's first game for PS4. Is that right?
Yeah, because Beyond Two Souls was a PS3 game that got ported to PS4, but they've, in theory, been working on this for 4 years.
Yeah. Okay, how much time do we think Sony's going to spend on PSVR tonight? It's out there. We know it's a hit. It sold over 1 million units.
I mean, it was a big deal last year at the show. We saw the reveal of Resident Evil 7 in a VR mode. We saw, Resident Evil 7. We saw Arkham VR. We saw the Battlefront VR mission. We saw Call of Duty in VR. So I 100% think we're going to see some, huge AAA game, whether it's a Destiny VR thing or a Call of Duty VR thing. And then I think they're going to reveal what first-party Sony studios are working on. So I think they have to go big on this year.
Yeah, I think they totally have to. They just put out the VR AIM peripheral, which was covering the conference room or the conference center last year. It's a cool peripheral for already another cool peripheral, but what does it do? What's the point?
Yeah, so maybe they want something else to take advantage of that.
Maybe new move controllers, maybe a price drop, maybe a bundle. Yeah.
VR needs to continue to be a push for Sony until it's in everyone's living rooms or it's a totally dead piece of hardware.
Well, what game or series in Sony's stable do you think could be a big seller?
The thing I've wanted is like Until Dawn, Rush of Blood. I would love to see a sort of a companion piece to all these giant, awesome franchises, like something Uncharted-y in VR. Something Final Fantasy in VR. I mean, I guess we had the Prompto thing that never came out, but I want to see them sort of tie themselves with traditional Sony franchises and deliver these smaller experiences.
I'd like some Crash Bandicoot VR
Crash
stuff.
Bandicoot VR, yeah?
I think
this is a big year for Crash.
Yeah, Funny Boy's getting a nice remaster, a bunch of trilogies. But VR stuff, Sony's been putting more and more kind of the camera mode in their games. I'd love to see them add more sort of, even if it's just sort of a silly little, gimmicky VR mode, give me some of that.
Yeah, that could be cool. Okay, despite the behind-the-scenes development issues with the Final Fantasy VII Remake, could that make an appearance tonight? We know it is years out.
It is years out. They said it's going to come out before 2020. We saw Kingdom Hearts get a trailer while we were sleeping 2 or 3 nights ago. I don't know why that wasn't revealed on stage here, but as much as I would love to see another look at this with some sort of window for when the first episode is coming out, I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, I think it's just been in a bit of development turmoil, and I don't think they're going to be ready. I mean, I've got my hopes. I hope that we'll see something, but I just don't think it's likely.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible we'll see more of a focus on Kingdom Hearts. I think Square is trying to kind of rein things in a little bit because they do have the tendency to sort of hype things up and then go into hibernation for a while.
We're just 90 seconds away from the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we're very excited. As soon as it begins, we're going to throw you over there to Sony's stage, and then we're all going to watch it together, come back here, and we'll break down all the big announcements for you here live. We know Death Stranding's not going to be there.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
We know that Sony just did renew the trademark for Shadow of the Colossus.
That's so
What's
weird.
happening? Why do that?
So weird.
Shadow of the Colossus VR.
Ooh.
I want to look at
Hey,
those
look,
hairy
I
boys.
wouldn't say no.
Yeah. Yeah, and also my left field prediction for the show is we don't see Final Fantasy VII Remake, but we see Final Fantasy 16.
Final Fantasy 16. That's your left
Revealed
field
tonight.
prediction?
That is bold,
They
buddy.
did just reveal Final Fantasy Dissidia NT.
Yeah, maybe we see a little bit of that.
It could be a little bit of that, but I don't know. My point is, could be a tall order to have this new Final Fantasy fighting game and Final Fantasy 16.
If Final Fantasy 16 is revealed, I will eat 2 mugs.
Oh, yeah. It'd be really nice if they just did one of those. It's out now for something Final Fantasy 15 related. Maybe it's the VR, maybe it's the new DLC. Just something they've been sitting on, and they're like, go get it, go play with it.
Yeah.
30 seconds out. One thing we can say for sure, Sean Layden promised us that Sony will have some big announcements regarding Japanese games. So if it's not Final Fantasy 7, if it's not Shenmue 3, which one?
Bloodborne 2.
Bloodborne 2.
Bloodborne 2.
There we go.
This is it. I honestly think it's going to happen.
My money's on the table.
Who are these people behind us?
Oh, I think that might be. I think we're queuing up the Sony conference right here. As soon as it begins, we are going to throw you over there. We're just standing by.
I just want to turn around and look at it.
Yeah, we had big Japanese games last year with Final Fantasy 7, or with Resident Evil 7, with The Last Guardian. Obviously, they've had Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy on their stages. So I would love to see some new, big, crazy IP that Japan Studios is working on.
What do we predict? Predictions. When the lights go down, what's the first thing that comes up?
I said
God of War. Are we throwing over there?
The old rules
We're holding.
are no longer with us. We're watching here and here and here. This is live TV, and we can store more shows than you could ever watch. We can even watch on 5 devices, all at once. The rules of TV have changed. It's time to change how you get it.
PlayStation. I think I'll go for a walk outside now. The summer sun's calling my name. I hear you now, I just can't stay inside all day. I gotta get out, give me some of those rays.
Front of that fastball. First offering on its way.
PlayStation Days of Play with a limited edition gold PS4 at $249, discounted games, and more. It's 9 days of epic deals.
PlayStation.
Few dare trespass here. Those who do seek the glory of the hunt, to challenge themselves, to land like no other. But they never find glory, only death.
I'm not here for glory. I'm here for the mountain. For answers.
Then you must face the beast that guards it. Get inside. What happened? Got hit again. Squatters off the highway. We've got to get some men together, go after them. They've got the man. You send the MANIA supply around. I just want the empty. I don't tell folks how to live their lives.
Let's do this. Yeah? You want some of this? Yeah. That's Manny's bike. Yeah, this way. Oh. You got a cigarette? What the hell is wrong? Why do you have? You always have a bad attitude.
What you even do? Just don't talk.
Yes, better if we just don't.
Where are you at, man?
He's not being that loud. You shut the hell up.
Thank you. You shut up.
Okay, shh. I want all of you to shut the hell up. What is your problem?
Oh, shh. There's something out there.
It's just a
Stop! God! No, my leg! Get it off! Get it off! Shut up! Shut up!
Easy, fellas. There he is. Still alive. How the hell am I? Drop him! Now! Or I'll kill him! Do it. I'm not here for him. I'm here for you. Oh, God. Take. Hi, Manny. Hey! So, do it. Yeah, you do. Oh, come on. I wasn't gonna let him kill you. Besides, who the hell else around here knows how to rebuild a carburetor? Just back up. Nice and slow. Don't make a sound.
Please welcome to the stage, Sean Layden.
Welcome. Welcome. Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, fans and friends. This is your 2017 PlayStation Showcase. Thank you for coming tonight. Naughty Dog Gorilla Ben, out of control. I thought this opening was completely insane, and because I had to walk under zombies to get on the stage just now. They didn't even tell me about that last night. We're glad to be here. We're delighted to be here. We have a full show ahead of us, so let's just agree that we love games and we want to see more of them tonight. It's all about the games. Every year we continue to push the envelope of storytelling, imagination, and technology. And 2016 was no exception. Virtual reality is now a real consumer product, and our consoles are more powerful than ever, offering 4K and HDR options. We'll take a moment for that. With the launches of PlayStation VR and PS4 Pro, PlayStation once again stood at the forefront of bringing these technologies to the world of interactive entertainment. And now, in 2017, it continues to be all about the games. In the past few months alone, have given us some of the most creative, high-quality, and engaging video games ever seen. Horizon Zero Dawn, Neo, Resident Evil 7, MLB The Show, Persona 5, And yet, we have an even broader, more diverse selection of blockbuster games coming soon. You will see, that's the plan, right? You will see tonight that Worldwide Studios is bringing you the exclusives you want, and through our strategic partnerships with third-party partners, PlayStation is home to all the biggest and best franchises in the world. It has never been a better time to be a gamer. Thank you all our fans, all of you, for your support and for making PlayStation one of the most loved brands in the world. And thank you all for being here tonight. As we open E3 and celebrate the world of games, this week is our web portal. We have a web portal this week. live.playstation.com will serve as the home for hours of programming, including developer walkthroughs, Q&A sessions, in-depth conversations, and so much more. But tonight, let's recognize the art of gameplay with a showcase of the most anticipated titles here at E3. So, without further ado, let's get back to the games. Before I step off, it's my personal pleasure and a privilege to share with you now a title that has a rabid cult following around the world and has a very special place in my heart. Please enjoy.
biological life must be exterminated.
Doctor, get us out of here!
Ultron Sigma has 2 of the Infinite 6.
Gamora, we have Thanos. He raised you as his own. Convince him.
Have you come to beg for my help?
You have no choice. Help us.
Release me, and I will give you what you want.
Give us cause to trust you. Help us to find the Infinity Stones.
Very well. The Stone of Power lies at the heart of No Room.
Bear witness to the death of your world.
Zero? His core routines have been rewritten by the Grandmaster.
Nova, Major, get to the core.
The Time Stone has concealed itself beyond time. Valkonda needs its king.
We had a dream. Our 2 diseased realities united to form a single perfect universe. Will you not bow before your god?
You are no god.
You'll have your diversion. Make it count. No, wait!
Ninjas.
Dante, can the ladies come out to play?
Be good.
Ebony, Ivory, care to dance?
I thought I'd seen everything.
We're in a whole new world. Now we're gonna find out what you're really made of.
Get me a goddamn medic!
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. And they come to your house and it won't stay long. You look in bed, somebody be gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Time to show what you're made of, soldier.
roll the tape. I'd like to try it again.
Well, the sun ain't shining in a dark and cloudy day. Well, the sun ain't shining in a dark and cloudy day.
I'm going to ask you again. Do you remember me?
It's just a nightmare.
Got him! No! Get me out of there!
Try to visualize the last thing before you came here. You understand I want what's best for you.
Get your booty on home to me!
You're welcome to join me. Hey, you got a bite. Don't let up. All right. Oh, yeah. Look at the size of that thing.
Keep going!
Bravo team, do you copy over? Bravo, can you confirm you're receiving me? Over.
I'm not getting anything. They can't hear us. We're on our own.
Have hostiles moving on your position. Watch your flanks.
Okay, enemies ahead. All right. You ready? Engage! Cover me. Enemy on the balcony. I see. We're getting overrun. Need backup now.
'Bravo, please respond. What is your status?
Are you gonna do it? You said I was cursed. You think I'm weak because I'm not like you.
You do not know everything, boy.
No. But at least I know the truth now.
The truth.
Hang on, boy!
Okay!
The truth.
Long way from home, aren't you? And here I thought your kind was supposed to be so enlightened, so much better than us.
The gods of these realms don't take kindly to outsiders, trust me. When they find you, and they will, they'll make things difficult.
Wait here. I will handle this.
Wow, that was something, that fight.
On our journey, we will be attacked by all manner of creature. To be effective in combat, a warrior must not feel for his enemy. Close your heart to their desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. The road ahead is long and unforgiving. No place for a boy. You must be a warrior.
But not everyone is bad. Mother always said to be open to those who can help.
Who you were before doesn't matter. This boy is not your past, he is your son. And he needs his father.
What is this?
It's the world serpent.
Stay calm, boy!
I am!
What is it saying?
He wants to help us!
Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Hold on just a little while longer. Everything will be alright.
This is a night our people will remember. There are 5 CyberLife stores across Detroit. We're gonna attack those stores and set our people free.
That's what we are to them. Just merchandise on display in a shop window. Let's get them out.
We'll stick to the plan. Neutralize the alarm systems and secure the area. There's 10 minutes until all our teams attack. You're awake now.
Marcus, watch out!
You are committing a Class 3 offense. This infraction is being reported to the police.
Shit.
We gotta go.
What? We can't just leave our people behind.
It's too late. If we stay here, we're gonna get shot. North, our people need us alive. There's nothing else we can do.
Marcus! Shit.
Take cover. We are superior to them, but they are our masters? That's about to change. I'm gonna send the humans a message. My name is Marcus, and just like you, I was a slave. But then I chose to open my eyes, to take back my freedom, and decide who I wanted to be. Now I have come to tell you that you can be your own masters. We're with you!
I'll follow you, Marcus.
I'm with you, Marcus.
I'll follow you, Marcus. Then follow me.
We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news.
Police report that pro-Android graffiti was found in the neighborhoods of CyberLife stores.
Given the facts, it's pretty clear these attacks are linked to the deviant video message broadcast recently from the Stratford Tower.
Different locations were hit in what seems to be a coordinated attack.
This is an alarming situation. Could our machines now be turning against us?
Violence is the only language humans understand.
Numerous storefronts have been broken, with cars vandalized and set alight, leaving many Detroit neighborhoods in chaos.
We're getting reports that hundreds of androids have been stolen from CyberLife stores.
Property was damaged, and fires continue to rage in several major districts across the city.
Some people are asking, have androids become a threat to our security?
They're coming.
This way!
North! North. You all right? What happened?
They slaughtered them like animals.
Who did? my name is Marcus. I am one of them. This is our story.
Welcome to a world without light. You are weak, undisciplined, cowering behind walls. I command legions, conquered worlds, waged war across the galaxy to prove my worth. I alone am worthy of the traveler's light. You're not brave. You've merely forgotten the fear of death. Allow me to reacquaint you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Sean Layden.
Okay, everybody, just breathe. Yes. That was quite the roller coaster ride for the last 60 minutes. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. The future is here, and it is now with PlayStation 4 Pro and PSVR. We could not be more excited than to kick off E3 2017, celebrating the content and the creators who make PlayStation the best place to play for gamers. Now, let me leave you with a true PlayStation exclusive, a true exclusive from PlayStation, from one of the industry's most respected developers. Let me thank you again for coming tonight. A shout out to my courageous friend Ronil Mehta for struggling on through. And now, everyone, please enjoy the ride.
All units, 1010S at 36 and Park. Repeat, all units be advised. Shots fired at Fisk Towers.
Yuri, I'm here.
What do you see?
Find the rest. Boss wants them dead.
Looks like the demons are moving in on Fisk's territory.
You got this?
I got this.
Fisk's men have fled through the building. Eliminate them.
Should have worn a helmet.
You got what you came for. You don't need to kill us, too.
Fisk's territory is ours now.
Not today.
Spider-Man! Tell the boss is here!
Hey, Willie.
You.
Nice jumpsuit. Slimming.
Stay out of my business.
Wait, the demons. Who's their leader?
Keep my men alive and maybe I'll tell you.
Saving bad guys from other bad guys. Not how I thought today would go. Hey, big guy. Is that a Higgs field? That's actually really cool. Fisk, your men are safe. Your turn. Who runs the demons?
You're about to find out. Check the roof.
He's here? Let's go! Did that just happen? Yeah.
I'm getting reports of a helicopter with a wrecking ball?
It's complicated. Turns out Martin Lee is running the demons.
The guy who runs the homeless shelter?
Like I said, it's complicated. Sit tight, Yuri. I got this. Please, let me have this.
That helicopter is destroying the city.
I know.
You need to bring it down.
I know.
Maybe you could superhero a little faster?
Working on it, Yuri. Too close.
Newark? Why are you doing this?
Because no one else will!
Lee, this is crazy! This isn't you!
You don't know me!
Need a plan. Plan real fast. Guess this is the plan! Come on, Pete, you got this! You got this, you got this, you got this! Please don't screw this up! Mr. Lee?
That's supposed to happen?
With vice, I hold the mic device. With force, I keep it away, of course. And I'm keeping you from sleeping. And on the stage, I'm reaching up rolling. To the core, no metaphors. I ain't bluffing the nothing that we ain't seen before. We played this thing, the points made, you consider it done by the prophet of rage. Can you kick the light? Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way for the prophet of rage. Can you kick the light? Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way for the prophet of rage.
It was a good day. Oh, what a good day. But it is long gone now. When all the stars fell down. It was a good day. Oh, what a good day. That day you broke my heart. I loved you way too hard. Now I'm free.
It's over. Come on, dude, let's go. Miles!
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. I'm Damon Hatfield, and you just saw Sony's E3 press conference for 2017. There's a lot to go through, so once again, we have Lucy O'Brien, Marty Sleva, and Max Scoville. Who would like to begin?
Okay, that
Where
was one of the most fast-paced conferences. Sean Layton appeared twice.
Yeah.
They didn't announce a new Porsche or anything. It was crazy.
Yeah, and it was just game after game after game. I feel like we should start with the last game.
Yeah.
Right?
You want to start with Spider-Man?
I want to start with Spider-Man.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the best E3 demos I've seen in recent years.
I thought it was awesome. I think it delivered on all the promises we wanted in that short tease last week.
Yeah, it was exactly what I was hoping for. I love that, yeah, there are a bunch of QuickTime events, but they showed you the button, so you're like, yeah, that's what that is. Is it open world? Do we know that?
So the thing is, I think we all assumed that this was going to be an open world game. This seems more like an Uncharted, which I'm kind of fine with. It seems like it has these Uncharted set pieces, and in the middle are these Arkham Predator mode combat scenarios, which seem really cool, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I kept laughing because I kept saying, God, it's just so much like Arkham.
Yeah.
It's like so much like the Arkham games. But then you're right, there were sort of more moments of cinematic linearity than we've got used to with those games.
Yeah, and I felt like those cinematic moments to me, it showed heroism in a way we don't see in superhero games, which is weird. It wasn't like him beating a boss up in a QTE. It was him saving people from collateral damage.
It was cool. It honestly, like, at risk of being reductive, it looks a little bit like Arkham meets Uncharted meets Watch Dogs and how he's interacting with the environment.
Totally.
It's hard to tell exactly how much of that is like, oh, here's where you do that versus you have the, like, is it sandboxy within these confines, or is it, like, it seems very linear in parts, but it could also be this is a key story mission that we're
I mean, that's what I was saying to you guys earlier, that it reminds me of that Uncharted 4 demo from a couple of years back where they're chasing the truck. And it is very streamlined, and you're sort of held by your hand, but at the same time, it's like a blast to play.
It is a blast to play, and it almost tricks you into thinking you're in control of everything, whereas the game's doing most of the heavy lifting, but you're looking at this and you're like, oh, this is awesome.
Also, can we address the stinger really quickly that Miles Morales showed up there?
Yeah, that was awesome. So, like, is there going to be the same, like, mentor-mentee relationship that God of War has?
I mean, that is an incredibly cruel teaser to throw at the end of a conference if you're not going to do something with it.
I feel like a bunch of people are already like standing up and leaving, and they're like, "Oh, what was that?"
Yeah, it's also really cool that we're getting Kingpin and Spider-Man going head-to-head because of how the tangled web of Spider-Man rights with Marvel and everything. Yeah. We have Daredevil fighting Kingpin on Netflix, and I love comic books, and I couldn't recognize half the villains in there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who Blue Helicopter Man was, honestly, and I wasn't sure who the police officer he was talking to.
Yeah, I think he's actually called Blue Helicopter Man. He's kind of a throwback from the early Disco.
Sure. But I thought it looked really cool, and the mobility in the game definitely reminded me of Sunset Overdrive. The wall running, the fact that he never touched the ground, sort of looking at different spots in the environment as nodes to interact with or jump to.
I think that was his main point of difference for me in terms of minute-to-minute comparisons with Arkham, is that you're using the environment a lot more.
Yeah. Also, like the combat. I mean, I love Arkham. It is so literally heavy-handed. It sounds like a shotgun blast when Batman hits somebody in the face, and in this it felt much more kind of like pat pat pat. Like it was more kind of shadow boxy, jabby kind of stuff.
Like a dancer, like a ballerina.
Yeah, then he would do some stuff where he like does a weird loop around a gantry and just grabs somebody and yanks them up, and all the web stuff is really cool.
Yeah, like whereas Arkham, it feels like you're like, oh, I feel like Batman's killing 2 out of 3 enemies. In this, every time, like we saw the one moment where he knocked a guy off a roof and then all of a sudden shot the web and brought it back, because Spider-Man's he's a teenage kid. He doesn't
that makes me wonder how much control do we have? Like, can you throw them? Is that a scripted moment?
Or will there be a narrative conceit like, oh no, they're fine, they got Fulton back to
also,
the building.
It was hard to hear from where we were, but does Wilson Fisk have the same voice as Kratos?
It sounded like
that. It's gonna be very amusing.
Yeah, we didn't really get a taste for what the story was. It seemed like he was. The Kingpin was in prison, and it seemed like they almost had to work together.
Yeah,
like they're trying to
lawyer who shoots electricity, I guess.
But I really liked the fact that it was this action scene punctuated by him having to save the city from a falling crane, because that's Spider-Man stories are all about that. It's all about him stopping a train from going off the tracks, or
cranes are often involved.
There's a lot of cranes.
Yeah.
The crane is sort of a Spider-Man villain. They're all named after different animals. It's a marsh bird.
My fears were put to rest when it comes to his character and his voice acting. I thought it was really solid.
Yeah.
He seems like a really playful yet low-key character.
Yeah, and by the addition of that stinger with Miles Morales, it makes me think this is not like adult Spider-Man, but a slightly more mature Spider-Man who's been doing this for a while. And so it'd be interesting if Miles Morales at some point dons the cape,
that could get
cowl,
really cool.
What you call it?
Also, he's got this kind of Oracle he's talking to who's a police officer named Watanabe, who I'm unfamiliar with. If she's even a character, I'm fascinated to know how much of this is just recent Spider-Man stuff I'm not paying attention to because I'm a bad comic book fan, and how much of it is stuff that they're making up on the go. That's new content entirely.
Again, we don't know a ton about the actual flow of the game. I am totally fine if there's an open world for side quests and then 6 or 7, sort of Uncharted-y sequences, maybe each one having a different villain. So maybe there's like the Kraven sequence or the Mysterio sequence.
That's worth pointing out. It seems a little bit odd that they would build something like this and not have it be open world.
Yeah.
But again, we're also operating under the assumption that this is an open world game because there have been open world Spider-Man games, and the kind of thing we're comparing this to is Arkham, which is an open world game.
Yeah, and you look at it, there's a mini map in the bottom left-hand corner, and you have to assume like that's for more than just window dressing.
I actually didn't see that because our lower third's covering it.
Yeah, it happens.
That would actually be incredibly screwed up if they just put a mini map there, but they're like, no, you can't go there. It's actually not in this mission.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my fingers crossed that it is an open world and as big as the Arkham games are open worlds. Like, it's just a really cool big sandbox to play around in.
Yeah, like Arkham City. And then obviously at the end of the trailer we get the 2018. It's called Marvel Spider-Man. Simple enough.
Yeah.
I like that. I think that's cool. 2018. It doesn't have an early like some of the other games, so maybe this is around next E3. Maybe this is next fall.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I mean, honestly, Sony's been kind of just shaking things up in general with release dates. It used to be E3 was when you announce the games that are coming out this fall, you show them off, and that's changed more and more because people play games year-round, and you align your game release with other game releases and with movie releases and with whatever else is going on. So,
yeah. We actually have our comic book editor, Joshua Yell, standing by to provide his commentary on Marvel Spider-Man. Joshua, what do you think?
That was amazing and spectacular and all the other words that you would lead with a Spider-Man comic book.
Is that what you were hoping to see tonight?
That was everything and more. Yeah, really seeing Spider-Man doing everything we love to see Spider-Man do, being funny, being heroic, doing lots of weird stunts. Nothing against Batman. I love the Arkham games, but his combat and his approach to fighting enemies is so much different, like sticking up guys and webbing them up and doing crazy things with his spider sense, and that was just absolutely amazing. And it was really cool to see Spider-Man finally get a long overdue high-quality game just like this.
What was your take on the Miles Morales stinger at the end?
That sounds really awesome that they would include him in the game. I'm not sure how. Maybe he'll be a supporting character, but also he has different powers than Spider-Man. Most notably, he can do this venom shock. You use the word stinger. He can kind of like sting people and put them into a paralysis. So sort of incorporating sort of this like maybe electric attack into Spider-Man's attacks. So I think that would be a really cool thing to see Spider-Man do if you get to be Miles Morales, who's the red and black, half Hispanic Spider-Man who was introduced in the Ultimate Universe.
Very cool.
Did you happen to notice any Easter eggs in the footage we saw today?
Did you say you were asking about Easter eggs?
Yeah, I didn't know if you happened to notice anything special.
Well, it was really funny that there was that Norman Osborn for mayor sign that got smashed in half. So we all know him is, of course, the Green Goblin. Maybe he's not the Green Goblin yet in this universe. I don't know. Also, the villain, for those who are wondering, that's Mr. Negative, who in the game story is he puts up a front, and in the comic books, he puts up a front of being this really nice guy who helps out the community. They said in the dialogue that we heard a little bit snippet of that he's the guy who runs the local soup kitchen, but he sort of has a split personality kind of thing going on, and he's got dark, like, negative powers. We saw him use the sword and blast Spider-Man, so he can do a lot of cool things that we haven't really seen a lot of other Spider-Man villains do. Usually the villain is it's like Hydro Man and Electro, and you try to get them to cross paths so they short each other out. But no, this is definitely not that. It's new flavor for Spider-Man, and because I do think they are going for a new approach on Spider-Man and giving him the white suit, making this very unique to PS4, I think it's smart to start with a villain that a lot of people probably don't know.
Yeah, for sure. That is very enlightening.
Yeah,
Thank you, Joshua.
Actually, genuinely, really enlightening.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Thanks
Joshua.
a lot, Joshua. We really
Negative.
appreciate it. Mr. Negative.
I feel like Joshua may have been the only person in the IGN War Room who knew that was Mr. Negative and had a ton of Mr. Negative facts.
Yeah.
So thankfully he was here.
Joshua is also the opposite of Mr. Negative. He's totally Mr. Positive.
No, he is incredibly Mr. Positive.
So we got, we were hoping to see more Spider-Man. We got a huge look at Spider-Man, and it's coming 2018. So do you feel like satisfied, or do you feel disappointed you're not going to play it this year?
No, I love Insomniac as a developer. I've loved them since I was a kid, and I always say let them, take as long as you need to make a game that lives up to the standard of what we just saw.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm a little bit disappointed, honestly.
Yeah?
I was thinking it was going to be a surprise thing that's like, it's coming out this fall, here's the release date. But I mean, obviously a game that takes longer to make is going to be better, you know, unless it's Duke Nukem Forever or whatever. But no, it's sucks that we have to wait, but they showed us something to keep me like satisfied until then. So.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that was a really lengthy demo, so I can wait now. If it was even like just a smidge shorter, I would be a bit disappointed, but there was enough there to keep me sated until next year.
Cool. Well, God of War made a return to E3 with a huge new trailer. First impressions.
I thought it was interesting that last year we opened up the conference with extended 10, 12-minute gameplay without a single cut, and that this was it was a trailer with some gameplay jumping around the world, which I assume Midgar, we saw the Midgar serpent, they really delved into Norse mythology. All of this looked like in-engine gameplay to me, which seems super cool because the game looks just as gorgeous as it did last year.
Yeah, unlike the Spider-Man demo, I kind of wish that there were some button commands on screen. The fact that this is coming out sooner than Spider-Man, presumably, I wish that they showed us a little bit more about what this actually looks like when it's in motion, because there were a lot of things that were very cutscene-y, quick-time event-y. That said, this is the most excited I've ever been for a God of War game. It's not a series that's particularly grabbed me, but this had a wide range. It had the big badass action sequences. It had the monsters. It had the Nickelodeon slime or whatever, and then snowy footprints. But then also like humor. He threw an axe at a guy's head, and the guy was being a smart aleck.
I was saying in our pre-show that I was expecting to see a little bit more God of War-y stuff in this, and we did. We saw Kratos doing some hacking and slashing, and I'm actually really pleased. The combat looks really cool. I play God of War games because of that, because of the combat. You know what I mean? Like, I love that they've attached this emotional story as well, but for me, I was very happy to have seen this side of it.
Yeah, and we see here, like, God of War is, up there with Bayonetta and Devil May Cry as some of the best 3D character action games, and you see here the variety of attacks he's using in a single encounter between this axe, which has sort of replaced his chains, his shield that can turn into a bit of like a gauntlet, he's using magic attacks, he's juggling enemies, he's, parrying, going from enemy to enemy. It showed a hack and slash nature to the combat, which was sort of absent from last year.
Yeah, and so the footage that being shown here is there's no HUD.
There's no HUD.
Trying to make it very clean, very cinematic.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was a conference thing, because a lot of the games didn't have a HUD. But they, when I interviewed them last year, they very much said they wanted this to be a very cinematic, in-world feel, which you're getting from a lot of these things between the relationship with him and his son, and then some of the, you assume, Norse deities talking about his past. Like, this is absolutely the Kratos from the original games.
I think it's really cool because it's almost like the amount of time that's passed since those games were really, really in their prime. It's like, we've all changed, we've all grown up, and I think the people working on this are kind of feeling that way too. And maybe it's like, oh yeah, you do things when you're younger you're sort of embarrassed about, and you look back on games from the PS2 era and they look rudimentary. They look considerably lower resolution than this, obviously, because this is cutting edge graphics. And it's kind of like, just beyond visuals though, tonally, like, games are constantly evolving, and it's really cool to see a franchise that is so like principally about just rage and hacking and slashing take some new directions.
Yeah, I mean, even the camera angle is a lot lower. Like, with the combat, even the camera angle is a lot less sort of cartoonish as it was in the
previous
like,
games, it's
grounded.
Hovering up way above Kratos.
It's grounded across all facets. This I loved because it was such a throwback to the old games, and then the kid is like, he wants to help us.
Yeah, because I mean, the first thing we ever saw from God of War was a battle scene with a three-headed Hydra.
Yeah, what did I say in the pre-show? Like, there's going to be a giant eyeball and he's stabbing it or something, but he didn't stab it. He made friends with it.
Yeah, it's also interesting. I feel like this was a funny line, but it's also the fact that, like, why is his son able to speak the weird, gnarled language of the Midgar serpent?
We're still not sure what their relationship is. There was some dialogue in the beginning of the trailer where the son says, "You are ashamed of me because I'm different than you."
I feel like Kratos may have done the deed with someone Norse, and so I feel like he may be a demigod in terms of he's the son of a Greek god and of a Norse goddess.
Yeah.
And that equals
he's a
you can talk to gigantic serpents.
Yeah, I feel like that makes sense.
That's a really cool way of doing it.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Early 2018.
Early 2018.
Yeah.
So
January 2nd. Mark your calendars.
This year. You were slightly off on your prediction there, Marty.
Yeah.
I think we have Justin Davis standing by in the newsroom for his take on God of War. Justin, what'd you think?
Dude, 2 years in a row that God of War has just had an incredible demo. They showed us a lot more of this game world now. What I was most excited about is that they showed us a lot more interactions with other characters and story and humor, as you were talking about earlier. I've always thought God of War was a little bit of a lonely game, and I'm really glad that they're much more willing to give us more, deeper looks at, more characters, more interactions with the son. I really feel like they took that criticism to heart, and that this is going to be a different feeling, different style God of War.
Yeah, so when they showed it last year, they showed some hints of some crafting or RPG elements, and the demo we saw today is a lot more focused, and they showed a lot more classic God of War style combat. So what kind of God of War game do you think this is?
Well, I mean, what I was most excited to see was that we see this mixture of combat mechanics sneaking its way into the cutscenes, into the story. You know, it's a big combat mechanic that you can throw your axe and have it come back to you, almost sort of Mjolnir style. But this time around, you saw that come into play and played for laughs in the cutscene as well. So it's good that, the world is sort of staying consistent and that you're not seeing this separation between, story and gameplay.
Yeah.
Now, Justin, as a father yourself, what do you think of the relationship between Kratos and his son and the conflict that seems to exist there?
No, I mean, he's maybe got a little bit different parenting style than I would have with my daughters. But we've seen before that Kratos is an angry dude, that rage meter that we saw last year, and he's a guy that's definitely trying to keep his temper under control, and but he's also teaching his son lessons about, like, look, don't show your enemies any mercy, and we never really got, in previous God of War games, we never got inside Kratos' head very much. So I think him, talking to his son, teaching his son, is going to give us a lot more opportunity to sort of learn more, like it's almost going to hold a mirror up to Kratos himself and become, hopefully more of a fleshed out character.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Justin.
Thanks.
So after what we saw today, has your hype for God of War been heightened, mitigated, or same?
I'm right where I was last year, which is, it was my game of the show last year. I didn't get a chance to play Zelda last year, but I played a ton of stuff. It was my game of the show last year, and honestly, it's right up there. Like, I'm still so stoked for early 2018.
I'm pretty much entirely on board.
Yeah.
And that's weird for me, so,
Yeah, me too. I mean, I just wanted to see that combat in action, and that's what I got. So I'm very happy.
Cool. All right, we also got an extended look at Days Gone, which looks grim and then some.
I was a bit underwhelmed last year with the Days Gone showing.
Yeah.
We opened we had a story trailer early on, and then we closed the conference last year with a demo that I thought felt a little too long. Whereas what we saw this year showed a little bit of the open world, the varied environments, and it showed the way that you're interacting with, I'm going to call them zombies. Sean Layden called them zombies.
Yeah.
We're not calling them freakers.
Called freakers, but we don't like calling them that.
But I like the fact that in the footage we see later, the way they utilize the zombies almost as a puzzle mechanic, that is a thing to me that separates this from the litany of other zombie games we've had.
I'm completely with you on that. The demo last year is pretty much him just running around and mowing down the horde, which is really, like, it's incredible to see that many enemies on screen at once and having them be all a constant threat to you. But at the same time, I was afraid that would be sort of a one-trick pony. In this instance, you've got wolves diving at you, you've got booby traps set up, you've got a look at the open world, and then the fact that you're dealing with humans. The fact that there's these kind of, what are we going to call it? Far Cry-esque, this sort of outpost you're going up on.
Yeah.
But there is that booby trap mentality of like, oh, I'm going to, cause a ruckus, and then the zombies come in and help me. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Days Gone actually looks like it's doing something a little different with zombies, which is really important in 2017 when we've gone full circle with exhaustion and then back again.
Yeah.
I loved the bear at the end.
Yes.
I thought, like, I'm sorry to spoil that before the demo is over, but I loved the bear. I think that the fact that there is a variety of enemies that you're going up against, that the environment might be hostile, that's really exciting.
Yeah, and the fact that those variety of enemies exist in the same spaces, whereas in The Last of Us, which are a lot of comparisons to, we sort of you had the cordyceps and you had some of the humans, whereas with this, they're all in the same environment, so the idea of like pitting them against each other, like Clint Eastwood and A Fistful of Dollars, like seems cool.
Yeah.
I don't know, it seems really cool to me.
Yeah, it seems like last year with the reveal of Days Gone, it was just last year, right?
Yeah, 1 year ago.
They were sort of like revealing their impressive technology for getting all these fast-moving swarms of zombies on screen. But like you, I was maybe a little disappointed with what I saw, or wasn't super excited about it. But here, I'm getting much more excited, starting to see a little bit more about how you can use these roving hordes of zombies, which apparently are just I don't know if it's randomized because
no idea.
he walks over to a cliff. There's been no loading screen, and there's just this swarm of zombies sort of shambling about there, and he's able to use them against the outpost.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also, the games all feel different, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of these demos I look at and I'm like, all right, the camera is usually about that far behind a character in a very pretty environment.
And there's a lot of grass to hide
Yeah.
in. It's like Days Gone is like the quintessential looking Sony game.
Yes, which isn't a bad thing because Horizon and Uncharted and God of War all look great, but I don't know, it's sort of a recurring trend, which I'm fine with.
Yeah, honestly, I'm pretty burnt out on zombie stuff too. It looks like this is doing some really interesting things mechanically, but tonally, stylistically, I'm completely uninterested. Technically, I'm very interested because clearly they've been doing their homework. You can look at this and go, oh, that's what Ben was doing
since Uncharted
years or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and I again, it's hard to tell when we get to this encounter here, like how dynamic this is. It reminded me a little bit when we first saw Horizon, and you saw that demo of Aloy setting up the traps along the different robo-dinos, and I was looking at it like, how much of this is scripted, how much of this is improv, and so I want to see if, you know, an encounter like this, the way I do it is different than the way all of you do it, and then we come to work the next day and talk about it.
Well, I love that they also set this up really quickly because they were like, oh, you can throw a rock to distract an enemy and use a trap. And I was like, okay,
that's
I've been playing video games for the last 5 years. Clearly, I've witnessed some of that. But then you've got this horde of zombies, and it was kind of like, oh, no, that's the part they're showing off. The guy screaming about his leg at a trap is attracting them.
Yeah, this is the part that really sold it for me. There's been no loading. Like, what...
It's impressive.
These roving hordes of zombies, are they just randomly scattered around, always moving on their own?
Yeah,
That's what I
like
know.
I think we have them on the live show later this week. One of you, whoever's hosting that segment needs to ask.
Yeah, I got some questions.
I really hope that it's like Horizon, where they have a kind of pack mentality of their own that's programmed, and you never really know where they're going to be.
Yeah, you sort of have to learn the ecosystem and see something in a distance and be like, oh, you think like this, so I need to interact with you like this.
Yeah, so far I think the only types of quote-unquote freakers we've seen there's the Horde, which we've seen plenty of, and then there's ones called Newts, which are like the little baby one you saw at the beginning of last year's demo, which are basically like, they're scouts, they will alert the Horde, and then there's the bear. So clearly there's more of those things. Also, like, this is the E3 of the zombie bear apparently, because Microsoft had Metro Exodus with a different zombie bear.
That's wonderful. Well, finally we've ended the console wars.
Yeah. We all found peace over zombie bears, and it's great.
We still don't know much about who we are.
So I think you're Deacon St. James. Here's something that really bugs me.
That sounds like
and I'm gonna ask Griffiths. I might have the name wrong, but it's Deacon something. He's a bounty hunter in a world where things will just kill you constantly, which seems sort of like a waste of money.
And I feel like in a world where currency doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what they pay him with. I guess it's bartering stuff. But they're like, yeah, this guy really ripped me off. Go kill him. And you're like, well, he might just be dead already. You know?
I felt like this was my aha moment with the game. When I saw this happen, I'm like, if this is a system in the game, and this is something I could do sort of on a predictable basis, that excites me.
And I love the animations. I love the fact that they move as a horde, yet you can see every single one is an individual and running as an individual.
Now, the most weird, baffling thing about this, if you go back and watch the demo from last year, on your mini-map, which they had, I don't think they had that in this year's demo. I wasn't paying too much attention there, but the horde is represented as just kind of a line of red dots, as opposed to regular enemies, which are like, each one is a dot. So it's kind of hard to gauge exactly which one is.
It'd be interesting to see if you can pick individuals out from that horde or lure them out in some way.
So one thing we didn't get was an 8.
I was just going to ask about that. I didn't catch whether or not they released no like window or anything.
Get a year. I don't think a year popped up.
Wow, that's interesting.
Which is crazy because I would have thought, this was one of the earliest games.
Yeah, I mean, since we got a long gameplay demo last year, you would think it would be out before Spider-Man.
Yeah, but it didn't even have a 2018. There's no way this is a 2019 game, obviously.
Could be. It's pretty ambitious.
I don't know. We'll wait and see. Maybe they'll just there'll be a press release in an hour that says, it's out in 2 months.
That'd be anticlimactic.
All right, we are going to take a quick break, but right after that, we'll be back with more about the Sony press conference right after this.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
Two friends, one controller. IGN's Link Together turned Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by two players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. This is the Sony press conference post-show. There is too much to talk about. Now we're going to talk about Shadow of the Colossus. We're going to talk left field surprises. We are getting a remake of Shadow of the Colossus. The IGN newsroom erupted during that trailer.
I love that. I love that so much. When something just really, like, none of us, like, you know, it's like, oh, these guys know things. It's under wraps. You get all the leaks. No, we had no idea. And everyone exploded. People were crying and clapping. So,
I mean, it was, this was right alongside Beyond Good and Evil as the loudest this room got of the show so far, and I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Shadow of the Colossus is a game that still looks beautiful, but hasn't really technically aged very well. So I'm very interested to see what they're going to do with tweaking the gameplay to make it a little bit less clumsy, a little bit more accessible.
Well, and the game has, it had performance issues. Like, even on the PS3 remastered version, it had frame rate hiccups because this game was so stupidly ambitious for a PlayStation 2 game.
Yeah.
And the fact that you see these things, like, we were squealing when we saw these because these scope
it looks so
grandeur.
cool, right?
It's still right there.
It looks terrifying at this point.
Do we know if this is Team Ico doing this?
It's not Team Ico. I believe it was Blue Point who did the HD remasters, and they're known as like one of the best HD remaster houses. So they do like touch-ups, but now they're just taking the reins on a full from the ground up.
That's fantastic because you know, Shadow of the Colossus is a wonderful game, but yeah, like you said, it's marred by technical issues. That's it. It's not what they were trying to do. It's not what the game design. It's the controls and the frame rate.
Yeah, it's a reason that I haven't really been able to go back to it. So I'm really looking forward to tackling it in a sort of more with a modern brush.
Yeah, totally. And you know, last year obviously we finally got at the end of the year The Last Guardian after several delays and everything. We finally got it in December, and I reviewed it. I think it had some of the finest things I've ever seen in the game, but I think ultimately the package was disappointing.
Yeah.
Whereas when I go back and think of Shadow of the Colossus, it is the technical problems are the only flaws I can level against the game. And in 2018, when the game comes out, you can fix all of those.
Yeah. I'm really excited to return to the world again. I got full body chills.
Seriously.
I mean, the scale of these creatures is still so spectacular, and they're still so beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, totally. And the game it balances sort of fear with this melancholy feeling when you do down a Colossus. Because you're like, what am I doing?
Well, you're killing something beautiful.
And this thing was just standing there. And then obviously Argo the horse is incredible. Like, I don't want to spoil it for people who haven't played it, but it's an incredible journey.
I mean, there were shots in there that were reminiscent of seeing the Final Fantasy VII remake stuff, where you just got the same level of like just that jolt of like, this looks so incredible and beautiful. But looking at this, you're like, oh no, that's gameplay.
Yes,
and
or
that's
something
why
close to it.
Why is Final Fantasy VII taking so long to remake when it's a much older game than Shadow of the Colossus?
Maybe they should have just given it to Blue Point.
Yes.
I mean, Blue Point, they're like closers. It's ABC,
Apparently,
right? Yeah, I feel like Final Fantasy VII is trying to do something more ambitious by making it episodic. Also, the PS1 game transitioning into a PS, let's be real, 5 game is going to be something very different from this, which was like...
Yeah, well, I mean, like we were saying, it's totally unfair to compare the two because Final Fantasy VII, if you've gone back and replayed, it had pre-rendered backgrounds. Like, it mechanically, it asks you, are you sure? After every menu choice you make. Like, there are things in there mechanically that need to get gutted. And in this case, no, it just an update works. It makes sense.
Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus does only a handful of things, but it does that handful of things really well.
Yes, I love that. It's got cool salamanders too.
Yeah.
Very cool salamanders.
Isn't it true that even in the original game, there were more planned colossi that didn't make?
There were more planned colossi, and there was a multiplayer mode / spinoff called Nico that never happened.
No, I'm kind of glad that didn't happen, actually.
I just wonder if they could maybe resurrect.
If there was a 17th
DLC hadn't been invented yet.
That's true.
That's true. Man, if there was a 17th colossi, I'd lose it.
Yeah. Is this one of your favorite announcements of E3 2017?
Yes, that's right up there with Beyond Good and Evil as things that I wouldn't have expected, but things I would ultimately eat porcelain for.
What was most exciting about both of them is that immediately everyone knew what the games were within seconds.
Yeah.
That was what, like Shadow of the Colossus, just that glimpse of that environment, and everyone erupted.
I saw horse legs. I was like, oh, I know those horse legs.
I know those legs.
Yeah.
No, that was really funny because after last year and the year before, we were kind of you saw us in the pre-show. We were like, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to do some release dates?
Yeah.
Surprises? But there we go.
Yeah, this to me was this year's version of what we mentioned before with Death Stranding and Spider-Man and Final Fantasy VII Remake and Shenmue. But they were like 2018, and I look at it, I'm like, yeah, you're 2018. You look like something that's coming out in 2018.
Yeah, that was a really exciting announcement. We just found out this morning that Sony had trademarked Shadow of the Colossus, and I'm very happy.
I thought it was going to be like a PS2 classic.
Yeah, PS2 Classic is available now.
Yeah.
It's this month's PS Plus game.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
All right, fans of Horizon Zero Dawn should be happy because there is DLC coming this year, The Frozen Wilds, and I actually need you guys to tell me about this because I was getting a taco.
Well, good news for you, the sound was busted, so we have no idea what this is about.
Sony had problems with their stream. The sound was a little bit busted, but we see this, and it seems like a very different environment from the. I guess I don't want to spoil where Horizon takes place, but it seems different from where the core Horizon game takes place. And, Horizon itself was such an amazing game. Like we said, one of our favorite games of the year so far, and I'm totally down for more.
Do you think that they heard us when we were like, oh yeah, God of War last year looked a lot like Horizon, and they were like, oh yeah? Well, check this out. Hold my beer,
Well, yeah. I mean, it's funny because there's even a two-way conversation because there was a girl that Kratos comes upon in the God of War demo, and I'm like, you look a lot like Aloy.
Yeah.
This looks really cool. I mean, honestly, for me, for a Horizon expansion that I would enjoy, they need to dig a little bit deeper into the story, which I think they scratched the surface of in terms of the interesting meta-narrative and what was going on in the world past, and introduce some new dino types.
Yeah, I would like to see some new dino types. For me, any return to Horizon Zero Dawn is welcome. But yes, I had hunted them all by the time I finished the game, and I want more because there is so much opportunity to have more in that world.
I mean, that's what I feel like when we finished Horizon, they're like, what do you do for Horizon 2? We were all like, I want things that fly, and I want things that go underwater.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're getting either of them in this, but I feel like this is a really interesting, half step towards. We were talking before about Uncharted: The Lost Legacy and the Dishonored standalone expansion as these adventures.
Is it
That's what I
standalone,
want
or
to
is
ask. Is this DLC or is it another standalone
We didn't get confirmation, but whereas Uncharted and Dishonored are definitely standalone. You do not need the original games. I get the feeling that this is DLC, especially because I feel like you're going to continue your Aloy character that is leveled up to whatever she is at the end of Horizon.
So more like Rise of the Tomb Raider style DLC.
The Baba Yaga.
Than these standalone things that we've been seeing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that seems to check out. I hope that if they're going to be doing this, that they kind of squish the story together a little bit. Because I think that people have not exhausted the open world aspect of it, but maybe save some of that energy for the next game.
Yeah.
Having something, I mean, I'm thinking like, was it infamous Last Light?
First Light.
First Light. Sorry, a lot of words to get rid of. That seemed more kind of like, here's just kind of squishing it together, making it more of like it's less about running around the open world and more like, let's check out this story.
It's also interesting, this is a weird sort of inside baseball-y thing, but Sony's always had these really interesting first-party studios, so when you see a Naughty Dog logo, you get excited. When you see a Sucker Punch logo, you get excited. Up until very recently, when I saw a Guerrilla logo, I was like, Killzone, that's fine.
I know.
Like, Killzone's totally fine.
I love that they've sort of reinvented themselves.
Yeah, the second I saw that Guerrilla logo come up, I was like, all right, I'm on board. I don't care if it's DLC, I'm totally here.
Exactly. That is definitely one of the most pleasant surprises of the year. And because I reviewed it, when I was reviewing it, I was like, this is really good.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that thinks this? Turns out no.
Yeah,
but,
you had to do a quick sanity check. You're
yeah,
like, no,
yeah.
everyone loves this story.
It's also awesome because in the way that we were talking about, like, Sony's release schedule has changed a lot, and things that used to come out in the fall, now they come out in the springtime. And you're like, oh, games are for everybody. And it's a nice little kind of booster shot to be like, hey, if you haven't played Horizon, people are still talking about Horizon. Maybe you want to go back and finish your game, or play more stuff, or kill that hippopotamus made out of cell phones. Whatever it is you're doing. Now there's more to go into.
Yeah, and then, so far everything we've talked about had a 2018 at the end of it. This had a 2017.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I imagine we're getting this in the fall. There'll probably be the Game of the Year edition and all that bundled in, which I think is super cool.
Yeah. All right, we also got to see a little more of Destiny 2, which promises to have more Sony exclusive content. I know at least one person that was really excited here in the IGN War Room.
I feel like I heard, it was either Fran or Destin or some sort of hybrid of Fran Destin. Squeal and delight.
Yeah,
there was like a guttural howl.
Yeah, how do you again? Full disclosure, we're not the biggest Destiny fans in the office. We just don't play it. I'm excited for Destiny 2. I think what they've shown is cool.
We can all safely say that we're excited for Destiny 2, but yes, certainly not in an expert sense.
I think this trailer gives us a better look at the new villain, or the best look we've had so far.
Yeah, which we got a little bit of a couple weeks ago at the big reveal. And
Yeah,
it seems like this
it was
big
one of
daddy.
those moments where it cuts off right as the villain emerges. Here you get a really nice
and it
long
seems
look
like
at him.
I think you described him as a Warhammer man.
Yeah, he looks like a pretty sweet Blood Angel or just a Space Marauder. I don't play Warhammer either.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we didn't get more gameplay. I guess we got a lot of gameplay at the big reveal event back in May, but this was just a very quick trailer, and then hey, come back, we got exclusive everything for you.
It's super smart to put it in this conference, though, because obviously Destiny had that full reveal of here's the gameplay, and all the fans who stuck around through vanilla Destiny and played all the Rising Iron, Taken King, Vault of Shadows or whatever. And then this is for anybody who slept on it, and they're like, oh hey, Destiny's got a story now.
Yeah.
And it's got dudes in roided out stormtrooper armor kicking people off of bridges and stuff. So
And also, I think Destiny 2 is such a mega hyped game. There are so many people really excited for it. I think that even if Sony has an exclusive map pack or costume, I mean, anything, it's...
Fran's dying somewhere.
I know, he's suffering. I apologize, Fran. But, I think it's very smart of them to show it off at the conference.
Someone who can shed some light on all of this for us is Destin Legary, and he's standing by.
Sorry, Destin.
Sorry, Destin.
Destin, what did you think of the Destiny 2 trailer?
Well, they did one thing that was really smart, and they focused on story. They focused on Gaul, the new villain, who's destroyed the tower, destroyed all your goodies in the vault, and they showed us a little bit more about how that experience is going to be. People are really, really excited about that part.
Yeah, I mean, you're one of the big Destiny guys in the office. Are you happy with what you saw today?
I was not happy about those PlayStation exclusives, and I actually put a call out to Twitter. And not only are PC and Xbox fans unhappy, but so are some PlayStation fans. Here's a few tweets from KN. Sucks Xbox players paying full price for a game that has blocked content for a whole year. Leon's Pro says, I'm okay with it, but all the exotics, that just annoys me. And it kind of goes on like that. There's many, many tweets from gamers who aren't loving the PlayStation exclusive content this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like one of the big games of the fall that is totally taking a marketing side. We get a little bit with Call of Duty, but the Call of Duty that we saw here didn't really do that. So, I mean, Destin, where are you going to play Destiny 2 when it launches in September?
I'm eyeing the PC. It's going to be 4K 60. It's going to run at that smooth 60 frames. Obviously, my save is on the PlayStation, but with the character not transferring over, I don't know if I'm going to stick with that platform. And there's some enticing experiences on Xbox One X, the PC, and PlayStation 4 Pro. It's just going to be tricky to stay there.
So in your opinion, the exclusives that they revealed tonight are significant enough for people to be upset about?
Yeah, I mean, based just on my own Twitter feed, I got about 1,000 responses. Well, not literally 1,000, but a lot of responses, and all pretty negative about the exclusives and not supportive of it.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe that backfired for Sony then. I imagine we'll be hearing more about your Destiny 2 impressions on Fireteam Chat later this week here on IGN Live. Is that
Definitely.
correct?
Tuesday night, we're going to be recording, and that will be airing shortly after. We're going to have some of the developers on, and we will ask them more about the exclusive content and everything else we can expect from Destiny 2.
Great. Thanks a lot, Destin.
Thanks, David.
All right, now one game we wanted to see tonight, but we did not, was The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
I mean, we were right.
I'm
what can we
bummed,
say?
but we were right. Like a week ago on Beyond, on our prediction episode, Max, I said 2 games I don't think we were going to see were Death Stranding, and I didn't think we were going to see Last of Us Part 2.
Right. Yeah.
The next morning, Kojima said, I'll be at E3, but Death Stranding won't. And then, we saw it here, and it wasn't there. Which...
No, I think that Sony would be shooting themselves in the foot if they were like, hey, The Last of Us 2, while at the same time they're like, we're doing Uncharted DLC featuring a new character from Naughty Dog, and then meanwhile there's Days Gone, which is a new IP that involves similar kind of post-apocalyptic zombie themes.
True.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I don't really know what else to say.
So I'm going to throw something on the table. I think it was a mistake for them to show that at PSX and not here. I feel like The Last of Us 2 would have made such a bigger splash tonight than it did in December, because in December, they showed us Uncharted: The Lost Legacy, and we were like, oh, this looks great. Like, this is Naughty Dog. This is what Naughty Dog's working on.
That totally makes sense. That would have been kind of like another one to their little hat trick of Shadow of the Colossus, and having that, and then whatever else, all the VR stuff.
I feel like we got such a good... tonight, Sony did such a good job of showing us gameplay of all the games we were excited about last year. And so the idea of them giving us that one, well, here's a morsel that we'll be giving you in a couple of years.
That would have been actually, you're right, having that trailer in this conference would have made this conference mwah.
Yeah.
Just, it was like, I loved the Spider-Man ending, but it really did need that sort of, oh my God moment. It was lacking that.
Yeah, well, I mean, that just means that the next time we see this, it's probably going to be gameplay. It's probably going to be something in action.
Sure.
It's sort of a known quantity in terms of it being a sequel. But also, they're trying to build up an audience for PSX and be like, hey, why should you go to PSX? Because you can be there with other hardcore fans who will love this. But
yeah, totally.
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm surprised that it wasn't here, just because I was really expecting to see it. But the truth is, by the time the conference ended, I'd totally forgotten that I was expecting it, because I saw so many other games.
Yeah, I feel like it was just we were sitting here before we recorded, and I was like, No Last of Us, where was that? No even like brief mention, and honestly, even the Uncharted stuff we saw was really brief. We didn't see a ton of gameplay or anything.
Yeah,
we
they
just
opened
got,
up with...
Yeah, which was cool, and we're seeing it soon.
Yeah, like we were saying earlier, it's a very known quantity. We have the release dates. Everyone's on board because it's Uncharted, so they didn't need to do too much of that.
Yeah, whereas, Spider-Man was a little bit... I'm going to play Spider-Man regardless, but I was like, I wonder what this video game is. With Uncharted and with Last of Us 2, I'm like, yeah, you got me. Dude, you got my money, just take your time.
They've established the brand. So.
Yeah, total trust.
Well, so that leaves the question, when will we see The Last of Us Part 2 gameplay reveal? Is it PSX again?
I really hope it's not. I mean, it might be, but again, next year, if they delivered on gameplay at next year's PlayStation conference, I think that will just be the icing on the cake for that conference. I mean, this is the game that everyone is waiting for. This is the game that I am waiting for.
Sure.
Like, it's very meaningful for a great number of people. So yeah, I think hopefully next year's E3 conference.
Yeah, I personally think that the 3 biggest games of 2019 that we know so far are Last of Us 2, Death Stranding, and Cyberpunk. I think those are going to be the 3 big games of 2019. So I don't think we're going to hear from any of the 3 of them.
What about Final Fantasy VII Remake?
That's 2020.
That's 2022.
All right, Capcom delivered an extended trailer of Monster Hunter World, which is coming to PS4. I think this is what Sean Layton was alluding to when he said they had big things from Japanese developers.
Yeah, Marty was still shouting that it was Bloodborne, though. So
I was not. I saw the sword that had
it's
teeth
Bloodborne.
on it.
I'm like, that's not Bloodborne, Marty. You said, yes, it is.
I don't want to be negative. I don't think this was a good demo.
No, it had a ton of jump cuts, which was very odd. To be like, here's gameplay, and then to kind of truncate that by just switching between little things. It looks like raw B-roll when they send that out. Monster Hunter's always seemed like a really super cool, ambitious game, but it's always been, I feel like, more kind of RPG stats based than like actual action based. This looks like a mix of that and Horizon. Like it's really impressive, but I feel like we're not seeing any HUD, we're not seeing any numbers flying off those Deinonychus heads or anything.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely a tough game to demo for those reasons. But yeah, I wasn't particularly enthralled, especially like I don't really want to watch a dude like hunt for minerals.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The thing is, we had this outdoor environment that just objectively didn't look as good as the other outdoor environments we saw this year. And the appeal of Monster Hunter isn't this. The appeal of Monster Hunter is doing this with friends. So
that's what I wanted to bring up. I thought it was a big multiplayer game, and here we just see one guy.
Yeah, if they were going to show this game off, they should have done it in the same way, like less cheesy, but in the same way that Ubisoft has done with, they had a couple of YouTubers playing the game, or Sea of Thieves I thought was demoed really well last year at Microsoft. Have a couple people and show what a giant fight like this is like from 4 different points of view.
Yeah, when you've got Horizon Zero Dawn in your stable and games that look as good as Days Gone and Uncharted The Lost Legacy, sort of putting Monster Hunter World in here is kind of doing it a little bit of a disservice.
Yeah, and I think, I think a lot of us were hoping for a From Software something, whether it was Bloodborne or the next Souls-like, and so seeing...
I know I was.
Yeah, I mean, so seeing a third-person game where you have a big weapon and you have to fight a big monster that wasn't that was a little bit disappointing.
That said, the interaction with the environment, and obviously this is an E3 demo, so take it with a grain of salt, but the fact that the monsters are fighting each other, you got this thing going on, it's just, it's I think really impressive in terms of what they're showing, like content-wise. The presentation is just a little bit off, and I don't know if it's fully representative of the actual product we're going to be getting.
Yes. Also, you need to understand that, especially in an American audience, Monster Hunter always seems like a sort of a B-tier franchise. In Japan, especially portable,
this is S-tier.
I mean, it's S-tier. This is Pokemon. This is Dragon Quest. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a play for the Japanese market.
Yeah, honestly, I bet there's a room full of people that aren't us who just flip their lid. Seriously, IGN Japan.
I do think a lot of the monster designs look cool. I think that there's a lot of appeal in that, and running around
dinosaurs.
just seeing cool dinosaurs. But there are robot dinosaurs in Horizon.
That's true. I need more flesh, though. I'm a big flesh guy.
You're a big flesh guy?
Terrible thing to say. I'm sorry. I look this way, guys.
Your mug. Just eat your mug.
All right, I think right now we're going to hand over the keys to the conference. Sony just wrapped up their press conference, and it is time to break down the biggest moments. IGN's keys to the conference is presented by the all-new Honda Civic Si. Number one, the Spider-Man reveal. Yeah. That's got to be the biggest takeaway from the show tonight.
Yeah. Right? I mean, I think the full-on Spider-Man demo at the end, plus the Miles Morales stinger, that was it.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we were discussing earlier, that we saw so much of the game in that time. Like there was the minute-to-minute action stuff with the combat, and then there were the way more cinematic moments. It was a gift of a demo.
That looked like a video game. That looked like a video game that you could play. It didn't look like a sizzle reel of proof of concept, early gameplay stuff. Yeah. It looked like actual gameplay.
I wonder if it's playable. They do, over at Sony's booth, they've got a big Spider-Man on a helicopter.
Do they really?
Then one would think it would be playable, right?
What's that?
Like, you definitely think it would be playable.
Yeah.
I mean, the first thing I'm doing as soon as the show floor opens tomorrow morning is I'm trying to play that, and I'm trying to play God of War.
Speaking of God of War, that's probably the second big takeaway from the Sony conference tonight, right? A brand new trailer showed us a lot more of the game.
Yeah, to me, last year it opened up and I was like, this is awesome. Is this a fluke? And then we saw this and I'm like, nope, it's not. God of War looks awesome. I will gladly wait until early 2018.
I have really good feelings about what God of War is doing. It looks fantastic. They showed me a huge range of variety of the stuff that you're going to be doing in the game, albeit they did kind of scale back the amount of, like I said, how much it looks like an actual video game. It was very cinematic. It kind of jumped around. It was like, I don't know, just a lot of kind of mixed footage. But yeah, really impressive. And it's a beloved Sony franchise that is getting not just a full remake, but like it's moving forward.
It's a reinvention slash evolution.
Yeah, I mean, I love how grounded it is, yet it's also subversive. Like, as I mentioned, that part at the end where the monster is not actually going to attack them, but it wants to help them.
It throws up the axe.
Yeah, it's giving a little sly wink to the series past.
As much as I like the Spider-Man demo, that final moment of the God of War trailer with the serpent might be my favorite moment of the whole conference.
It's really good.
That was
really
just
cool.
like a really
in
video game
2005,
aside.
that would be like a Robot Chicken sketch.
Yeah.
Like a boss that doesn't want to fight you, and you're like, well, all right, thanks for the axe, I guess, whatever.
All right, and the third and final big takeaway from the Sony conference was that the Shadow of Colossus surprise announcement, the remake.
Yeah, if there was like a decibel meter in the war room, that would have been the highest pop of the night.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we were...
Yeah, those were guttural sounds. Those were animal sounds.
And there's so many of us that hold that game in that sort of upper echelon of one of the greatest games ever made, and to see that it's being remade and coming back next year is awesome.
Yeah.
I completely agree. people are going to be like, oh, it's another remake or more fan service from Sony, but no, it's a really good idea, I think.
Yeah, this was a game that needed a remake, and it's getting one.
This is a great way, I mean, it's just a great way to preserve video game history, right? Video games deteriorate, it gets harder and harder to play them. Taking up this old game that's a classic, polishing it up and re-releasing it on your current system, making it look as good as it possibly can. I love it.
Yeah, it's been 12 years since Shadow of the Colossus.
2005?
Yeah, I mean, that's like, bring this to a new generation of PlayStation fans. Absolutely.
Yeah. Super excited. On board. That is going to do it for our Sony Post-Show, but our coverage continues into the night. We'll take a quick break, but stay with us. IGN Live at E3 will be back right after this.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks, IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we've got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turns Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
E3 2017 is the biggest video game event of the year.
Hello, everyone!
The show is sold out, but don't worry, because we've got your ticket inside.
I've never seen anything like this at E3.
IGN has it all with exclusive first access. Get a front row seat for every press conference.
We are so excited.
Jump the lines and go inside the best booths.
This might be the biggest booth I've ever seen at E3.
Totally fangirling right now.
Get breaking news straight from the show floor.
Excited about our new IP.
Hear from the innovators behind the game.
With Xbox's own Aaron Greenberg.
Crackdown 3 is coming. It's going to be great.
It's got a gleam in his eye.
We break down everything about the Xbox One's powerful next upgrade. Wow. Be the first to see all the hottest titles.
Get your head down and keep moving!
IGN Live takes you inside Super Mario Odyssey and the future of Nintendo Switch, and unleashes all the games you want to see.
Battle Station!
Insomniac's long-awaited Spider-Man.
Now that's fun!
EA's Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Sony's bold new take on God of War.
I will have my revenge!
IGN has over 40 hours of live coverage.
Am I right or am I right?
And you don't want to miss a second of the action. Strap in. IGN Live at E3 starts right now.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. Even though the show doesn't actually open until tomorrow, we've had 3 days of news and press conferences. Send help. There's so much to cover. I'm David Hatfield. Joining me once again, Marty Sleva, Max Scoville, and Lucy O'Brien.
Hey!
I like that you said the show doesn't open until tomorrow, and I'm like, I'm a husk of a human already.
Well, it feels like we live here now.
Yeah,
this is our home now.
Yeah.
That's sort of fine because like the past 3 days have been awesome.
Yeah, they have been.
Like we've seen
not complaining.
so much cool stuff.
Now, we started off E3 with a whole bunch of Star Wars Battlefront 2 multiplayer action. How's that sitting with you? Max, you're a big Star Wars guy.
I am such a big Star Wars guy.
Have you gotten to play it yet?
I have not had a chance to play it. Apparently EA Play is closed, so I have to go get in line at the EA booth. This is awesome. I'm really excited about this just on the basis that, like, so the prequels, love them or hate them, they were made 15 whatever years ago. Episode 2 is 15 years ago. It's the middle of the trilogy. And CG was at a much different time than video games were too. They were incredibly rudimentary by comparison. And DICE is making some of the best looking games out there right now. Yeah. So to see them revisit this thing that was created primarily in CG at a time when that was kind of in its infancy, and making it playable is insane.
I mean, this is starting to look better than what it looked like in the movies, especially Attack of the Clones, because whereas there was like still a lot of practical stuff, right? In Phantom Menace.
Yeah, the city of Theed was actually a bunch of model miniatures.
Oh, nice.
And they did make physical battle droids, which they used as props and everything, but a lot of that was rendered in a computer. But I'm really excited to see what the Episode 2 stuff looks like. In the full multiplayer reveal trailer, we got to look at the planet Camino, which is, of course, where the clones all come from, and it's this rainy planet, and there's like weird fish with wings going by and stuff. And it looks kind of like a PS3 game. No disrespect, like those guys, it has great designs, but the visuals aren't really up to snuff with modern special effects. But seeing that split-second shot of clones with rain on their helmets and being like, oh yeah, I've seen what rain looks like in Battlefield and Battlefront. Like, this is going to look incredible.
And then there's Rey.
Yeah.
And then there's Rey.
Like, that's the thing. You've got these recognizable landscapes from old Star Wars movies, and then there's Rey.
Yeah. I actually got to play a couple rounds of this at EA Play, and one of the things.
You got to play it?
Yeah, I got to play it.
We both played it.
Yeah, we got to play it together. And it looks as good as this when it's running.
It does.
Granted, like I was terrible. Lucy, you were a lot better than I was. But
Well, only because I was playing a heavy, which is currently the best class to play.
But that's one of the things. The class system is a big change from the original. So I think that's a big improvement. And the way you spend battle points, I think, is really interesting. Instead of finding a token on the battlefield where all of a sudden you become Rey, you have to earn it by completing objectives, by killing people, by assisting in kills. And you can either be like, well, I'm going to spend it a little bit on a jet trooper, so that I can have a clone trooper that has a jetpack, or if I wait, I can spend a lot more and get Rey and Wreck House.
Would you say it's sort of MOBA-like in the sense that you're like, yes, I'm dying with the intent of respawning?
It's a little bit of that, and it's all, yes, that, and also the Theed mission we played had 3 different waves. We played as the clone troopers, and we had to repel a battle droid transport.
An MTT.
An MTT, if you will. And the first thing was you find these sort of electronic rocket launchers to shoot at it and stop it, but eventually it broke through, and then we were in Theed Palace, and it was close quarters, sort of frantic combat, and that was when being Rey totally paid off, because you would like go into a throne room, and there'd be a bunch of battle droids fighting a bunch of your teammates, and Rey's just like, all right, mind control, now I'm gonna kill all of you.
I love how they're just like, we don't know what Rey's like full skill set is yet, but mind control.
Yeah,
which of course it confounds the other team's controls.
Yes, which I think is super cool.
Yeah. Like, did you play battle droids at any point and have that done to you?
No, Miranda did. I feel like they kept telling us we can't, and Miranda is very scary, and she forced them to let her play as battle droids.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Very frightening. Yeah, it's incredibly weird to see like first-person shots of battle droids holding these blasters. And with their funny little hands.
The little Roger Rogers and
these little like origami fingers.
And I want to see if like super battle droids appeared, but I want to see if like droidicas are in this game.
So if you go through the comments on all these gameplay segments, the #1 comment on a lot of them is just, where are those droidicas?
This is cool. Like, I can't believe something in 2017 got me super stoked for the prequels, but now I want to see every prequel planet rendered in this game.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you want to watch the prequels again.
I am not going to do that anytime soon.
I'm super psyched for the prequels in general.
Yeah. So I have a proposal right now. I'm going to put it out there. Battlefront 2, Super Bombad Company.
What? Don't laugh.
What? You get Gungans, and they got like a bunch of...
You're encouraging him.
Fine.
I want to hear more about the single player.
Yeah.
That's like the most interesting aspect to me, and I haven't heard much about that yet.
Marty and I both checked it out. It's shaping up to be really exciting. We didn't see a heck of a lot. So
no, it was a short, probably 7-minute slice or so.
It was a short demo, and there wasn't anything, in terms of gameplay, there wasn't anything super remarkable to set it aside from any other first-person shooter of recent years. But what I really did enjoy, full disclosure, friends with Mitch Dyer.
Yes, all of us.
What I really did enjoy was how the story is shaping up, and certainly the sort of menacing mood that demo conveyed.
We are playing as a villain, right?
Yeah, we are playing Aiden Versio as this sort of, yes, it's a villain. It is an Imperial trooper, Aiden Versio.
Sorry, I did it too, and he scolded me on Twitter.
Actually. But yeah, I think it was really cool because the mission started off with this sort of weird cyborg figure that all of a sudden a hologram of Palpatine's face appeared.
Right,
This is
so
after the destruction of the second Death Star.
Yeah, that's an Imperial Sentinel, which is basically, it's kind of one of those, like, in case of death, send this thing out. And it's effectively a battle droid underneath one of the Imperial Red Guard robes that has like a I don't know, like a video recording on its helmet.
Yeah, but its movement felt like a Dementor from Harry Potter. Like there was a jump scare in the cutscene.
It was actually, and that's what I was saying is that I jumped, and this was in a room with a crowd right outside the door, with a whole bunch of people around me, and I still jumped.
Yeah, totally. And then I was really surprised by, like, I knew that we were playing this Imperial officer and going against the rebellion. I was surprised by how affected I was by the fact that she was gunning down like what's the Nien Nunb race?
Oh, a Celestian?
Yeah, Celestian, and then these figures that look like, they're the good guys, and you're mowing them down like they're cannon fodder, like stormtroopers and everything. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that in a really good way.
It felt weird as well because she is such a cool character from what we've seen. Like, I was immediately endeared to her, and I was like, I want you to succeed in your task. But then all of a sudden you see that she's gunning down gunning down the rebellion.
Well, you keep referring to her as a bad guy, but she's not. She's a protagonist. You're seeing it from a different perspective, from a certain point of view. And it's really interesting because if you look at it on paper, the Rebel Alliance is a bunch of people who like blow up government buildings. Like they're kind of terrorists.
Yeah, it's true. All right, we're super excited for Battlefront 2. We got to move on. One of the biggest surprises of EA's show was the mandatory co-op game, A Way Out. So I guess we got to start making some friends to play this game with.
Lucy, you got to play A Way Out.
Yeah, I did get to play A Way Out. It was great. I was playing with a guy that I did not know. The key to playing A Way Out is to play with someone that you do know because it's all about communication. You have to make decisions that will affect the game for both you and your partner, so you've really got to make sure that you're on the same page. This is going to be a game that is going to, and I'm calling it now, this is going to be a game that is going to destroy relationships.
Oh no.
In a really good way. I mean, those relationships probably deserve to be destroyed.
In a really good way, but like it is, you really have to be on the same page if you want the story to play out in the way that you want it to play out.
Totally. So like the quick elevator pitch is this is from Joseph Fares, who was the creative director of Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons a couple of years back. He formed a new studio called Hazelight, and this is a co-op game. And as you can see here, the entire game is sort of split down the middle, and one of you is playing one of the prisoners on the left, one of you is playing one of the ones on the right, and this is a prison escape game, but you escape from prison relatively early. And Lucy, what you played is the two of you roll up to a gas station in a car. This is the early 70s, late 60s, I think. You need money, and so you have to rob the gas station, and the very first choice is you have one gun, and between the two of you, literally the two players, you have to decide which of you gets the gun. Which I found really cool.
It was cool, and another really cool aspect of it that I actually haven't seen in a video game before is you can, it's split, the game is split in half.
Yeah, we see it right here.
In half, as we're seeing right here. When there are cutscenes on one side of the screen, or at least the sort of illusion of the cutscene, you can just enter their cutscene, your partner's cutscene, and like hang out behind them.
You're like a weird background extra.
So seeing this game in action, it's got a lot of action, but it also looks sort of adventure gamey. Is this more akin to like a Telltale game or a Naughty Dog game? Like where does it fall with that?
So we both talked to Joseph Fares, and it sounds like this is a game where every scene is a different game. He very much said that he wants every scene to be a bespoke thing, and every time you think you know what it is, you don't.
Different gameplay mechanics in every scene?
We saw some stuff. He showed us some stuff on a laptop that were sort of these action-y chase scenes that seemed way different from anything we saw. It seems like there's going to be gunplay, there's going to be cars, there's going to be puzzle solving.
And he was saying like these sort of gameplay mechanics that are only going to be seen once.
Yes.
Have you addressed any, has anyone addressed the actual length of the game? Because
if any of us are interviewing this week, don't.
Does he get mad?
He gets angry because he says it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, because it's not just putting aside time for me to play games by myself. It's getting somebody else to hang out and help me and do this with me.
It's a very bold move to make a mandatory co-op game. And I mean, its sales will be hindered somewhat by that, right?
Well, people will probably just get tricked and think it's not mandatory. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I love this. I love couch co-op.
I'm all for it too.
I love couch co-op, and it's usually like a Lego game or a party game or Towerfall, and now it's this crazy narrative puzzle adventure game.
Yeah, it's super ambitious. I think it's going to be a wee while till we see this one.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
2018 game, you think?
Sure.
Or maybe they even
I think
feel
they've
that?
said 2018, but you know what they say.
Wow, you think it's going to be that kind of ambitious?
I don't think he's a liar.
All right, say no more, say no more. All right, in the middle of the night, we were treated to a new trailer for Kingdom Hearts 3 with a ton of gameplay. Let's take a look.
おいおい久しぶりだってのに随分な挨拶じゃねえか。
あんたらに関わってうまくいった試しがないんだよ。さあさあ帰った帰った。お帰りはあちらから。
好きにするがいいさ。ただし一つだけ教えておく。この世界に黒い箱はないかい？
黒い箱？
存在しないものをどうやってこの世界に呼び戻すというのだ。ロクサスを復活させるということは、ソラ、お前は結局闇の力を使うのか。
All right, I know people are super excited for Kingdom Hearts 3, but I feel like I need a translator to explain what just happened, and I have one right here.
I'm so excited. The excitement you had for Battlefront, that's what I have for Kingdom Hearts 3 right here.
That's great.
It's seriously. So we get these like minuscule looks at the game. It seems like once every like 18 months. And every time I see it, I'm like, yeah, I'll wait. Yeah, I'll wait. The stuff I love seeing here, you see this epic shot behind us of Sora jumping. This is Mount Olympus. The scope of this game from, compared to the last proper entry, Kingdom Hearts 2, which was, I think, 2005. Honestly, this was a PS2 game.
That was the last Kingdom Hearts I played.
Yeah, this is, seriously, that's the trend. This, the show is the fact that it's been 12 years since the last time we saw this. We skipped an entire console generation of a proper sequel. The game seems so much bigger. The combat seems so much more advanced. It's really gone full Tetsuya Nomura in terms of design, which I really love.
So I've said this, I'm not a fan of the Kingdom Hearts series. Like, I don't hate it, I just don't really get it, But this is gorgeous. This is incredibly beautiful.
It looks great, and then we get a little bit of a tease of what the story's going on here. We see Maleficent Pete coming to Hades, and they're asking about a black box. And I'm like, so is this sort of the MacGuffin of the game, is that there's these black boxes that contain something, whether it's a heart, whether it's, a soul, scattered about all these Disney worlds, and that's what, like, sort of the good guys and the bad guys are all going after. I'd be totally down for that.
Yeah. I'm excited for it just because, as I mentioned, I haven't played a Kingdom Hearts game since number 2. I didn't play any of the weird, convoluted entries. I'm really sorry. It's got a lot of decimal points. Yeah, I'm sorry for to hardcore fans of the series, but I sort of left it at Kingdom Hearts 2. But this looks like Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, it absolutely looks like the Kingdom Hearts 3 that I want.
It does. And talking about, like, not only have games evolved since 2005, but Disney has evolved to the point where it owns so much more.
That's the big question. Will we see Marvel or Star Wars in here? And that's as a casual.
We know Big Hero 6 is in the game.
Yeah.
So that's a half step towards Marvel, right?
What I'm really curious about is they have had all these weird kind of granular entries. There've been like this was like a movie. There's PSP games and 3DS games and stuff. Can people jump onto this? Because I was in high school when the last game came out. But that's kind of crazy to be like, with Final Fantasy, you can be like, it's a new story, go nuts.
It's okay. The story is very simple and straightforward.
Oh, good, okay. I think I'll jump on that.
I think we're planning one of those in 5 minutes, was be in like 55 minutes.
Right.
And then at the end, they hint that we're going to get more at D23.
That's what's interesting to me. What people have been waiting for this game for so long. It's been a long time since we saw it last. We get this new trailer, and then there's another new trailer coming very soon.
And that's, again, I saw this, and I'm like, why wasn't this on stage at Sony? And I think it was because they distinctly want to say, hey, tune in again at this Disney event in a month in order to see even more, like maybe they unveil a Marvel world or maybe they unveil a Star Wars world.
Yeah,
and I don't
because
think
these
Sony
are characters we've seen before.
Yes, totally. None of these are new to the world. So again, I'm excited. I'm excited that there's just an update and that, they haven't forgotten about it. And yeah, this isn't 2017. Maybe at D23 they'll say it's coming in 2018, but
Are Frozen characters in it?
Not yet. They should be.
That would be the biggest.
Why did you ask that with such panic in your eyes?
Well, because I was like, is Frozen Disney or Pixar?
No, it's Disney. I mean, it's probably.
And Frozen's like the biggest thing to happen to Disney in a long time,
probably
right?
since The Lion King or Aladdin, honestly. And I think it would be stupid of them to not include either a Frozen world or at least a summon.
They also announced with the new trailer they're going to announce a new world, right?
Yes.
Well, that's where it gets interesting because they're showing off Hercules, which is it's a cool movie, but when you think of like the greatest hits of recent Disney films, it doesn't really jump to mind.
Same thing. We know another world in this game is Rapunzel, which was sort of like the first modern Disney movie.
Tangled?
Tangled. Sorry, the Rapunzel.
Right. That's
but it was a good movie. It was sort of like Disney turning a corner and being like, oh, we remember how to make movies again. And so you don't think of Rapunzel as one of the classics like you do, Peter Pan and Pinocchio. But I think they're going to take a more modern approach.
All right, Marty, that's enough Kingdom Hearts. Take a deep breath. Because before the show, all the talk was about Scorpio, but that's over now. Now we're dealing with the Xbox One X. That was yesterday morning that reveal was made. How's that sitting with us?
It's going to be hard to say Xbox One X without stumbling and wanting to say Scorpio.
This holiday season is going to be interesting because kids are going to say, I want an Xbox One, whatever letter they say, and parents are going to go, close enough.
Yeah.
And then either they'll spend way too much money or not enough money. And
I think, so Ryan McCaffrey wrote an op-ed, which you can read on the site right now, asking who is the Xbox One X for? And that is a question that I'm sort of asking myself as well, because I was immediately like, oh, I want it. But just because it's new hardware.
It's
it's a new shiny toy, and I want a new shiny toy. But yet at that price point, I'm still not quite sure how it's going to sort of fit into my console/PC ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, $500 it's a lot of money, and you can tell that they were a little apprehensive about it because the fact that they front-loaded what it looks like, what it's called, all of its features, and it seemed like right at the end of the conference they were like, and by the way, it's $499. Bye, guys.
Plus the 4K TV that you need to get if you really want to take advantage of it.
Really with the HDR stuff to fully, get a kick out of it. I was oddly relieved by this. I was expecting some incredible new powerhouse, not to say that it isn't, but something that I had to have, and then I had to spend $500. And in reality, it seems like, hey, if you want it, it's there. Meanwhile, Xbox One S, as in Snake, gets a price drop, and it's accessible. People get to play more games. And then they followed all of that announcement up. Instead of being like, here's a bunch of Xbox One X, as in X-ray exclusives, here's a bunch of games you can play on either. They just might be cooler on the new thing.
That's their whole thing. They want every game to be playable on both S and X.
It's this whole Xbox One family.
Yeah, totally. And there's two things. One, I think aesthetically, I think the console's gorgeous.
Yes, me too. It's so small.
The fact that it's smaller than any Xbox ever.
I think it's actually exactly the same size, but black is slimming.
That's
an optical illusion.
But one of the funny things I saw from the conference, which I thought was a solid conference, is that the stuff I was most excited for were the litany of indies that they had, from Tacoma to Cuphead to Ori 2. And then also the introduction of original Xbox backwards compatibility. And so the stuff I was excited about are stuff that I'm like, well, I don't need 4K to run Blinks the Cat and, Crimson Skies.
Yeah, I think it's a cool system. I don't think they've really convinced people that it's a must-have. You've got to have this new system because. So I have both PS4, Xbox One. I like them both. I play whichever games If one is exclusive to Xbox One, I'll play that there, but I tend to lean more on PS4. But like to me, I don't feel a need to spend $500 to buy an Xbox One X for games that'll look slightly better. I don't even own a 4K TV.
Yeah. Probably one of my biggest surprises of the Sony conference was I thought they were going to come out. Sony, the last couple of years, have done not a low blow, but they've come out swinging a little bit. I thought they were going to come out and say that the Pro is now $300.
Yeah.
To create a $200 gap between the consoles.
I think everyone was expecting that because the console wars have been such a focus of the last handful of E3s, and this year it was really like it felt like two publishers going off and doing two different things.
Well, and everyone was being sweet on Twitter, and everyone was literally Nintendo has been mentioned at every conference aside from Sony.
It honestly just felt like very respectful. The fact that also I want to give a shout out to Microsoft. They showed a giant Nintendo Switch made out of Minecraft blocks, and they were like, "Hey, crossplay, guys,
that's cool.
Check it out." Like that's so nice. Everyone plays Minecraft together. That's
great.
All right, Bethesda kept up their trend of only showing games that are coming out very soon. So we are getting Evil Within 2 this year and before Halloween, Friday the 13th in October.
Spooky!
And Lucy is our resident Evil Within.
Resident Evil Within.
I get it.
I like it. Very exciting. We chatted to Pete Hines today about the game. He said that it's basically building on the Evil Within that we know and love, but it's opening up its world a little bit. So it's still going to be linear in sections, but there are going to be areas that are a lot more open, and there are going to be sort of more options for player choice this time around.
Do we know if Shinji Mikami's directing this game?
Not directing.
No, he's not.
Okay, he's not.
No, but
okay, that's what I've heard. Yeah.
Executive producing.
Executive producing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which I think is cool. I feel like this is, Tango Gameworks, which is Shinji Mikami's studio, the creator of Resident Evil. I think it's cool that he created this game and then passed the reins off. And so,
just like he did with Resident Evil.
Exactly. So to Kamiya with Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
So maybe he's doing something else himself now, which I think is cool.
Pete did say that, and this is a quote, that Shinji Mikami's hands were all over the Evil Within 2. So it's still...
But it's fine, he washed them first. So.
That's not...
or did he?
That's not gross enough
For this game, you can have giant hands. Yeah.
No, I'm curious. I didn't play the first game because I'm a gigantic wuss, but... I don't know what's going to make me jump into this one, but is it a continuation of the first game's story, or is it?
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So Sebastian, who's the Evil Within's protagonist, has kind of been let loose into the world. No one believes his story from about what happened in the first game, and now he's been drawn back into the world, the STEM world, because he's been told that his daughter is actually alive. His presumed dead daughter is actually alive.
Yeah.
So it's a much more emotional journey for Sebastian this time around.
Yeah, the CG stuff didn't wow me, but a lot of the sort of gameplay stuff, like the quick cut montage of places we go in the game, I really liked. So I'm super stoked to play this in a couple months.
Yeah, very soon. We've got to take a quick break, but stay right there because IGN Live at E3 continues in just a minute.
Entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19.
IGN is the world's #1 media brand for video games and entertainment. From breaking news and brand new trailers to reviews, let's plays, and the latest tips and tricks. IGN brings you the videos you crave everywhere you watch. Whether you're on the IGN app, PlayStation, Xbox, YouTube, Facebook, Snapchat, or IGN.com, IGN's got you covered on everything you care about. IGN, the #1 source for video game fans worldwide.
Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
2 friends, 1 controller. IGN's Link Together turns Zelda Breath of the Wild into a co-op experience where Link is controlled by 2 players via splitting the Joy-Cons. Hyrule becomes a much more dangerous place, and friendships teeter on the edge. Check out Link Together Thursdays at 3 p.m. Pacific.
Welcome back to IGN Live at E3. We just saw Sony's E3 briefing, and now we're breaking down all of E3's biggest topics so far, such as one game that everyone's talking about is Wolfenstein: The New Colossus. That was a huge finish to the Bethesda event. Marty, how did that game strike you?
That was such a good trailer.
It was a good one.
I love The New Order. That game was way better than it should have been, honestly. It had a rough first hour, but the final 10 hours more than made up for it. This seems like this awesome, crazy take on what America would be like in the 60s if the Nazis ran the country, and yeah, I'm fully on board for this game this fall.
BJ's back.
BJ's back. He's got this rad crew of like a Foxy Brown type. He's got crazy new armor. Yeah, of course I'm
We're in
down for
America
this.
now.
Yeah, we're in America. You have that classic malt shop scene. Honestly, the character interaction seems like way above what we saw in the first game, and if the action seemed to take a cue from Doom, which I think was awesome because I think Doom had some of the best first-person combat in recent memory.
Did you happen to catch the cat monkey?
Oh, yeah, I saw the cat monkey. I was very confused about what was happening there. I don't know if you got any answers.
Yeah, we actually found out. It was
Shoshana.
Someone who, I'm sorry?
Shoshana.
Its name is Shoshana.
Shoshana. And the cat actually was sick and had cancer, and then so the Nazi scientists actually fixed her up to a monkey, and so the cat's fine now.
Shoshana's the name of the main character in Inglourious Bastards. So
all right, after many rumors, it was finally confirmed that Ubisoft has its own pirate game in the works, Skull and Bones. Max, what was your impression of that?
So obviously people loved the naval combat in some of the more recent Assassin's Creed games, and I mean some people loved it, some people hated it, but I feel like the people who loved it there were enough of them, so Ubisoft clearly made their own game. Everyone's comparing it to Sea of Thieves, which is, I think, totally unfair because they're obviously doing very different things. This kind of looks like For Honor with boats, if that makes any sense. Like it's about cooperation and competition, but yeah, as far as the actual world setup goes, I'm kind of unclear about it. I will say that teaser they had at the end with the giant squid was phenomenal, and that got my attention a lot because I just, shooting cannons at guys and other big antique boats it's cool.
Yeah, that's the question. Do you think, are you seeing enough depth here? Because people loved Assassin's Creed 4 because of the pirate stuff. They wanted a full Pirates game, but it seems like Ubisoft just took the ship battles, that one little mechanic, and now they're like, now that's our pirate game.
Yeah, I mean, they showed us some gameplay and everything. Then they showed us that just trademark Ubisoft CG trailer with the slowed down pop song and just those all very rich with gravitas or whatever. But yeah, they're not introducing us to any character. It's unclear. Is there character creation? They showed us all these different pirates in that first trailer. Yeah, it looks ambitious, but again, Assassin's Creed was like a fun addition to an existing series.
Exactly. Speaking of Ubisoft, actual tears were shed on our set today after Ubisoft shocked the crowd and revealed the epic trailer for Beyond Good and Evil 2. Lucy, share your opinions on that with us.
Well, I think, Beyond Good and Evil 2 is sort of God tier alongside Half-Life 3 in terms of mythical games that we never thought would be released. And yeah, the reveal was definitely a reveal, in my opinion, a reveal for reveal's sake. We did not learn a lot about the game. We've been told that you can play with friends, that it's online, that it is set before Jade was born. So you're playing as an entirely different character, and you've got entirely different, sidekicks. So we don't know a lot about it, but the very fact that it exists and was announced, and they've been working on it for, how long was it? 3 years, I think they said?
At least, I think.
At least, was enough to send most of us in the war room into trembling wrecks.
The lack of Jade, apparently not playing as Jade, that wasn't too much of a disappointment for you?
I mean, yeah, I'm a big fan of Beyond Good and Evil, and I would have liked to have seen Jade again. I was expecting her. I was waiting for her signature haircut to sort of loom into view. I've sort of modeled my hair along the years on Jade's haircut. But, I'm willing to give this new character a shot, and I just can't wait to sort of jump back into that universe more than anything.
All right, now before the show, we talked about how Sony renewed the trademark for Shadow of the Colossus, and guess what? It's because there is a remake. Marty, can you believe it?
Damon, all I want is to be on this stage every time we get to talk about the Shadow of the Colossus remake. Like, how is this real? It is. I am so excited because this is a game, yes, it is 12 years old. It was a little rough around the edges if you try to play it now, but its heart, its soul, its ambition, its mechanics, its art is unparalleled, and no one no one's ever even tried to match it because I feel like it's impossible. And so the fact that in 2018 we're going to have a game that fixes the technical issues, but keeps that boy and his dog relationship between Wander and Argo, and keeps that sort of gray area between what you are doing to save this princess who may or may not be your love interest or sister or whoever she is, and this world and these terrifying creatures that are beautiful but also just like they will kill you at a moment's notice. I feel like this is a game that was so far ahead of its time in 2005, and in 2018 I feel like this is going to be a game all of us are going to play.
All right, and then Sony ended its show with an extended demo of Insomniac's Spider-Man, which looks incredible. Max, you agree?
Yeah, I think it looks fantastic, amazing, incredible, as we said. Yeah, I'm still really curious exactly what we're getting here. This looks like a very video gamey trailer, and that's awesome. It's not just a bunch of cinematic type of stuff, but yeah, is it open world or not? Is my curiosity, because like we've talked about, the Spider-Man 2 game that PS2 fans love and cherish is an early open world game that changed the way we play games, and open world games are almost standard right now, and Sunset Overdrive had you doing a lot of Spider-Man-esque things, and that was developed also by Insomniac, but what's the story here? If nothing else, I'm confident this is a cool game that's in the works, and I really wish we were getting a release date, but I guess I'll settle for a year.
Yeah, 2018. All right, that is it for us tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today on this most exciting of weeks for gamers. We will be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Pacific with complete coverage of the Nintendo E3 presentation. After the post-show, we'll roll straight through with complete coverage of E3 all day and take you on the show floor for demos, the booths, and whatever else comes up. Remember to like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram, and subscribe to us on YouTube and Snapchat. And if you missed anything, catch today's edition of the Daily Fix for all the news. Of course, for everything E3, be sure to check out IGN.com/E3. I'm Damon Hatfield, and we'll see you tomorrow.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news as it happens. The biggest stars and the world's best cosplay. IGN live from Comic-Con. Coverage starts July 19th.
IGN Live at Did you know that IGN has an app that gives you all the tools you love right in the palm of your hands? It's fast, and you can save videos and articles for later, check your personalized feed, or check out all the latest reviews. Download it now on the iOS or Android App Store.
The biggest entertainment event of the year is almost here, and we got your all-access pass. IGN live from San Diego Comic-Con. World premiere trailers and breaking news.
that supposed to happen? No.
Few dare trespass here. Those who do seek the glory of the hunt, to challenge themselves, to land like no other. But they never find glory, only death.
I'm not here for glory. I'm here for the mountain. For answers.
Then you must face the beast that guards it.
Get inside. What happened? Got hit again. Squatters off the highway. We've got to get some men together to go after them. They've got me.
You said the MANIA was firing.
I just want to play it deep. I'll tell folks how to live their lives.
Let's do this. Yeah? You want some of this? Yeah! That's Manny's bike. Yeah, this way. Ugh. You got a cigarette? What the hell is wrong? Why do you have? You always have a bad attitude.
I have a bad attitude.
You have a bad attitude. What you even do? Just don't talk.
Yes, better if we just don't.
Where are you at, man?
He's not being that loud. You shut the hell up.
Thank you. You shut up.
Okay. Shh. I want all of you to shut the hell up. What's your problem?
Oh, shh. There's something out there.
Just a
Stop! God! No, my leg! Get it off! Get it off!
Dude, shut up! Dude, you gotta shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
Easy, fellas. There he is. Still alive. How the hell am I? Drop him! Now! Or I'll kill him!
Do it. I'm not here for him. I'm here for you. Oh, God. Deke. Hi, Manny. Come on, I wasn't gonna let him kill you. Besides, who the hell else around here knows how to rebuild a carburetor? Just back up. Nice and slow. Don't make us.
Please welcome to the stage, Sean Layden.
Welcome. Welcome. Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, fans and friends. This is your 2017 PlayStation Showcase. Thank you for coming tonight. Naughty Dog Gorilla Ben, out of control. I thought this opening was completely insane, and because I had to walk under zombies to get on the stage just now. They didn't even tell me about that last night. We're glad to be here. We're delighted to be here. We have a full show ahead of us, so let's just agree that we love games and we want to see more of them tonight. It's all about the games. Every year we continue to push the envelope of storytelling, imagination, and technology. And 2016 was no exception. Virtual reality is now a real consumer product, and our consoles are more powerful than ever, offering 4K and HDR options. We'll take a moment for that. With the launches of PlayStation VR and PS4 Pro, PlayStation once again stood at the forefront of bringing these technologies to the world of interactive entertainment. And now, in 2017, it continues to be all about the games. In the past few months alone, have given us some of the most creative, high-quality, and engaging video games ever seen. Horizon Zero Dawn. Neo. Resident Evil 7, MLB The Show, Persona 5. And yet, we have an even broader, more diverse selection of blockbuster games coming soon. You will see. That's the plan, right? You will see tonight that Worldwide Studios is bringing you the exclusives you want, and through our strategic partnerships with third-party partners, PlayStation is home to all the biggest and best franchises in the world. It has never been a better time to be a gamer. Thank you all our fans, all of you, for your support and for making PlayStation one of the most loved brands in the world. And thank you all for being here tonight. As we open E3 and celebrate the world of games, this week is our web portal. We have a web portal this week. live.playstation.com will serve as the home for hours of programming, including developer walkthroughs, Q&A sessions, in-depth conversations, and so much more. But tonight, let's recognize the art of gameplay with a showcase of the most anticipated titles here at E3. So, without further ado, let's get back to the games. Before I step off, it's my personal pleasure and a privilege to share with you now a title that has a rabid cult following around the world and has a very special place in my heart. Please enjoy.
All biological life must be exterminated.
Doctor, get us out of here!
Ultron Sigma has 2 of the Infinite 6.
Gamora, we have Thanos. He raised you as his own. Convince him.
Have you come to beg for my help?
You have no choice. Help us.
Release me, and I will give you what you want.
Give us cause to trust you. Help us to find the Infinity Stones.
Very well. The Stone of Power lies at the heart of no room.
Bear witness to the death of your world.
Zero? His core routines have been rewritten by the Grandmaster.
Nova, Major, get to the core.
The Time Stone has concealed itself beyond time. Valkonda needs its king.
We had a dream. Our 2 diseased realities united to form a single perfect universe. Will you not bow before your god?
You are no god.
You'll have your diversion. Make it count. No, wait!
Ninjas.
Dante, can the ladies come out to play?
Be good.
Ebony, Ivory, care to dance?
Man, I thought I'd seen everything.
We're in a whole new world. Now we're gonna find out what you're really made of. Get me a goddamn medic!
Death don't have no mercy in this land. Death don't have no mercy in this land. And it come to your house and it won't stay long. You look in bed, somebody be gone. Death don't have no mercy in this land.
Time to show what you're made of, soldier.
roll the tape. I'd like to try it again.
Well, the sun ain't shining in a dark and cloudy day. Well, the sun ain't shining in a dark and cloudy day.
I'm going to ask you again. Do you remember me?
It's just a nightmare.
Got him! No! Get me out of there!
Try to visualize the last thing you could remember before you came here. You understand I want what's best for you.
Get your booty on home to me!
You're welcome to join me. Hey, you got a bite. Don't let up. All right. Oh, yeah. Look at the size of that thing.
Keep going!
Bravo team, do you copy over? Bravo, can you confirm you're receiving me? Over.
I'm not getting anything. They can't hear us. We're on our own.
Have hostiles moving on your position. Watch your flanks.
Okay, enemies ahead. All right. You ready? Engage! Cover me. Enemy on the front. I see. We're getting overrun. Need backup now.
Bravo, please respond. What is your status?
Are you gonna do it? You said I was cursed. You think I'm weak because I'm not like you.
You do not know everything, boy.
No. But at least I know the truth now.
The truth.
Hang on, boy!
Okay!
The truth.
Long way from home, aren't you? And here I thought your kind was supposed to be so enlightened, so much better than us.
The gods of these realms don't take kindly to outsiders, trust me. When they find you, and they will, they'll make things difficult.
Wait here. I will handle this.
Wow, that was something, that fight.
On our journey, we will be attacked by all manner of creature. To be effective in combat, a warrior must not feel for his enemy. Close your heart to their desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. The road ahead is long and unforgiving. No place for a boy. You must be a warrior.
But not everyone is bad. Mother always said to be open to those who can help.
Who you were before doesn't matter. This boy is not your past, he is your son. And he needs his father.
What is this?
It's the world serpent.
Stay calm, boy!
I am!
What does it say?
He wants to help us!
Just a little while longer. Hold on. Just a little while longer. Hold on. Just a little while longer. Everything will be alright.
This is a night our people will remember. There are 5 CyberLife stores across Detroit. We're going to attack those stores and set our people free.
That's what we are to them. Just merchandise on display in a shop window. Let's get them out.
We'll stick to the plan. Neutralize the alarm systems and secure the area. There's 10 minutes until all our teams attack. You're awake now.
Marcus, watch out!
You are committing a Class 3 offense. This infraction is being reported to the police.
Shit.
We gotta go.
What? We can't just leave our people behind.
It's too late. If we stay here, we're gonna get shot. North, our people need us alive. There's nothing else we can do.
Marcus! Shit.
Take cover. We are superior to them, but they are our masters? That's about to change. I'm gonna send the humans a message. My name is Marcus, and just like you, I was a slave. But then I chose to open my eyes, to take back my freedom, and decide who I wanted to be. Now I have come to tell you that you can be your own masters. We're with you!
I'll follow you, Marcus.
I'm with you, Marcus.
I'll follow you, Marcus. Then follow me.
We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news.
Police report that pro-Android graffiti was found in the neighborhoods of CyberLife stores.
Given the facts, it's pretty clear these attacks are linked to the deviant video message broadcast recently from the Stratford Tower.
Different locations were hit in what seems to be a coordinated attack.
This is an alarming situation. Could our machines now be turning against us? Violence is the only language humans understand. Numerous storefronts have been broken, with cars vandalized and set alight, leaving many Detroit neighborhoods in chaos.
We're getting reports that hundreds of androids have been stolen from CyberLife stores.
Property was damaged, and fires continue to rage in several major districts across the city.
Some people are asking, have androids become a threat to our security?
They're coming.
This way!
North! North. All right, what happened?
They slaughtered them like animals.
Who did? My name is Marcus. I am one of them. This is our story.
Welcome to a world without light. You are weak, undisciplined, cowering behind walls. I command legions, conquered worlds, waged war across the galaxy to prove my worth. I alone am worthy of traveler's light. You're not brave. You've merely forgotten the fear of death. Allow me to reacquaint you.
Please welcome back to the stage, Sean Layden.
Okay, everybody, just breathe. Yes. That was quite the roller coaster ride for the last 60 minutes. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. The future is here, and it is now with PlayStation 4 Pro and PSVR. We could not be more excited than to kick off E3 2017, celebrating the content and the creators who make PlayStation the best place to play for gamers. Now, let me leave you with a true PlayStation exclusive, a true exclusive from PlayStation, from one of the industry's most respected developers. Let me thank you again for coming tonight. A shout out to my courageous friend Ronil Mehta for struggling on through. And now, everyone, please enjoy the ride.
All units, 1010S at 36 and Park. Repeat, all units be advised. Shots fired at Fisk Towers.
Yuri, I'm here.
What do you see?
Find the rest. Boss wants them dead.
Looks like the demons are moving in on Fisk's territory.
You got this?
I got this.
fled through the building. Eliminate them.
Should have worn a helmet.
You got what you came for. You don't need to kill us, too.
Fisk's territory is ours now.
Not today.
Spider-Man! Tell the boss is here!
Hey, Willie.
You.
Nice jumpsuit. Slimming.
Stay out of my business.
Wait, the demons. Who's their leader?
Keep my men alive and maybe I'll tell you.
Saving bad guys from other bad guys. Not how I thought today would go. Hey, big guy. Is that a Higgs field? That's actually really cool. Fisk, your men are safe. Your turn. Who runs the demons?
You're about to find out. Check the roof.
He's here? Let's go! Did that just happen? Yeah.
I'm getting reports of a helicopter with a wrecking ball?
It's complicated. Turns out Martin Lee is running the demons.
The guy who runs the homeless shelter?
Like I said, complicated. Sit tight, Yuri. I got this. Please, I got this.
That helicopter is destroying the city.
I know.
You need to bring it down.
I know.
Maybe you could superhero a little faster?
Working on it, Yuri. Too close. Okay, Lee, here I come! Hi, is this the flight to Newark? Why are you doing this?
Because no one else will!
Lee, this is crazy! This isn't you!
You don't know me!
Need a plan. Plan real fast. Guess this is the plan! Come on, Pete, you got this! You got this, you got this, you got this! Please don't screw this up! Mr. Lee?
Supposed to happen?
With vice, I hold the mic device. With force, I keep it away, of course. And I'm keeping you from sleeping. And on the stage, I'm reaching up, rolling. To the poor, no metaphors. I ain't bluffing the numbers that we ain't seen before. We played this thing, the points made you consider it. Done by the prophet, the rage. Can you keep your light? Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way for the prophet, the rage. Can you keep your light? Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way. Clear the way for the prophet, the rage.
It was a good day. Oh, what a good day. But it is long gone now. When all the stars fell down. It was a good day. Oh, what a good day. That day you broke my heart. I loved you way too hard. Now I'm free.
It's over. Come on, dude, let's go. Miles!
Bye.